Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment, to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. They use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound Acoustic Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organs you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic lupus, ENA issues or ANA issues, the samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GNCR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Electa for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he will lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that, till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out. We have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming into their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in time pass. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investment in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent. Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026. Bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now leaving with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This
Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning and we are so glad that at least we can see the sun this morning. A lot has been happening and we'll be talking about all of this and more this morning. I'm Jane Ogoye. I'm not alone in the studio today. I have Mr. Okoro. Good morning. I wanted to just introduce a setting, but I said, no, I don't want your wahala.
I'm happy you did it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jane. Good morning, Nigerians, and welcome to VOP this morning.
Good morning. Let's go through the topics we'll be talking about today. Senate to consider a single term for president and governors after 2027 elections. NDC leader Seriake Dixon meets Kwankwasia movement to resolve the Kano disputes as movement denies Kwankwaso leaving the party. And also, President Tinubu has approved Ebola task force, releases 10 billion naira for emergency preparedness and precautionary measures. These are all the stories we'll be treating this morning, so please do come along with us.
Do come along with us. Beyond those major topics of discussion, we also have other interesting trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of the show. Very interesting stories, because as we go to Edo State, a woman has been apprehended by community members in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State after she allegedly threw a 5-year-old child into a flowing river, following instructions reportedly given to her by a self-acclaimed seer in Benin City. Well, according to the information accompanying the viral video, the woman allegedly abandoned the child after being told by her seer that the 5-year-old was a python in human form. Speaking in the video, the woman reportedly explained that she had been unable to conceive another child after giving birth to the 5-year-old. She further claimed that the child had been unable to walk since birth, a situation that prompted her to seek spiritual intervention. Now, let's take a look and listen to the video and get the woman's angle of the story.
Edo, which place for?
Get mine.
Where you go when they tell you say me you who picking for river? Edo, which place for Edo?
I go do Sia.
Which Sia? Now woman be na man. Na man. Okay. What did the man tell you?
He said if I no go do the right thing for inside river.
What be the right thing?
Say may I put the pikin for inside river.
May you put waiting. Wait, now not the rush. I dey answer you question. The seer say me put the pikin for the river. What you go up if you put the pikin for the river? You go see pikin born. Okay. Wait. Now what did the seer tell you be that? Okay, now where did the seer dey and which place for Benin dey?
Ewotubu side.
Ewotubu. If we go there now, you fit show us the seer.
I fit show, but na person carry me go.
Wait, that person will carry you go now. Who he be to you?
My phone, na my friend.
Who he be to you?
Na my friend. They carry my phone. Na for corner.
Your friend, na the person.
Carry my
get mine.
Where you go when they tell you say me you?
All right, there you have it. Very hot and very sad story, So it speaks to the kind of religious indoctrination that we go through in this country. I think sometimes I look at it and say, probably Karl Marx was worried, or he was looking at Nigeria and Africa when he said that religion is the opium of the masses. Now, this is a seer who instructed the woman to throw away a 5-year-old child into the river. The video didn't tell us whether to throw the child away completely so that the child will be carried away with the flood or with the river and all of that, or throw her into the river, into the waters for purification, for cleansing or what. That is the sad part of the story. But from the interrogation, the altercation between her and the people that caught her, I think it has to do with like throwing away the child. It's quite unfortunate. This is a product of ignorance as far as I'm concerned. It could be a medical condition, that stopped her from conceiving after having her first child after 5 years. And she said, well, I've tried several times and it's not working, so let me go spiritual. And she went to a seer. Someone, according to her, took her to the seer, and the seer said, well, this child is a python in human form. So the only way you can conceive again is to discard this child. There's a skit out there, in public. Jen, I don't know if you have seen it or what. We see these familiar things. And there was a lady that said, there are 3 types of people that you cannot advise. 1 is a wealthy man.
A woman in love.
2, a woman in love. And 1, an African woman following a prophet.
Oh, yes.
This is it, following a prophet.
Yes.
I mean, it could be, some people have spacings, that they are unintended. They have the first child, the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, sixth year. The second one doesn't come and they keep trying. And probably it's 5th, 6th, or 7th. The other one comes and you see 2 or 3 other more come.
Yes.
It could be a medical condition, but unfortunately, this woman, I don't know the kind of community of friends that she has, that will have had someone, obviously, according to her, took her to the seer, and it's like, well, it's a python in human form.
Yeah,
it's quite unfortunate.
It's so sad. It's so heartbreaking. In fact, as a mom, when I read the script, I was like, what the? I couldn't fathom it. And it also goes to show, you said ignorance, but I don't think ignorance is an excuse, or Sia said, because she should be tried for murder, or depending on what the court of law says, because this is illiteracy, this is poverty at play, this is also a result of an economy, a country that has been overrun by an overdependence on seers, prophets. That's why I love the crackdown happening in Anambra State. Okay. And I think other governors, other states should follow suit, because it's a booming industry. These prophets, these seers, they are causing a lot of damages in homes, in families. In fact, there are some people who are on the payroll of, some of these seers on the payroll of people. And sometimes you just pray. A friend of mine was, we're having a conversation the other day and said, sometimes, Jane, just pray that something will happen to you that will require you going to see a prophet or a seer to tell you who is behind your wahala. Because once it happens, it's like a vicious circle. It might take the grace of God to break that jinx. But it's so unfortunate that illiteracy, lack of medical awareness. I'm driving.
It's ignorance.
Yeah,
basically,
it's not really ignorance to an extent. Do you know what it takes for a woman to actually take a child she birthed and throw into a river? It could also be she has a mental condition. Nobody knows. Because a woman who birthed her child, who suffered, labored 9 months and all of that, will not necessarily do that. And then number two, we don't even have knowledge about some medical conditions. Maybe the child.
Ignorance.
Okay. So I think I want to agree with you there. What if the child has cerebral palsy? She doesn't know. She says she's not been able to give birth, conceive after years. That's secondary infertility. She does not know. And then the poor child, imagine that prophet. They should put him and this woman in the same...
that prophet is an accomplice.
Yeah, him and this woman should be in the same prison, please. Yes, and they should deal with them. It's just unfortunate that children living with physical disabilities don't have protection.
It's
really in Nigeria. It's really unfortunate.
I'm wondering, you are speaking as a mother, and I'm speaking as a father,
Oh, yes.
I can't imagine, throwing my own baby, into... So it's likely to me a product of ignorance based on the way we come out.
And brainwashing, it's brainwashing. Okay, yes. So it's, by and large, it's ignorance.
It's ignorance, especially when people are adept at saying, well, the prophet said, and my pastor said, and all of that. It's causing a whole lot of problem.
Yeah.
But the challenge here is how when you talked about Anambra State,
yes.
When you talked about Anambra State and all of that, how do you profile the fake prophets? Which one is fake?
And it's such a booming industry. It's a booming industry. Imagine being on the payroll of several people.
Look at the woman, beautiful woman, and look at her, beautiful woman, and so someone had to turn her brain around and say, take your child.
She may not even be in her right senses. She could also, she may be under a trance or a spell. She could be under a spell.
Now the spell has left her.
So I want to ask, as a woman, where is her husband?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
So it's quite unfortunate. Good morning, Moses.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Nigerians. Yes.
The Holy Book say, my people perish for lack of knowledge. That's basically what it is. Because we are a people that we claim to be religious, but we don't take our time to know what our religion actually says, especially Christianity. We don't take our time to understand what it says, what it requires of us, and that's why you see things like this. It's heartbreaking. And I particularly like the fact that some of these fake people that call themselves men of God are, the government is going after them. Somebody needs to hold them responsible. Yeah. And it's a good thing that this is happening. And I hope we'll see we'll see a decline in things like this, where people turn their heads upside down, turn their brains inside out, and start doing the abnormal. And you start to wonder, where is it written in the Bible that, even the Holy Book says, you have power. You have power. In your mouth, you can say things and they will happen. You don't really need to go to a particular individual who claims to see, and then the person gives you instructions on what to do and all of that. It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking.
To say the least.
It's heartbreaking. Most of that, I think you and I are wasting our time here. We don't go open the church. You be the general overseer.
I'll be a fake one.
I'll be the treasurer.
I'll be a fake one.
No, I'll be the treasurer, please.
No, I'll be the.
I need to be.
I didn't hear God
you
call
be
me.
the
Mommy
Gio.
So 2 Geos.
I didn't hear God call me. So I'll be the one calling God now. Oh, well, let's move on to another conversation.
The first batch of Nigerians being repatriated from South Africa following xenophobic attacks are expected to arrive at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, tomorrow morning, Thursday. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs disclosed this in a statement issued on Tuesday by its spokesperson, Kimebi Ebienfa. According to the ministry, the returnees will be conveyed aboard an Air Peace flight scheduled to depart Otambo International Airport in Johannesburg tonight. That's Wednesday night. The repatriation exercise follows renewed concerns over attacks targeting foreign nationals in parts of South Africa. I think we touched on this yesterday during newspaper review, Mr. Korea. We did. And for me, I'm just thinking about the reason why 1,000 Nigerians who are caught in the xenophobic attacks in South Africa will be reluctant to come back to Nigeria. That's why you see this. They said the documentation had a lot of issues. The documentation leading on to their, I don't want to use the word repatriation.
That's what it is.
Okay, repatriation back to Nigeria is having a bit of delays. It means that those people would rather stay in a country where there's xenophobic attack than come to Nigeria. And it's really until we look into deep-seated issues that have plagued this country that has made it impossible for Nigerians to actually have faith in the country, we'll still keep, running around in circles. And I think Nigeria should stop playing the big brother, treating South Africa with soft hands. For a long time, I think diplomacy, this foreign diplomacy without tact, for me, I think it's just a waste of time, because Nigerian citizens should also feel that, I'm not in Nigeria, I'm in South Africa, there's an issue going on in South Africa, my country has got my back. But Nigerians don't feel that way. And it's so sad that those abroad don't feel that way. We at home, we don't even feel that way. See what's happening, the abduction and all of that. And then you're bringing 1,000 people back. So it's not enough to rehabilitate them in quote, or reintegrate them, give them a rice. I don't know what they'll give them a temporary shelter or maybe mattress. What do we have on ground? What is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs going to do to ensure that we do, I don't know, so that Nigerians don't get treated anyhow?
Well,
see the Ghanaian example.
Yes, diplomacy is a product of this domestic that affects the external.
Yeah.
And so if you have a federal government that cannot even take care of Nigerians at home, I wonder what they can do to Nigerians outside. Jay, you raised a few talking points, and one of them is like, why is it that South Africans in about less than just about 1,000 of them, when we have about 36,000 Nigerians documented in South Africa,
and only 1,000 want to come back?
Now, let me give you a few of the reasons why. Okay. Now, there are 3 sets of people that travel outside. One, they call professionals who get jobs here.
Yes,
they move abroad, and probably on secondment and all of that. Yeah. Now, the second type are business people, who go there to invest genuinely, open shops, car shops and all of that, and come back. Then there is the third set of people who one way or the other discover that there are opportunities there. And a few people went there, made it like in our local parlance, the person blow.
He blow.
Now, they come back, throw cash around, a fizzy and all of that. Yeah. And so somebody says, well, he calculates, I have like for something million in my shop. And so if I sell it off, go there, I might just get into a business that will fetch me like 200 million naira in like 6 months, 1 month off. And the person goes out there, sells what he has. He discovers that it is not as rosy as he thought it was. Now he
then they are stuck.
He's stuck.
Yes.
He can't come back, because if he comes back, the shame is there. You sold off your business in the market space where you had. You sold off your products. You wanted to go and make it big. Yeah. You can't come back empty-handed. And so the person stays back. The next thing is, he starts hustling. From hustling, he gets little money. He now opens probably a car wash.
Oh, yes.
Or
a small corner side shop. Yes.
And all of that. And so it's difficult for him. Even when you say, come back to Nigeria, it's difficult because the airfare is even much. The person
and then come back to what?
Come back to do what? So those
and
type
people,
of people
your dependents here are looking at you.
My brother is in
so
South
much
Africa.
Money.
And all of that.
Yeah.
And so it's a difficult call for a lot of people. I see people that they have overstayed. They can't even come back. If you get into London, you see Nigerians. Well, is it not better that I just stay here since I can afford a meal and all of that? But the expectations they met there, they can't meet it back here.
Yeah.
And probably the people that you left, when you come back, say, that 4-story building. Now this Nameka get them. Now daily home be that now. And you were like, wow. So what am I going back to Nigeria to do? And so the person is stuck, unfortunately. Talking about how Nigeria will retaliate, Nigeria is a country of complex absurdities. Like one of our guests said here the other day, we don't look out for ourselves.
We don't.
Even here, talk less of outside. And so that is where we see South Africans, Indians. You know that Nigerians have been killed in India and nothing happens.
We have Nigerians in Afghanistan, in
private
Syria,
communities,
in
private
Iraq.
Nigerian communities.
Yeah.
And those people don't want to come
Even
back
in
here.
Iran.
Everywhere. And so that is the fate of the Nigerians. But in all of this, I think the call is still on us to come back home and build a country of our choice so that we'll stop going outside to embarrass ourselves and embarrass the nation. It is not just the call of leadership. It is the call of Nigerians. Get your PVC. Vote right. Ensure that you vote in credible people, trustworthy people into government. Because if we don't do that, you and I will come back in next 5, 6, 7 years and still tell the same story.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I mean, a lot has been said about this. And it's a good thing that a Nigerian government is doing something now.
Yeah.
It might be coming late, according to some people. Nigeria has been trolled on social media. The president has been trolled on social media for not acting swiftly. But the numbers are increasing. It was 1,000. It has increased to about, it's over 1,000 now, Nigerians who are willing to come. And the truth is, a lot of them have, their papers have expired.
Yes.
And I understand that sometimes it's not due to their own fault. It's because they try to renew and one thing makes it impossible. Yeah. I recall I took an Uber some years back. It was December, some years back. And I got talking with the Uber driver. And I realized that he had come back from South Africa about a year to that time. So he was in South Africa doing business, of course, trading, and something happened. He tried to renew his papers. They expired. He tried to renew. He couldn't. Before he knew it, he had overstayed the duration of time that he was supposed to be in the country. But he couldn't come back because, like Chukuma said, he has sold everything here, moved abroad. He was supposed to, send money back to the wife and everything. So it became difficult for him. Eventually, and he was selling, trinkets, beads, those kind of things. Those were the things he was selling.
In South Africa.
In South Africa.
He was doing well.
Their traditional things. And then he was making money. He was doing okay. But unfortunately for him, his business was closed down. He was chased. He was arrested and deported. And when he got here, no job, of course. He became a bricklayer. These are those people that work at building sites and all of that. From there, somebody took a liking to him, gave him a car, he started driving Uber and then paid for it. So that might just be the fate of a lot of these people coming back. If government doesn't support them one way or another, because for some of them, their extended stay in South Africa is not entirely their own fault.
I love the angle you've brought in. Yeah, it might not be their fault.
It may not be their fault.
It may not be their
fault. Not be their fault. But now that some of them have seen, Ghanaians there too are doing not badly. They're doing okay, but they are happy to go back.
Yes.
And they know that their government will provide something for them. So it's up to our government to do better and be seen to be doing better in the eyes of the world. Nigeria is the largest market in Africa. So if Nigeria works and everybody can do one or two things in Nigeria, businesses will work. Oh, well, let's quickly run to the papers now. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. Jane?
Yeah, let's see.
We'll take a break now. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll have newspaper headlines. Stay with us.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at the front pages of the Nigerian newspapers. Let's begin with the Daily Independent. Despite inflation, security woes, Nigeria is progressing. That's according to the federal government, to unveil national ranching policy next week. Reps ask Tinubu to crush bandits, end school abduction. TCN shifts power sector blame away from transmission network. Nigeria's reforms, growing economy, but poverty still pervades. That's the IMF. Atiku was part of decision for rotational presidency, says Akume. Tinubu vows no safe haven for corruption under his admin. Inaugurates key economic infrastructural projects in Ado Ekiti. Senate calls for ban on imported fabrics. Tinubu sets up Ebola task force. OK's 10 billion naira emergency fund. That's the Daily Independent. And that's all we can take on newspaper review. I'm going on a short break, and then when we return, Senate to consider single term for president, governors after 2027 elections. Please stay tuned.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we've got you on this. So right here at
Welcome back. The Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele has said the 11th Senate will consider a proposal for a single 6-year term for the president and state governors. Bamidele made this known on Tuesday during plenary in the Senate, explaining that the idea is aimed at improving governance by allowing elected official leaders to focus fully on performance from the outset. According to him, the proposed 6-year single tenure would eliminate the distraction of re-election campaigns and enable leaders focus on governance. Let's take a look at the video.
I look forward to moving, by God's grace, when we come back for the 11th Senate, God willing, is for a bill that will only make it possible for anyone who wants to be president of this country or governor in any part of the state of this country to spend only one tenure of 6 years. So that you don't even have to worry about, wasting almost 1.5 years of your first time thinking and struggling and looking forward to how you'll be re-elected. If you know you are there for 6 years, only one tenure, you put in your best from day one. You know this is the only chance that you have. All right, that's my opinion. It doesn't mean everybody will agree with me. Also does not mean that I am prevented from doing that because that has not been the law. The essence of law, the essence of parliament, is because laws are like human beings. They grow.
Welcome back. And joining us to discuss this morning, we have Mr. Darlington Agwomo. He's a lawyer and political affairs analyst. And from Port Harcourt, we also have Owanemi Emmanuel. He's a legal practitioner and human rights activist. And from Oka, we have Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesobi, who will be also joining us to discuss this. And from Benin, we also have Dr. Andrew Usaigwevo. He's a provost, Edo State College of Agric and Natural Resources. But let's just begin with Barrister Darlington. Good morning, Barrister. Good to have you.
Jen, morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. So let's just examine this.
Yes.
The clamor for a 6-term presidency. What are your views on this? And why do you think it's been put on the back burner until after 2027 elections?
I disagree with Bamidele. If there is sincerity in it, I will say, okay, But there is no sincerity in what we are seeing here. The man is flying a kite. If you go and check how Paul Biya became what he is in Cameroon today, and how Yoweri Museveni became what he has become in Uganda, you will now notice that it's the same trajectory. They will tell you it is not to distract a governor, it is to make the president serious. And when you give that opportunity, they will not abuse it. So what is the guarantee that after 2031, somebody will now come and tell you with what is going on with Jonathan? Look, we should be wary of these things. When Jonathan went to Aso Rock, and immediately the idea of drafting him into this election came up, I knew that something was in the offing. Because up to today, Jonathan have not uttered a word. Yet, the Turaki-led PDP has adopted him, anointed him. Yeah, in fact, they bought from the leader everything. Up to today, Jonathan have not uttered a word, whether he will contest or not. So, and then they went to court. In respect of Jonathan, we don't know who is behind all these things. And now the court said that Jonathan is qualified to contest. And so what is the guarantee that somebody is not setting a president toward 2031? So that by the time he finishes in 2031, they will tell you that the law was made after. So it does not include him. He is eligible to contest a fresh election. Whether he has done 8 years or 80 years, it doesn't matter. The same thing, the same argument that you used for Jonathan, that the law was made after Jonathan left office. You can see, that was the only reason why they did that thing with Jonathan, nothing else. So they are setting what they are calling that? They are setting the table for the dinner that they will eat in 2031. That's what I think here.
All right, but you know that Nigeria's power rotation, I mean, between the North and the South is usually framed around that 8-year single term. So now by shrinking it to 6-year single term, what does that do to the ethnic and the religious divide? That 8 years... Would that cause some uprising?
No, that 8 years for the North, 8 years for the South is never constitutional. Anybody can go to court against it, and the person will win. If you just want to challenge it, in fact, nobody will even argue. They will tell you it's a gentleman agreement. You don't use gentleman agreement for such a matter. So it can be discarded anytime.
Well, it's not in our law books. Being a gentleman agreement is there's no way it can be enforced, because when they say it's the turn of the South, you see Northerners contesting. When it's the turn of the North, you see Southerners.
Exactly. So,
Mr. Agomo, before we look at it from the angle of tenure extension, I would like for us to look at the merits of a 6-year term.
Okay.
6-year single term. According to Bamidele, well, when the person gets into office, he's not under pressure, to work for a second term. And so the person will, ordinarily concentrate and deliver good governance. But the question here is, what if the person comes in and says, well, and since there's no need for, there's no motivation, there's no impetus to even do any other thing, because even if I give you heaven on earth, I will not be asked to return.
Exactly.
And so is it not a defeatist argument on the part of...
Exactly. Look, whoever wants to be bad will be bad, no matter the privileges or the condition given to him or her. Whoever wants to be bad will be bad, because this particular president, did he not promise everything on earth? Did he not promise? He even claimed that he fought for democracy. We all accepted that, yes, a Messiah is coming. Somebody who fought for Nadeko, who did it, we were all hopeful that he will make a difference. At the end of the day, what happened? So, it will never make a difference. A bad leader is a bad leader. That is just the truth. All this single term or whatever, it will not make any difference to somebody who is bad. Except you are telling me that maybe a Jakonde is coming on board. Unfortunately, the man is late. Or you are telling me that a Yaradua is coming on board. These are leaders we have tried and tested. We know their nature. We know what they represent. We know what they can do. So not people that are only in governor to grab and grab and grab. So how are you going to change their nature? How will you change their nature? Because it's in their nature. It's like telling me now that a snake is short. No, the only identity for a snake is long. Whenever you see something very long or crawling on the ground, you don't need to be told that this is a snake. So how will you change somebody who is bad?
All right. All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumon. Let's go over to our Benin station now, where we have Dr. Andrew Omosife. Good morning to you. Would like to establish communication with you. Good to have you join VOP this morning. Single 6-year term. That's the conversation. Well, it's not been proposed on the floor, and it's just the senator is just saying that when the 11th Assembly, well, doesn't even know if he will be in the 11th Assembly, but he seems sure that he will be in the 11th Assembly. But he says when the 11th Assembly is constituted, this is a proposal he wants to put forward. Now, let's just look at it. 6 years, away from the 4-year 2 terms that we have. 6-year single term. Do you think this will make politicians more accountable? Or will this erode, will this wash off accountability when they see that they really do not need the people's vote again and may not have a reason to return? I mean, will not be returning, so they might just do what they like after winning elections. What are your thoughts on this matter?
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me. It's actually a pleasure to be here. I dare to say we fall like a pack of cards on the production, on the floor of the Senate. That argument that a leader will not work after first tenure is not even true. We have seen situations where people are elected into office. They work in their first tenure, and then second tenure they don't work. Exactly. We have also seen situations where people are elected and then they work in their first tenure and they switch on in second tenure, and as they realize that they have other ambitions, and so you see them doing wonderfully well in tenure, and people begin to wonder, is this not the same person, that showed in the first tenure and all of that? So it depends on leader and how he perceives, by and large, even though you say you give somebody 20 years, I agree with that on the studio. It says that a bad leader is a bad leader, a good leader is a good leader. Even if you get yes, after all, we can see what your is doing.
Well, the argument being put forward is that the argument being put forward is because usually when they get in the first time, they want to be re-elected for a second term. So they don't pay attention to governance. Elected officials, governors, presidents tend to focus on campaigning, doing things to please one godfather, or campaigning to ensure that they get a second term. And maybe some people have said it is when they come back for the second term, that's when they start to do things and the people start to benefit. People start to enjoy.
That will even make the situation worse. The situation was when a man is elected to office and he knows he has just 6 years to spend there, and he knows that he will not run for election anymore. Where is the motivation? Motivation. What will inspire him?
All right, now
to the people.
Okay, all right.
So that argument is not tenable.
It's not tenable.
It's not about a man who wants to work. Whether you give him 10 years, you give him 5 years, it doesn't matter. Even if he spends 6 years and he knows it's not for election again, there's no motivation. So the man can just go on a looting spree. After all, there's no repercussion, so he will do this and get out.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Andrew. Let's take this conversation to Oka, where we have Dr. Chukwunonso Ikesiobi. Dr. Chukwunonso, good morning to you. We'd like to establish communication with you. Great to have you. Great to have you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Great to have you on the program. Now, let's talk a lot more seriously. We understand the distractions that politicians go through. At this time in our democracy, should we be considering a single tenure? Seeing that, I mean, there's a lot of distraction here and there. And the issue of continuity also comes up. A situation whereby one person comes in, starts to do something, and then the person is taken out of office. Well, you may not need to consider this administration, but look at other administrations. There was a time in Lagos when a governor was said to be doing very well. That's Governor Ambode, building roads and all of that. So if he had more time, don't you think he would have done probably done more? Should we be thinking about extending the tenure so those with good intentions will have ample time to do the needed, to do the needful? What are your thoughts, please?
Like you said, Ambode's case was more of, will I say, a political arrangement that worked against the sense that you hinted. You said he was a leader, he did infrastructure, and like we were told then that a good technocrat, but a bad, and that was why he was kicked out. Now you see politicians make submissions like this. You will look at it through the lens of their own interest and ulterior motive. I want to agree with previous by other guests that you don't need forever for you to deliver. Some persons, like in Anambra today, love him. He was governor for like 2 years or thereabout, but when people, try to review his administration today, they still tell you wonderful things. He did roads, he did this, he did that, and stuff like that. So it's not a matter of the amount of time you spend per se. I mean, I'm looking at it from the selfish component because you want to stay, 8 years is not guaranteed. So it's not one. So it's better you use 4 years and you are sure of that. Then another way of looking at it again is when you, instead of staying for 8 years, 6 years, so that the cycle is quicker and not just continuing quickly, but giving politicians enough time to aspire for that when they lose political relevance. It's not a bad idea in my own opinion, but it is going to be implemented in Nigeria, a country where even if policy has worked in other countries, we find it difficult domesticating it here. No, it's happening in Nigeria. Anybody who raises any suspicion, you don't blame that because the sincerity of purpose, as far as our leadership is concerned, has not been convincing.
All right then. Another question. We seem to be focusing on tenure elongation, and the argument some have posed outside the studio is that, that might be the solution. But the question I have for you is, you don't have a problem with it. Should we be thinking of tenure elongation or strengthening institutions? Is our problem elongated tenure or weak institutions? Which would you have us focus on at this time in our democracy?
Just like I concluded, I said the sincerity of purpose. You only have, will I say, patriotic individuals who will find their way into positions of authority to be able to do the needful. So, but as far as our own case is concerned, we have this poor institutions. National quality is very, very weak. Rubs us on everything we do. Because that political will, as our leadership is concerned, is problematic. So you need, people with that sincerity to strengthen the institutions rather than weakening the institutions to their own advantage.
All right.
And it those people who will come and strengthen these institutions. Is it from the political process we have? I think it's even more worrisome that from the normal, electoral system, and are a step further in stabilizing democratic policy, the way we conduct it. Look at what happened in Senate primary elections across all parties, both the ruling party and the opposition party. And these are the people in and strengthening this. The institution is the necessary and sufficient for economic information. Without the institution, you can have good individuals, but the institution come in. When they come in, they frustrate the institutions, frustrate them. So it's just like some person their own favorite candidate here and there. I tell them, look, if this person emerges president, and he is surrounded the same of people in the judiciary, and business continues as usual, the person will not be able to do much. So yes, the submission, just like you asked, is critical at this point.
All right, then. Strong institutions. Now, how do we strengthen those institutions? Well, that's a question I have for Barrister Emmanuel Daimbo, who joins us from Port Harcourt. Barrister, let's get your thoughts in strengthening our institutions. We have a problem where the president basically appoints certain individuals, especially, for the judiciary, for INEC, and boards of directors and companies, the president. So we have a situation in the country when the president appoints, these individuals have more or less no choice than to do the bidding of the person who appoints them. What are your suggestions for strengthening our institutions so we can get good governance?
Thank you for having me. To Nigerians, my name is Owanemi, I'm a legal practitioner. I'm glad to meet you. Yeah, talking about strengthening institutions is something we cannot do away with. For us to have it right, it's unfortunate. It seems to me that we joke a lot. I hear people talking about tenure elongation and the rest of them when there are real issues bedeviling us. The question to ask is whether those the tenure elongation are the. It seems to me that people who go into governance don't even know the purpose of going into government. And if I may remind them, people who into government is the welfare and security of the people. It is not the self. It seems to me that our politicians have gotten it completely wrong when they would rather think of how they can extend tenures of 6 years, single tenure, and the rest of it. So the best is to look at strengthening the institutions. First, I think it is proper that some bodies be established who should do screening, proper screening, and determine who is fit to be an institution.
Who appoints the bodies? Who will appoint the bodies?
When the president to appoint people, those he appoints, as we have always and customarily have it in Nigeria, is that they will dance to his music. He who plays the piper dictates
the tune.
So those people obviously will want to dance to the tune of the president. But if different body and independent body should take the responsibility of screening and appointing these people, when they go into office, they know that they are subject to the rules and principles of that body that appointed them. Just like we have it in the, for instance, the NJC, the National Judicial Council.
Okay.
But unfortunately, even there, we see a lot of political influence. So, my suggestion is, first, give these institutions some sort of financial independence. Because most times you see that the arises from inadequate funding or unnecessary interference with the funds of these institutions. When you allow these institutions to have some financial independence
Okay.
and deal separately, independently on their own, have the powers, the bias to call to order whoever they have appointed that is trained as trained. That way, we will have stronger institutions, and then we will have what we are looking for.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Emmanuel Danibo. I will take that as your concluding thoughts on this conversation before we move to the next. But excuse me. But let's also get some concluding thoughts. Dr. Chukwunonso Kesiobi, let's have your concluding thoughts on this one before we move to the next conversation. In 1 minute, please.
Well, my thought is that democracy is a flexible system of governance, and it evolves depending on the geography or the political orientation of the country in question. So, given our own peculiarities, if this is what will make us sit up and take governance more seriously, before now we used to have vice chancellors, using that as an example, used to and for another with the opportunity of being reappointed for another 4 years, and we saw the mess it was creating in the university system. So it was reversed to 5-year single tenure, and we've moved on from there. So if this is what we may need to do along the way to strengthen our democracy, no problem.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Great points there. Great point. Dr. Andrew Omosefe, please. Your concluding thoughts in 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I think that instead of Bamidele to concentrate on 6 years single term, instead preoccupy himself with legislating for the betterment of the country. There are so many things happening in the country right now that requires legislative requirements. So we shouldn't be about 6 years single tenure. Rather, we should look at the issues, so that the country is faced with right, and legislate for the betterment of our people.
All right, then. But he has said this is for the 11th Assembly, when they come back for the 11th Assembly. And he understands that not many people will agree with him, but he will still put forward his thoughts. Barrister Darlington Agumbo.
Yes. If you see, these people they are laying the foundation for what is to come. That is why...
What do you think is to come?
Yes, this thing that they are proposing now. Yes, they are...
To what end?
Yes, they are going somewhere with it. You remember that Agbadio said that those who lost their seat, their primaries in their different states, who are APC members, that they are going to look for a way to accommodate them. So that by the time the 11th Assembly is reconstituted, they will have enough members to push this particular project. That is what they are aiming at. So it's not about the interest of the country or governance. No, even Bamidele indicted his principal. That means he had agreed now that Tinubu is just there to politic, not to govern. He just agreed. Because people have passed through that place before. They didn't behave like this. Why is it prominent under Tinubu? Why is it?
All right.
So he has indicted his principal unknowingly. So what they are just there is to play politics, as if it is a license to heaven. Unfortunately, that is why Nigeria is where it is today. Tinubu have not governed Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's move to another conversation now. Nigeria Democratic Congress leader, Senator Seriake Dixon, meets with the Kwankwansiya movement to resolve the dispute in Kano, as the movement denies Kwankwanso leaving the party. Well, let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me a...
Welcome back. The leadership of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, has begun efforts to resolve internal disagreements in Kano State after holding a private meeting with representatives of the Kwakwansia movement. Well, the talks focused on addressing tension between the Kwakwansia movement and long-standing NDC members in Kano. Long-standing, indeed, from January to May is long-standing. Interesting times. Well, party officials said the clarification was necessary to prevent misinformation and reassure members that due process will be followed before any primary election results are announced. In the meantime, the NDC has denied widespread reports claiming that party leader Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso is threatening to exit the political party due to disagreements over the Kano State power sharing formula. The party's national publicity secretary, as a director, noted that internal tensions had already begun brewing before the news went public. We have in the studio here with us to help us make sense of this and more, Mr. Somi Oranta. Somi Oranta is a philosopher. He's an entrepreneur, but he appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. And from our Oka station, we still have Dr. Chukwunonso Okesiobi from Rivers State, Port Harcourt, Barrister Deinbo, and from Edo State, the professor, the Dr. Omosefe that joined us. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Let me start with Somi here in the studio. So, NDC, it was rumored, like 2 days ago, there was the net was buzzing. Kwakwanso is threatening to leave the NDC because there were disagreements between the original owners of the NDC and people from the Kwakwansia movement that suddenly found themselves in the NDC after Kwakwanso and Obi left the ADC and went to the NDC. When you got the information, the news that, well, Kwakwanso was threatening to leave the NDC, how did it hit you?
Well, I think it should be expected. NDC was just a newborn baby, not up to 3 months or maybe 4 months, certainly not up to 6 months now. In fact, when the party leader, Siraki Dixon, exited PDP on the floor of the House, the Senate president was mocking him, was throwing jabs at him. Nobody knew that the party would turn out to be, it is that story, biblical story of the rejected stone walking towards or close to becoming the chief cornerstone. So all this whole thing, all this frenzy started, just about some few weeks ago when the OK movement moved into the party. So nobody will say that they have done so much in the party. They were foundation members and all that and all that. It would have just been an innocuous party, without much reckoning, just like Labour Party was after several years until, the obedience came into that party. So what I should say, or what I'm saying is that the party should reorganize themselves. This is expected because of, when the crowd that came in with P2B and the OK movement, P2B and Kwakwanso, they managing them and all that. So I believe that they will sort themselves out.
Okay, all right. Mr. Ranta, you have addressed the issue, about, the internal disagreements within the party. My direct question, my straightforward question was, when you heard that Kwakwanso was threatening to leave, did you believe it?
I didn't believe it.
Why? You think he can't leave?
Yeah, because why will he leave? It's not a big deal. If they have shared between 60 and 40, and if you needed more, just for them to discuss. Disagreements are allowed in a democracy. Disagreements are allowed. But the ability to, reconcile, the differences amongst them is also what makes democracy beautiful. So there's nothing, it's not going anywhere. Because he's at the...
Mr. Ranta, I say he's not going anywhere.
Because, honestly, because he has more chances of, if, assuming that P2B wins, or the OK movement, comes to power, after 4 years, he has a great chance of becoming the president of Nigeria. So where is he going to? Where can he get such an opportunity? Because he's riding on a very wonderful and powerful machine, the obedient movement, to support him. Honestly. So he shouldn't, there's nowhere he's going to. And the problem there is not existential. It's resolvable.
All right. You know, the NDC did make a massive announcement saying that they've zoned presidency to the southern Nigeria. Do you think that this implosion is as a result of this, which Kwankwaso backed? Do you think the uprising, the implosion is as a result of this pronouncement?
You see, I like the fact that NDC made that pronouncement. That pronouncement stated that it's a party that, you know, is in tune with the yearnings of Nigerians. You know, this North-South divide in terms of tenure, after Buhari's 8 years, South now to do another 8 years. And when Peter Obi came into the party, he had already said that he would do 4 years. So it was right for them to. That was also one of the reasons, not all the reasons, but one of the reasons that made it. That led to Peter Obi exiting ADC, amongst many other issues. You know, the party was having. So when ADC decided that they will make the party, that they will zone their presidential election, presidency to the south, it clears the air so that if, assuming they win, they will just stay 4 years. People will just stay 4 years, and the party, the thing will now go back to the north. It is so convenient both for the north and the south.
So convenient both for the north and south. Thank you very much, Mr. Oranta. Now let's go to Benin City, where we have Dr. Andrew Omosefe. Dr. Andrew, I'd like for us to talk briefly about the internal problems within the NDC. Now, the different political parties, the major political parties, talk about the APC, the ADC, and the NDC conducted their primaries. And we saw what happened in the APC. We also saw a repeat of that in the NDC, in the ADC rather. And in the NDC, we didn't see much of the kind of countings, that we had in APC and NDC. But some people that participated, contestants, have alleged some irregularities in the conduct of the NDC primaries. And some people are saying, well, it's a new party, and it is not as bad as what we saw in the ADC and APC. How do you react to the fact that the three major political parties, all of them, none of them could conduct a primaries that is faultless, that is spotless? There are problems here and there. So is it about the name or about the characters of the operators of these political parties? What should be concerning to Nigerians? Is it about the name of the party or the operators of the party? What do you see?
It's not about the party. When you say characters, coming from a political party, sometimes you also antecedents how they have been the party and what stuff they are making. What do you expect of a political party formed by a group of political nomads, I like to call them nomads, politicians who are reputed or not able to stay in one political party? In fact, they cause crisis in the party and the party. Look at the character of those in the NDC as of today. The Kwankwaso that you are talking about, from PDP to PC to party that he formed again, NNPP, from NNPP to NDC. The man with you in the studio said he wasn't surprised, or he was that he did believe it, that Kwankwaso would live. Why will he not live? He's known for being addict in nature, and he says he's leaving the NDC. Not be a surprise to me, because that is the stuff he's made of. That characters we look at, even this lady in Abuja, Aisha Yesufu, the way she was crying, I was not even allowed to participate in the election. And I recall her saying that she wasn't looking for a level playing field, and that she should be given a field, to even contest at all. So that speaks to the nature of the within the NDC. And they agreed. And
Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, unfortunately, Dr. Omosefe, you break off rapidly, so it's difficult for me to get a coordination into your thoughts. But I was able to pick a few things. Your position is that, well, it's about the characters, and that these politicians are normals, according to you, that they move from one party.
It's their nature. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, it is their nature. So because it's their nature,
I'm surprised you couldn't get a coordinated response. From it, but I was very straight.
No, it's about the network. It's about the network, not your person.
Excuse me, Dr. Omosefe. I wasn't talking about not getting a coordination to what you said. You broke off rapidly.
The network was breaking off. Yes,
the network was breaking off. So
okay,
I couldn't
get it.
Yes, so but I was able to pick one or two.
Do you want me to explain
again? It's fine. It's fine. You have already. I mean, you gave a payoff line, and I understand that perfectly. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's run to Dr. Nonso Ekesobi, who joined us from Oka in Anambra State. Dr. Ekesobi, what do you make of the fact that NDC is having internal crisis in Kano? In Kano State, they said 60-40. Wapansia will take 60, the others will take 40. And I've been asking this question, who are the others? I mean, NDC was registered on the 5th of February, 2026, and they're already saying we are the aborigines, we are the original owners of the party, and they are giving 60%. In all of this, what do you see about internal democracy in the NDC at the moment? We also hear that people aligned to Kwakwanso were all delivered. People aligned to Sarah Kidixon were all delivered. But there are people that are aligned to Peter Obi were not delivered, and Obi allowed them to their fate. Well, if you think you are popular, go there, rough it out, struggle for the ticket and all of that. What level of internal democracy do you see in the NDC in all of this?
Well, the NDC is like having an old one. In the sense that if you look at the character of the People's Party, they still form, part of the old guard, as we call them, in terms of the political dynamics that are taking place in the country over time. So, as far as what is going on in the NDC, when you have arrangements where you have strange bedfellows coming together to agree or to disagree on something, you'll be having this kind of initial frictions here and there before everything gets to be made and normalized. So, but for the NDC, what is happening in Kano, when somebody was telling me the other day, I was like, who do you have to lose? Is it the NDC as a party, or Kwankwaso, or the Kwankwasia movement, as it were? And I told them, look, it's the NDC that this party become notable or popular these days is because of the personalities of the individuals that just joined the party, in terms of P2B and Kwankwaso. Before then, who knew what was going on there? Can't you see the way Labour Party is fading away? So it is, and that the party leadership has to be careful with, so they don't jeopardize their very nascent developmental progress. So for those who are saying politics is about interest, and they should have their interests with the way they are just ignore the interests of Kwankwaso, the interests of the academics, and most likely the interest of P2B. But that is different. P2B doesn't give shish, it doesn't do this, it doesn't do that. That is what played out from certain followership who felt that they were not given the kind of favorable treatment that the other stakeholders. So when we say Kwankwaso and the rest, then you say, who are the others? That's a very good question that maybe we can get a party representative and tell us.
All right.
Instead of us making assumptions or deductions.
All right.
What is going on in it?
All right.
But for internal, as you asked, it is still symptomatic of the internal democracy. And when we don't get it well, it ultimately affects the leadership productivity at the end.
Okay. All right, Doctor, you are there in Anambra State, and I want to let you tell us, because there is this information out there by Kenneth Okonkwo. You know him, Kenneth Okonkwo, lawyer and actor, who has been with Peter Obi. He was with Peter Obi in the Labour Party, but after a while, they parted ways. And now, I think that was 2 or 3 days ago, he said, well, in Anambra State, where you are, that some aspirants offered Peter Obi 1 million naira apiece to enable Peter Obi deliver them. Are you aware? Did you get that information? What do people talk about in the streets of Oka in Anambra State about Peter Obi collecting 1 million naira from aspirants? Are you aware of that?
Yes. The unfortunate thing is, Kenneth Okonkwo, I fear for his life if he comes to Anambra, kind of thing. Because the average Anambarian on the streets know that Peter Obi as an individual, there is a level of, will I say, petty conversations that he has more or less exceeded. So when you talk of 1 million, 2 million, this is somebody that virtually every week doles out millions of naira to different institutions or to support one, philanthropic act or the other. And you are talking of 1 million. Let's say you saying that maybe some persons maybe try to take advantage. See, let me tell you another thing that is happening on the street. Somebody met me and told me, remember what happened with Labour Party when Peter Obi came in? Many persons, especially at the State House of Assembly and Federal, got elected into office without spending any amount because the road be with. And so persons were telling, I'm telling you a personal experience. State House of Assembly with the NDC before he gets before people rush into the party and the rest of that. So you see, some of these maybe, I'm not saying all, some maybe people maybe for the other maybe they got carried away by will I say what would I okay by their interests, or they became so, I don't want to use the word frustrated, but they became so agitated, so interested in getting that positions in the party, and were willing to submit money to people who maybe were masquerading as P2B agents or his followers or something. So I for them. But saying you gave P2B money, I think I saw in the news last night where I think legislators have filed an issue to come and explain most of these things. So in as much as we are in the political season, we should be careful of our utterances. And Kenneth Okonkwo, being a legal practitioner himself, should know better than coming to say they gave P2B this amount or give you asserts must prove.
Doctor.
So you should come and explain further.
All right. So you know that the NDC right now, I mean, they are sort of tankering with their constitution to maintain peace. And at the same time, the infighting within the party, don't you think that it's exposing their vulnerabilities? And perhaps, I know the APC is watching. That's the ruling party. Don't you think that would sort of like give the ruling party a smooth sail road to victory?
Well, as the APC and the whatever their own arrangement is concerned. You see, the NDC, like I mentioned, is still an infant as far as arrangements are concerned. You have this sort of amalgamation of different political gladiators with their own followership. So, coming into a new party, described earlier as having an old wine in a new bottle. So, it's that you will see certain skirmishes here and there. So, as an infant party, I'm still giving them the benefit of that this is them still trying to take baby steps. And when you are trying to take baby steps, you stand up, you walk a bit, you fall. What now determines the fate of the party is the ability and continue practicing they try to walk the Nigeria. So they should make sure that these things do not bring their faces, how they coordinate their party activities.
All right. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Chukwunonso Ikesiobi. Let's go to Emmanuel Dainbo, Esquire. Let's talk about the man, Peter Obi. Now, some have said that he's not trying to help, push for his own core supporters, one of them being Aisha Yesufu. When she lost out, it wasn't social media. Nigerians would say, "Oh, Peter Obi is not fighting for those that have stood behind him." My colleague rightly stated, and that's the reality. Those aligned to Kwankwanso in the party sailed through. Those aligned to Senator Seriaki Dixon sailed through. But Peter Obi wants a process where it will be free and fair, open to all. If you know you are popular, go prove it. Now, how will that work for or against him in 2027 election if his core supporters lose out on electoral seats? How will that work for or against him in 2027 elections?
Thank you once again. It is a matter of Nigerians realizing what they really want in governance in the elections of 2027. First, let us look at it this way. Who decides who wins in an election? Ideally, it is the electorate, not just simply the supporters. It is the majority of Nigerians that should determine who wins in an election. And I, as a legal practitioner, have always been this view that a man's work should speak for him. So if Peter Obi has proven himself to be a Democrat and who believes that people should go to the field and test their popularity, I think he has done noble by keeping to his words that
nobility
people should be voted based on their popularity.
Nobility in politics.
No, so
what then happens
to strengthen
what then happens? You know what they say about strengthening your ranks.
It is not a matter of godfatherism, which is what is killing Nigerian politics.
Okay. Well, I hate to interrupt.
Yes, so
I think, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Nigerians would realize that this man is standing by his word. He believes in internal democracy. He believes in due process. He believes in fair play. So if that becomes the case, I think he could have been laying a good foundation for himself come 2027 elections.
All right then. Thank you very much, Barrister Emmanuel. Somi Uranta, talking about nobility in politics, especially when you need to have your own support base propped up so that when issues that will pertain to your policies, if he wins, are being discussed, he would have people that are on his own side, his own people. You know how politicians always want to get numbers to themselves. Now, Peter will be wanting to play fair and square. Will that work in his favor in the long term?
I think it will work in his favor always. You see, we cannot all get mad in this corruption, in this, boju kind of politicking, or politricking, if you like. We should get to a point where we do things the right way. Who says there is no or there shouldn't be morality in politics? Who says? We can fashion a democracy that will attend to the need of the people according to the rules of the game. Must we always, do it the wrong way? Look, P2B has told the world and everyone that cares to listen that this is the way, my belief, as far as politics is concerned. He's not just speaking it, he's also acting it out. So even I can tell you that someone like Aisha Yusufu is aware that this is the principle I am dealing with. This is his principle. And they have to align with it. And by the way, he's not looking for people who will come to his aid. Even if he gets to power and the whole house, assembly are against him or in the opposite camp, he will still do something. It has happened before. So we shouldn't be, look, the man has told us, told Nigerians, and shown it that his interest is not an ambition that a do or die kind of ambition. He believes that Nigeria needs him more than he needs Nigeria at this point in time. So if people want to musling him and do all sorts of things, it's to our own detriment. Because if you check the political atmosphere, you cannot, you need people of integrity. So it's not a minus at all. It's a plus for him.
All right, so what's the significance? Let's go back to Kwankwansia movement. What's the significance of Kanu's political weight in determining the future of the opposition alliance?
You see, the Kwankwaso movement or the Kwankwasia movement is very, very key because the Kwankwaso is an Hausa man. It's Hausa. And it's been, if you check the politics in Nigeria, the Hausas has been, subsumed under a called Hausa Fulani. It's actually Fulani Hausa.
But you understand that in 2023 election, Kwankwanso with the Kwankwansia movement was only able to garner 1 million votes, a little over 1 million votes.
Yes, because he was just on his own. But now there is a super force behind him. So he's expected to do far better. And the fact that the Hausas in the north, you notice there's been a very great difference between what was happening in 2023 and now. Nigeria has gone through so much that everybody has to think well and think better if you want to cast your vote. So I think the Kwankwasia movement is even more potent now than ever before.
All right. Well, let's go to another conversation. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate release of 10 billion naira as emergency intervention funding to strengthen Nigeria's preparedness against Ebola and other emerging public threats. Ebola has recently resurfaced in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, and Uganda, both neighboring countries. Well, the president's spokesperson, one of his media aides, Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy, said in a statement on Tuesday that President Tinubu approved the establishment of a presidential task force on Ebola virus disease preparedness and emerging public health threats. Bayo Ononuga also said the fund will strengthen the operational preparedness of the National Center for Disease Control, that's the NCDC, and support critical national public health emergency response activities. Well, we do have a medical doctor with us, Dr. Chukunonso. Let me come to you now. Dr. Chukunonso, let me come to you. Okay, am I mistaking you for a medical doctor? Because my colleague just said, no, he's not a medical doctor. But am I making that mistake? Well, anyway, what are your thoughts on this one? Yes. 10 billion naira. And though we don't really have a record of Ebola in Nigeria yet, as at this moment. But talk to me.
I understand. I understand. You see, this knee-jerk I always adopt when there's an emergency is troubling, because it's not just something you just wake up and throw. We've had this situation in this country. So what did we? How was it handled? Did we have this to how we put Ebola challenge, the effects, and how we were able to manage it, and what lessons we, so that this time around we just bring out our files, we bring out and compare notes. What did we do in the past? How did we get it right? Are the emerging threats, and what are the implications on the health security in Nigeria? You see, it's not anytime there's a problem we just begin to throw money at it. No, so those guys at the NCDC should come up with, will I say, a review of how we handled the Ebola situation in the past, and what are the likely trends. What are the narratives and the going on now, one that is surfacing now, and we handled in the past. What are the improvements we have made as far as our health security, our health surveillance is concerned? How we can begin to take, measures to begin to make ourselves a bit more insulated from what happened. We don't want to say we have thrown money to it. How to determine the amount of money that is needed at this case? Is this money more than enough? Is it going to be enough? How are they supposed to coordinate these things? The Ministry of Health, the immigration, and the like come together to make sure that to put the necessary steps so that we can avert it, or we handle it and nip it in the bud if eventually it finds its way to Nigeria. I think that's the conversation we should be having. Not
all right.
Saying that in this committee we have spent so and so amount. We should start doing a country that is organized, for crying out loud.
All right.
All right. Let's take this conversation to Port Harcourt. Mr. Dembo, can we have your views on this, please?
Yes, thank you again. 10 billion naira released, presidential task force constituted. Is Ebola outbreak new to Nigeria or to Africa? What were the lessons we learned in past episodes? What records? I asked, how naira determined? By what parameters? Is the 10 billion naira enough to take care of the situation? Will it be sufficient? How was it? I hope that this is not the opportunity for to get the opportunity of sharing monies hard on the Nigerian taxpayers' money. So my concern is that the president hasn't done well. The has not done well. The reason is that this idea of fire brigade approach to issues has continued to bedevil public affairs in Nigeria. Why shouldn't there be some sort of preparations before now? What are the instrumentalities that have been kept in place for outbreak of diseases like Ebola? If we have experienced in times past, I should expect that some preparations be put in place, knowing that these things can happen again. By the way, what kind of cure, vaccine, or whatever have we in the time past tried to develop to see to it that we take care or contain the situations? So it is not just enough. It is not whenever these kind of situations break out that, oh, here the president has told 10 billion naira, 20 billion naira. No, I'm not excited.
All right.
I'm not.
All right. Nigerians don't have trust in the government. It's very unfortunate. The government is trying to do something. But thank you very much, Dr. Owaineme Daimbo. And yes, Dr. Owaineme.
Barrister, please.
Barrister. Yes, thank you very much. Barrister Owaineme Emmanuel Daimbo. Thank you very much for your contribution. Dr. Andrew on Mosefe, let's get your thoughts in now. Some Nigerians are saying, what have we done to Lassa fever that is just in our backyard? How well has the Center for Disease Control brought up measures to curb the spread of illnesses like Lassa fever? But Ebola is upon us again. 10 billion naira. You think this is a knee-jerk approach, like some have said? Or you think this will help in the development of, medication and probably curb the spread of Ebola, or at least stop it when it comes into Nigeria? What are your thoughts, please?
Okay, first of all, I want to commend Mr. President for the active measure to tackle Ebola. I want to also, Ursula is not here yet, but the president, in his wisdom, decided that it is to prepare any eventuality. Yes, we've had issues both in the past, and the very and resilient manner in which, or within which it was contained, instead the budget, the president has come up. Every time you guys, policies of government.
All right.
Are you with me?
Yes, but unfortunately, the audio quality is breaking up.
Are you with me?
Unfortunately, the audio quality is breaking up. It makes it difficult to comprehend what you're saying.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that commend President for this very bold and proactive measure that he taking to fight Ebola head on. And I'm saying that every time it is taken by government.
All right then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let's bring this back to the studio. Mr. Somi Uranta, what are your thoughts on this one? Some Nigerians say, oh, it's at this time of the year, it's electioneering around the corner, 10 billion. Is this part of the money they want to use for campaign? Nigerians, not having faith. But what are your thoughts?
I think this is another reactionary measure, I will say, because it's not new. We've had Ebola before, and it was tackled. We don't need to come and start making big news about it. It's to reactivate and ensure that the engine room of the fight against those kind of diseases are still operating. To say we budgeted 10 billion naira, to fight it and all that, to me, it does not really count. What matters is, what action are we taking? Who is even sure that the 10 billion will be released to who? Which agency anyway? Is it NCDC or who? So I expect the government to keep the agencies that have tackled this thing before, make sure that they are operational, they check their system, check their file, apply the same method they used before, maybe retweak it somehow, and not to just tell us we have budgeted 10 billion. After all, money is budgeted to different aspects of the economy. We are never disbursed. So there's no assurance that this thing will leave, the money will get to those people. It might as well go to elections and what have you. Because nobody seems to be in charge of the Nigerian states in terms of practical governance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tomi Ranta. Thank you. We've also been speaking with Barrister Emmanuel Denibo, Dr. Andrew Omosefe, Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time on the program. This is how far we go on VOP this morning. But newspaper review comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey. See you at 10.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
I'm Shukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adeleda, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
And we are being rejoined by Barrister Darlington Agumwo. And also, Dele Fanimo joins the conversation. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Welcome to the program. So let's dive into it. The big story on most of the dailies this morning, we have, the Guardian report says, from stove to smoke. That's how they target. Households ration swap to charcoal as cooking gas records 67% spike. All right. Interesting times. I think we spoke on this the other day when we talked about the price of cooking gas. The writers here, more marketers shut down as depots face hoarding accusations. NNPC, NMDPRA keep mum as 20 million vulnerable households worsen deforestation. We're going back to cutting down trees and planks, using wood to cook. This is where we are. You want to go first? Go ahead.
For me, it's really, really painful, and it digs hole in the pocket of the average Nigerian. But it's just that there was no safety net for this. You imagine a country that we flare like 20 million cubic meter of
gas
every day. Some years back, I went to Bonny Island, and for some households in Bonny Island, they don't even know the difference between day and night because it's gas flaring all the time and with its attendant health risk. Yet, this is something that we can utilize. As a matter of fact, if not for NNLG, only God knows what would happen to us in Nigeria today. Maybe there won't be any gas station where you can buy this liquefied natural gas. It's so bad. And the vagaries of the international market is also part of some of these things. Today, Russia is at war. Ukraine is at war. Israel is at war. And Iran, the US. So it has escalated and also reduced. Now OPEC is even getting the quota just to show the deficit in the international market. And you know what that means. So it's a game of economic war that transcends the shore of Nigeria. But in any case,
If we had planned, if government had planned to show up this shock, perhaps it will not be as devastating as this. And then another leg of it is Nigerians, we like to exploit ourselves. They think there is no gas. They are hoarding. And when the principle of demand and supply applies, when too many will be chasing fewer goods, definitely there will be inflation. And okay, that's what we expect ourselves as every day, every time in this country. Today, I think it's about, the last time I bought was 2,000 per kg. And that's for the 12.5. You're talking about 5,000 naira to buy 12.5 kg. But there was this joke on the social media where somebody said he noticed through the odor pervading the environment that person was cooking beans. That only armed robbers or bandits can cook beans with gas these days. It's a joke, but it's also instructive. Yes, that you can't even cook beans with gas anymore. And it's also a way of affecting the environment when people now begin to hew wood that are meant to be preserved. And even if it's not dry, you still go and hew and keep. And how many of us are planting a replacement for those ones that we have pulled down?
All right, indeed.
Then you now begin to complain of environmental hazard that comes with it.
All right. Barrister Darlington, please.
Yes. If this is part of the reform, count me out. Because every time things like this happen, Tinubu will come out and tell us that reform is hard, is harsh, it is this. That is part of the reform. You have to endure it. It will soon be over. If this is part of Tinubu's reform, count me out. This is not reform. This is cluelessness. Because as the last time I checked, he's the Minister of Petroleum. These are part of the things that come out from the earth. And so why has he not come out to address what is going on? Everything that happens here, all of us will be bent on speculations. Meanwhile, we have a minister in charge who's supposed to come and tell us what is going on. All of them will just believe that Nigeria don't need any explanation. We don't deserve any explanation. Is he not supposed to come out and tell us what is going on? If there is hoarding, who is hoarding? Why have you not checkmated it? Because the last time I checked again, we have more gas than crude oil as of today. Nigeria has more gas resources than crude oil. So what are you doing about it? Or is this on cabal you are allowed to make money out of us? And you are claiming that you don't know what is going on. I mean, these are issues that somebody will begin to look at and say, is it part of the reform? Why must Nigerians go through hardship on their own God-given resources? Why? These are issues. So if somebody will come and tell me now that a part of the reform, that some cabal, some people, they always blame some people for their own mistake, ineptitude. They always look for somebody to blame. If this is part of it, I definitely refuse to agree. This is not reform. This is what? Cluelessness, ineptitude, incompetence. That's what it is.
All right. Let's before I take your contribution to this, let's just put out this headline, this story here. So, aggrieved. The headline is Warri Refinery contractors kick over non-payments for 2024 jobs. So, aggrieved contractors to the Warri Refinery and Petrochemical Company Limited, ECMA, Delta State, have cried out over alleged non-payment by the refinery for contracts executed since 2024. Now, the contractors have said that they were particularly pained that the management was yet to consider it worthwhile to address its indebtedness for the various contracts which they stressed were executed according to specifications and duly certified by the authorities. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yes. I think Mele Kyari is undergoing interrogations. So he should explain why You gave out jobs, I dare say phony jobs to people. They executed those jobs, you didn't pay them, and you walked away. That was part of the story we had at that time that, well, the Warri refinery, the Port Harcourt refinery 1 is on stream, and after like 2 weeks, we were told that the fuel that was shipped out of that place was stored in a tank farm somewhere, and that the refinery was actually not turned on. And so, and after 2 weeks, they said, well, we shut it down, and we are going back for re-maintenance. And up until this moment, maybe they have, but I have not heard that the refinery has come on again. And so they went to Warri and told us the same story. After like 1 month, the Warri refinery shut down too. Now, contractors are coming out to say, for jobs that we did in 2024, we are still being owed. So Mele Kyari is part of the explanations you have to offer the Nigerian people. Away from that, on the first issue, which is the Nigerians moving from stove to charcoal, Moses, on several occasions on our show, I have talked about state collapse, how states collapse. It's not a sudden thing. It's not a sudden thing. And so historically, if you study how ancient civilizations like the Maya city-states, the Inca civilization, the Aztec civilization, and all of that, how they failed. You know, a combination of environmental, economic, human factors. What is this? And that is what we're experiencing without knowing it. We might say that those civilizations were ancient, but countries like Somalia, when they collapsed, it started in this form that we are witnessing now.
In our own case, they told us it's the reform. Oh.
No, so it's a deeper problem. It's a deeper problem. The reform is part of the economic decline, the uneven economic development that we see in Nigeria, where we have few people getting rich while more people are getting poorer. Few people are getting richer while more people are getting poorer. Let's look at it. We are moving from, I told the story of how growing up as a young man, how I used to, flaunt my gas cylinder because it was the first thing, it was in vogue. Young men buy cylinder, and they promised us that by 2020 or so, that how many millions of gas cylinders will flood the country. It hasn't happened. And so the few people that can afford cylinders are now dumping them and going back to charcoal. Why? Because gas, which is our God-given resource, is a scarce commodity in Nigeria. I recall when I used to use 3,500 naira a few years ago to fill 12.5 kg. But now it's in excess of 20-something thousand.
Yes.
And my salary has not progressed in that, fashion and all of that. And so you see people moving back to charcoal. Kerosene is even more expensive. And than gas. So we go into the bushes and start felling trees and all of that. Which contributes to environmental degradation, climate change and all of that. Because we need that flora, to be able to push back the ozone layer that is depleting. And all of that. So if we are looking at that sector, look at insecurity. If you go to insecurity now, we have militias. People are setting up private militias, and asking government to give them authority. And by the time government delays in giving them authority, they will take it upon themselves to defend themselves. And so at some point, you might get into sectarian violence. People are withdrawing their kids from public schools to private schools, from private schools to public schools again, because of economic decline. And so you go to the public health sector, it is non-existent. You go to where roads non-exist, insecurity. People now guard their estates and all of that. So incrementally, we see these things happen. Bit by bit. But we don't notice that it's a systemic failure that might one day just boom and it unravels and the society collapses. That is how it happens. And so it is the call of government to ensure that this system that is failing one after the other should be fixed. Otherwise, we risk meeting a sudden collapse. An entire collapse of the system. And you know what happens when the system collapses? I mean, it's a very dangerous thing.
The thing is that, unfortunately, the government of the day does not even realize this thing. With all the advisors they have, they keep telling us that it is reform. I just said it here. That is the defense they have. That whenever you are reforming, it will be hard. It's like a woman going through labor. after giving birth, she will not be happy. You know, they use all manner of a gimmick to deceive Nigerians. And that is why I said, if this is reform, I am not part of it. They cannot claim they are not aware. 2 days ago, Tinubu was talking to a Nigerian that they should love the country, they should stop cursing the country. That he know that the leadership will die, that this leader is bad. He said it. That he know that they know that the leader is bad. But they should be talking good of the country. I said, seriously? You know you are bad. So, who will lead the country? Is it not a good leader that will lead a good country? Is it the people that will now throng into Asorok and begin to do administrative work there? You are the one. Most times when these leaders talk, they embarrass themselves, but they don't know. So if you have accepted that you are bad, then what else is left? If you talk good of the country from now till tomorrow, after all, the Catholic Church have been praying prayer for Nigeria since how many years now? What came out of it?
We will continue to pray.
Gowon is praying, you know, Nigeria prays.
The first lady is praying.
Is Gowon not praying? No, is Gowon not? So it is the leader. We have been trying our best. Do your own. This one that he said the other day that you know the leader is bad. In fact, that one put me off. It put me off seriously.
It's a horrible trend. We went from charcoal to kerosene to gas to electric stove, and then back to gas to kerosene. No, back to gas. We skipped kerosene and went back to charcoal because kerosene is even more expensive than gas. So,
have you forgotten sawdust under Abacha? Sawdust.
Exactly. I recall we were going to Okiafa.
Oh, God Almighty.
Okiafa sawmill at the time to pack sawdust.
God Almighty.
My goodness. IMF questions transparency of FG's $5 billion swap deal with the UAE. Advises government to focus on Euro bonds, others to finance deficits. Let me take this one again for emphasis. IMF questions transparency of federal government's $5 billion swap deal with UAE. Advises government to focus on Euro bonds, others to finance deficits. Urges CBN to maintain tight monetary policy. FD. Impact of inflation on Nigerians painful. All right. Let me just add a few other headlines to it, and we can just merge in as we analyze. First Lady, judiciary is central to sustaining rule of law. And there's a headline here about corruption. Yes, Tinubu puts corrupt public officials on notice, says no hiding place for them.
Wow.
Warns that his government will pursue anti-graft war with vigor. Pledges prudent financial architecture, stronger support for nation's anti-corruption institutions, inaugurates multi-billion naira economic infrastructure projects in Ekiti. Shetima rallies support for Oyebanji's re-election as governor. There you have it, gentlemen.
And does he believe, do you mean the president want me to believe what he said? Let him start from himself. Because as I talk to you today, a certain motopark chairman was asked to leave that office he's occupying. The man said that he will not obey court order until Tinubu tells him to do so. Is that not a fact? Is the president not aware? Why can't he start from there before preaching summons to Nigerians? Why can't he start from there? Is that not corruption on his own? The man is still there in Abuja being guided by the military. And you are telling me you want to fight. Fight waiting. Start from yourself, then I'll take you serious.
All right, then.
For me, the president has come up to say that he wants to fight corruption. And these are statements that can be taken against you over a period of time. And if in the next 2 months we don't see any concrete action on some of these issues, then we should begin to interrogate his statement. So, but for the Oyebanji election, which is coming up, I think in 2 weeks or thereabout, the whole of Ekiti, even Osun, there was serious fracas in Osun 2 days ago. And you need to see those people that were injured. Party politics, politicians fighting over governorship. Ekiti also. In fact, intra-party war is now happening. And we are just about...
Accord chairman was shot in that state. Accord chairman was shot.
So it portends danger. And one of the days, we also saw what Amikwito said, that these contradictory judgments and all that may stall the timetable for the elections in January. All these are not too good at all. And added to this is the security issue that we are still battling with. I think somebody has to be reigning, and only God knows if nobody is held accountable for some of this. I don't know what will happen in the next 6 months, because the election is just about 6 or 7 months away.
All right, I was keeping that headline for later, but you went to it just before we got to it. So we'll just take the riders there.
Judiciary is not really helping us at all.
Stakeholders urge appeal courts to expedite hearing on disputed schedule. IPAC false ban on indirect primaries cites tension during nominations. INEC recognizes rival factions in SDP, PDP leadership tussle. Falana warns insecurity, poverty may undermine polls. Go ahead.
Yes. Before I get into the politics of things, according to you, the politics of things, I would like to talk about two things. Now, the president saying that, well, giving warnings to public officials, your officers, about corruption, that there's no hiding place. Well, I take that as sound bite. The APC and the president have been telling us since they came into office 10 years ago. In fact, they crested to power on that mantra of we are going to fight corruption. Mr. Incorruptibility then, Muhammad Buhari. We are still trying to compare between Buhari and Jonathan, which administration had more corrupt tendencies than each other. You know, Jonathan at no point didn't tell Nigerians that he was coming to fight corruption. He just made on government. But Buhari said I was coming to fight corruption. But we saw under his watch corruption, fester.
Jonathan said stealing is not corruption.
In all sectors of the economy. And so, if Buhari told us that, and we see Tinubu who says, well, I'm just an extension of Buhari, for me to take the president seriously, I want the president to name, prosecute, and bring to justice the fuel subsidy scammers. Because
that's a good place to start.
Yes, that's a good place to start, because on May 29, 2023, he said subsidy is gone. Why? Because he's been immersed in corruption and all of that. The average Nigerian for whom it was meant for is not getting the dividends and the benefits of it. Why? Because a few of us have cornered our collective patrimony. And so we have to let subsidy go. Let subsidy go. Nigerians are suffering as a result of that letting subsidy go. And of the 230 million of us plus more, the president has not been able to bring like 10 people that were involved in that round-tripping, over-invoicing, and all of that to book. Just one person, the son of the former chairman of the PDP, Ahmadu Ali, the son is the only person that has been successfully sentenced for getting involved in the fuel subsidy scam. And so every other person that had been part of it either found one way to get into the APC, and everything is normal now. All those tank farms that used to harbor the fuel subsidy money, stealing and all of that, we have not seen anybody tried or prosecuted. And so the president cannot be telling us about fighting corruption. So I just take it as sound bites, posturing to the public and all of that. It ends there for me. I will see this administration without doing anything. The only thing we see is that when EFCC catches one random thief, like they did to the former Minister of Power, well, I mean, they use billions of naira or millions of naira to call press conferences to say, well, we have captured this person. It doesn't solve our problem. The president should get to the root of corruption and take it out. Now, talking about the FG, saying that impact of inflation on Nigerians is painful. I mean, why do they need to tell us this? We already know it's painful. So why don't you solve the problem? I have never seen any economy that thrives in high inflationary mode. I have never seen. And so when this administration says that, looks like, they now make it look like inflation is a normal thing, that it will just fizzle out. It doesn't fizzle out. And they are looking at, the central bank is also, IMF is asking the central bank, to tighten the monetary policy. What is monetary policy? The exchange rate, the flow of money in circulation in the country, mopping up currencies. We don't see all of that happen. 10 billion approved here, 1 billion dumped there.
But IMF is confusing me. In one report, they are questioning the transparency of the government in the usage of 5 billion. I beg your pardon, the $5 billion swap.
Okay.
In another report, IMF is backing the government's reforms. They are backing it. They are warning that the poverty, insecurity may worsen, but you are backing the reforms. It's contradictory.
It's contradictory to the extent that the reforms, on the policy paper, on the policy document, might look good, but on implementation, it doesn't seem to. That is the contradiction. So when they stay in New York, in cozy offices and look at it on policy as a policy document, they say that it looks good because it also suits their interest, the Bretton Woods, because they don't want you to get out of this economic doldrum so that you continue to borrow from them and continue to tie your currency to their own, And so, but in terms of implementation, they are saying, Nigerians are getting poorer. So it's not contradiction. The people that are confused are the economic handlers of this administration who tell the IMF and World Bank, next time you delay in releasing money to us, we'll not come to you again. We'll go elsewhere.
To borrow.
To borrow money to do what?
And so for IMF to remain in business, they had to say kind words to the administration. To add to what you are talking about, the corruption, was it not here that a certain man called Benga Komolafe of the upstream sector was involved in money that he could not account? And after the forensic auditing and everything, 5 trillion naira and $1.4 billion were traced to him, and Tinubu just asked him to go. Just go with the money. He didn't even say, okay, return the money or we'll prosecute you. Is that not what happened here? I mean, for somebody who wants to fight corruption, 5 trillion, is it a small money? And $1.4 billion. It happened in this country not long ago. So how can such a man tell me he wants to fight corruption?
Probably. 1,859 families access 128 billion naira mortgages as Tinubu pushes affordable housing drive. 27 years on, FG insists democracy delivering results despite challenges. All right. Obi queries Tinubu's 200 trillion naira debt surge, demands accountability. Presidency claims 3-year debt spike is maths, not new borrowing. IMF warns of risks in 5 billion naira swap deal with the UAE bank. All right, that's a few of the headlines there. But let's also check out some more headlines from this day newspaper. Senate moves to ban textile import, targets revival of local industry. Urges federal government to resuscitate moribund textile factories nationwide. Seeks increased BOI funding, expansion of cotton production to create jobs. If this is done, this will be a good one. A good one indeed. Senate queries SEDC spending, demands full details of 16.6 billion naira allocation as Public Accounts Committee gives BOA, NSPMC, REA 1 week to answer audit queries. Okay, so let's leave it
BOA
there.
is a Bank of Agriculture.
Yes.
Headed by Babangida's son. You know, some of these agencies, you ask yourself, how do they deploy these funds and to which area and to what use. A lot of these monies, without follow-up, without verification, get into. You see a lot of people accessing a Greek loan to buy cars, to build houses, and there's no monitoring agency to ensure that this money. In fact, the northerners are even not as guilty as the southerners. At least you can see about 75 to 80% of northerners when they access this loan, except for now that we have problems with bandits and terrorists. When there was no terrorists, they were utilizing this money. I visited the north at that time. You see, like traveling on the highway, you see a vast land where you have rice plantation and all that. But in the south here, they take this money and they don't do it. They don't use anything. They don't use it for the purpose it was meant. And then we turn around and around. You see, corruption is too endemic. It takes somebody who is ready to kiss the bullet to fight corruption in Nigeria, not the kind of politicians we have today in this country, who wants to oil the wheel of patronage, cronies, and the rest of them. They are just not ready to fight corruption. And as long as we don't fight corruption, it's like you are putting pint of blood in somebody that is hemorrhaging. The more you put, the more he hemorrhages. And then it becomes an exercise in futility. That is the problem we have in this country. We will continue to hear this high-sounding amount of money going into sectors that you cannot even see where this money is in some of these sectors.
If you go to collect loan in a bank, the first thing the bank will ask you is collateral. No bank will give you 1 naira without collateral under the banking regulations. And so, if you have collected money and you have given adequate collateral, that's not an issue. But what happened is that things like banditry or natural disaster, when you take the case to court, they will come into play. The man will tell you, look, I invested in agri-product, but some people's cow. And there will be pictures. There will be pictures to show that, yes, it is not this man's fault. He actually used the money. So why can't the federal government create these ranches, for God's sake? Since Buhari time, we have been hearing of ranches. In 2016, he put in 940 million in our national budget for this ranch, Up to today, we have not seen one. To tell you that this government of APC, they are very strong, very, very good in double speak. What they say is not what they do. I don't know what they benefit from that. From the beginning, they have not been serious about governing Nigeria. They came in with a different agenda. And that is why we are where we are today. So, no agriculture will thrive in this country today, except to clear these terrorists. Simple.
All right. Nigeria's foreign debt to hit $72.6 billion after 2027 polls, still coming from IMF. Oh, well, that's just adding that one to the conversation.
Yes, to the conversation. I'd like to, Senate queries SEDC spending, demands full details of 16.6 billion naira allocation. This is interesting. So SEDC, Southeast Development Commission and all of that. Maybe I'm ignorant. I didn't even know they had gone to work to receive 16.6 billion naira. And so Odus Okalo is the chairman of the Senate committee. Ribe has a veto. So they're asking Mark Okoye, the young man who became the MD of SEDC, to render public accounts. A few times I've been to the east. I can't see any signpost that told me that, well, this road construction or that this project, is being undertaken by SED. Maybe they are, but I'm just saying that I have not seen, And probably after this session, I'll reach out to my people in this to find out, how much, they have done. Is it headquartered in Enugu or is it headquartered in Abuja? And so, the with the Southeasterners, now they are going to start bickering and scrambling for, this position and that position. That is where their things go. Their own. To build structure, to build infrastructure and all of that. But theirs will be a lot of politics. So I'm happy that the senators are asking for explanation about what happened to 16.6 billion naira allocation. It's a good, and I will get interested in it. I will get involved. I'll find out also, and I call other Southeasterners to get involved and find out what is happening to the SEDC. Looks like they are at work now.
Now, I want to ask a question here. Moses, do you give meat to dog to go and keep for you? Why is it that whenever they want to give their so-called infrastructure development in the Southeast, they give it to the wrong people, knowing fully well that these people will not deliver?
I think we should be mindful of our language here.
Sorry?
We should be mindful of our language. Don't refer to anyone as
Didn't you hear what I said? I said that's what anybody
mentioned the people that take over that agency.
So what I'm saying here is that when Oji Kalo was the former governor of Abia State, did he deliver? Please, did he deliver? So on what ground will you not give him this project?
No.
Will it not be
they didn't give him a project. He is the Senate committee.
But
he's the head of the Senate committee on Southeast Development Commission, and so he's asking.
I thought they said he's the chairman or something.
No. Mark Okoye is the chairman of SED, the MD of SEDC. He's the chairman of the Senate committee on SEDC. Ojus Okalo, and you have Victor Umede. You have Engineer Baribe in that committee as well.
Now, to tell you the character of the people in that committee, I'm not talking of what happened in NDDC. That one is not to everybody. This man now, who is heading this Southeast Development Commission, rented a one-room office apartment for 153 million naira. From the account is rendering now. Just one room office apartment in Abuja, 153 million naira. That by the time you go into the other details, you now know that the committee and some Southeasterners who are APC members, they have shared this money. So what are you telling me? If they want to, let them ask the Southeasterner, give us your sons who will give you good dividend, that value for your money. And don't do politics with it and tell us you gave us this thing. So if they discover what they have done now, will they prosecute them? If they're APC member, will they prosecute them?
Well, I think it's a good start that the Senate is making the query, asking the questions, because if the Senate had not made this query, a lot of Nigerians would not even know that SEDC has been given this amount of money, 16.6 billion naira.
Moses,
So
I think we need
to,
for the sake of our viewer at home, we need to clear some things. Abaribe, Ojus Okalu, and the other senators, they only happen to be from Southeast. They don't have anything to do with this money that is being investigated. There is an agency that was created the same way other geopolitical zones came up with their own development commission. And this agency is headed by Mark Okoye. Mark Okoye is the one saddled with the responsibility of disbursing and executing projects.
He's the one that's been called to answer questions.
Yes, and now the Senate is calling for probe over the money, how it has been spent, to what use. So it is just that the senators that are part of the committee probing are also from Southeast. So let us clear this. Let us establish that. So anybody that should be answering query now about this spending should be Mark Okoye.
Absolutely.
If NDDC under Agbabio could not give account of the money they gave to him to work in NDDC. Is it this Southeast Development Commission that will succeed? You want to tell me that these people now, they are not breathing on that man's neck for money? No, tell me, is it possible? Is it possible that none of them have?
Well, they're asking the questions now. Nigerians are also Nigerians have been made aware, and Nigerians will follow through. EFCC reiterates stance on anti-graft war. As okay, I think we've reacted to that headline already. 2026 Guber polls, Adeleke raises alarm over gunmen attacks in Osun, alleges opposition supporters foisting violence. Police order suspension of political activities in Oriade local government. Campaign council denies Adeleke use Amotekun for family business. Well, those are some of the headlines that you would find in the dailies this morning. But this is how far we go on newspaper review. I must appreciate Darlington Agumo, Dele Fanimo, and Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight on Political Lens. Promises to be interesting as we'll be talking about issues in the polity, I beg your pardon. Promises to be interesting. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Stick around. We do have sports coming up next. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adeleda, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth is the voice.
The policies that shape our world. In the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football. On the locker room at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, not going to the talk with the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza.
Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Make you want hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is full to perfection. Packed flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. I choose one you can have it all. Romeo Pizza has what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, give all sides to stop. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter: politics, sport, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us and even television to Voice of People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a player like football. You can't say anything about Djokovic. Give me attention. A team goes like I am a proud Nigerian. And right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this. Because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is
We bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to because the voice is our voice.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Just quickly want to say it feels like the Americans, no business acumen, that's the word. But sincerely, everybody knows on a normal tournament process, let's be factual, every referee, all accredited journalists, photographers has the right to visa. Now, we're not saying the fees should not be applied. Nobody's arguing about one. But here in America, it's a very different ballgame. It's totally different. And the World Cup is close. Just one day. You can count for yourself. By this time in 2022, I would recall, I know familiar faces. I mean, people that I know so well who moved from Nigeria to Qatar. But right now, the case is something very, very totally different than the world. But let's say this. What if we are fans? It will be very crazy. I don't blame for United States of America. That's my opinion. Because I would say FIFA has now prioritized the money and forgetting about the game. And this is very this is how bad it is at this point in time. Now, shouldn't FIFA officials have a visa? Why is the country, nation, don't say what part without due respect to America, why are they controlling the body of the game that governs the game? FIFA. It's the biggest football event, the biggest football fiesta in the world. And right now, a World Cup for me should be accommodating. A World Cup host, either you're co-hosting it or you're hosting a World Cup, you should be very accommodating. Now, nobody's saying they should not have a strict measures. Bring it on. That's okay. That's some point. But then you can't affect the nations coming into your country because on the part of the World Cup. You would recall about the shooting. Now, after the shooting, the other English-based team where Three Lions are based, they experienced an earthquake that they say since 1880 it's never happened. Why America? Now, yesterday as well, we did see a massive protest. A big protest erupted yesterday in Mexico, and it was just 2 days. Yesterday was 2 days to go for the World Cup where Mexico played against South Africa. And they said nobody's going to have cross. So that footage out there doesn't seem nice. It doesn't seem fair. It doesn't look so good for World Cup hosted in America, co-host Mexico, Canada, all of us now. It doesn't sound, it doesn't say, it doesn't make it look so good. Now, but that being said, let's look about a team that were playing against the Mexican side, South Africa. There's a big protest for them as well, and it doesn't sound like the bad one. People are saying this team really needs more. South African Bafana side will receive around $120,000 each for every player who will be their famous at the World Cup, and also receiving $40,000 per player. So it's a news for them that right now you can say South African people have a lot to play for. Their president came out to tell us that this team is decent, they are good to go, and for 2 decades not being part of the World Cup. So if we can see them just come out, do something very nice, this one, it will be great to share out. But then doing it and then making a group can put a strong hold on the Mexican side come tomorrow, 8 a.m. Nigerian time. Now, this same World Cup having a tribute. It sounds good. There will be a special tribute for Pele, announcement to end protest. That's Pele of the Brazilian side. And then Diego Armando Maradona during the World Cup opening ceremony in a jet car, and that's what we'll be saying tomorrow. Both Pele and Maradona won the World Cup, and then they now would be aside. This should be people who should be celebrating. That stadium, Estadio Azteca, will become the first stadium ever to host a World Cup. So, what to do for me and well accepted. And then we'll also be looking at this. We'll be seeing some brands who will be having a feel of the World Cup. I think Adidas is there, Nike is there, Puma is there, about 6 of them. This is what it looks like. Adidas, Nike, Puma, Xiaomi is here, and also Rest. These are the teams. These are the brands that we'll be seeing in this World Cup. And from there, now let's come to the strict measures. This is one of them that we don't like to share, but Kurt Selimans will talk about it. We talked about the Mexican team. Sniffers, dog sniffing bags, dogs sniffing like luggage is you coming to a place to play a game. And when you're coming to play a game, it's ideal that the embassy has cleared you to be, good enough to go into the nation. But with all of those measures being taken, strict measures on courts, it still doesn't say anything different to American people. They have to, the Mexican team, before they played the game against the Netherlands, we saw dogs, the sniff dogs, that's what they call it, having to sniff their bags. And as worse as it is, we also did see Kevin De Bruyne. He was being searched like he had drugs on his shoes. That's about Kevin De Bruyne. We also did see, I think, Papa Chow, and the Senegalese coach, he was having this hand feel like, you don't search me. Okay, there's nothing on me. This is what it looks like. Look at your screen. You can see. All of this is just how bad it is, for the American side. I'm not saying all of these measures should not be taking place, but this is Kevin De Bruyne. Look at this. You could just look at his face. You can see that surprising look. Like, what is this man really doing? This is my shoes. I'm like, you can. So what's going on? Well, it's all about how it's been in America because the World Cup will take place. And we're not even talking about the pitches, how bad some of those pitches are. ACL, I smell it coming. But if you ask me, my opinion, I possibly want to put a lot of blames on FIFA because right now, I just want to say they are not even looking at the major priority. It feels like it's a nation controlling, that very sad. But regardless, we hope to have a very good World Cup. And then we'll be seeing all the mascots that we've seen at the World Cup in recent times for the decades. Also, there in Azteca Stadium, Mexico, where South Africa will be playing. Welcome. We've been welcomed, that's the word, back the Mexican team. And that will be very great to see. And also, we move into what happened yesterday. The difference between Perez, talking about Florentino Perez of Real Madrid, the president who won the election. I think it's the fact that he's talking and doing it. He said a word, he said, I'll be making a big buy when I become the president. And now he's won it. We know about how many votes and counting he got for himself. And then he said, one man is in the news. Julian Alvarez is what I want for myself. And that's about 150 million euros. But the emojis from Atletico Madrid says a lot. We don't want to sell our best player. 500 million euros now, but this clause implemented. But the emojis, like about 5 emojis on social media, we saw the post from, the Atletico Madrid players, the team rather, saying they don't want to sell their best player. And this man is not for sale. So that's about Florentino Perez. The post also is on social media. You can see it as well, where Atletico de Madrid posted out and said, this man, we're not selling him. But there's a news about Fabrizio Romano, and you will recall this is what the post looks like. This is it. With those emojis out there, it's 5 of them. That's about 500 million euros. With laughing emojis, it doesn't sound like they wanted to, sell. But the statement from Atletico Madrid, quite sarcastic. This is what it looks like. Fabrizio Romano did bring this one out. And Atletico Madrid's statement following the 150 million euro bid for Real Madrid for Julian Alvarez. They said 4 things stated out here. Number 1, they said you caught the video of the Pope where he said he was an Atleti fan. Number 2, you must have confused ethics with gratitude, but to leave no doubt, we don't thank you for anything. Just like a banter here. And they went as far as saying, we are not studying, not considering any offer for Julian. And how could we, Madrid, talk about Atletico Madrid, Metropolitano, not get along when you make us laugh even more than Barcelona? This is like it's quite laugh. It's what laughing, right? But they are saying they will not be selling their very best player, Julian Alvarez, and that money is big. A World Cup winner, 500. Someone say cash out now at times is all good, but people feel like it's not really right for them to sell Julian Alvarez. But we'll see how that will be going. But good news to say that Benfica has now confirmed that Real Madrid have officially formally triggered just the list clause, exit clause. That's the word, exit clause of million euros, and Mourinho will be arriving Santiago Bernabeu today, and will follow as possible. And we would remember Nigeria will have a game today, but we're not going to dwell into that very game so well. 8:45 p.m. Nigeria will be playing that game against Don't forget, last time we played against the side 4-0. I will not forget back in 2022, and Bruno Fernandes almost got to take the ball home, but never played out. But with me on the show today, I have football pundits, right here with me, so we can talk this through and how far the World Cup will be going. But we start off with your man, Nigeria, if they can win the result. Get the results. It's a warm-up game. I will not be surprised to say even Nigeria wins the Portuguese side. But Portuguese side, I want to rest players or also give it a very big boost because it's really been going so well for some big teams in warm-up games. But when we get to the World Cup, it's totally a different ball game. But let's talk about our countdown that will be happening tomorrow. Mexico City, Toronto, Los Angeles. Davido is out here. So DK Medina, feeling great to have you on the show.
Good morning, Kizzy.
Well, yeah, good morning. As well, my man, talking about Nestor Patrick on the show.
Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Kizzy.
How do you feel? Davido will be performing tomorrow. How good for Nigeria, Afro pop star, one of our biggest names. What does it make like? Yeah.
Okay. First and foremost, like I actually did say about this World Cup, it will be something to I mean, to want to catch the fans to the frills, it's something I've been looking for the past, only God knows how many years. I really wanted to see the Super Eagles. I mean, don the green and white jersey, come out, show us this ecstasy, do some nice things. I mean, you always know Super Eagles always sell jersey for World Cup. I mean, we are like Arsenal as usual. So the Mondial is the biggest sporting event in the world. Everybody's trying to like get a hold and for the of the World Cup. And we'll just wait for tomorrow, like you rightly did say. United States of America, they've done a lot of scrutiny here and there, trying to see what the World Cup will look like. I mean, hosting the Mondial is one big thing, and I had to go back, did for yesterday, to see how Qatar literally earned the right to host that World Cup. I mean, they did. I mean, the US, I feel like FIFA just rightly just gave them the past year to host the World Cup. And at the end of the day, I don't see them doing the things Qatar did.
You chose not to tell me about Davido performing Nigerian style.
Davido will always come top notch. I mean, he has been in the news lately. I mean, somebody posted on Phoenix Browser. He said, "I beg, she Whiskey fit do wetin Davido could do for this thing."
That's another banter.
I mean, that's World Cup for you. Countdown concert tomorrow. Let's see what.
Yeah, he posted on social media. See y'all tomorrow.
I saw it this morning. So it's gonna be a top notch for Davido to start. Rema is there as well.
Right.
I mean, Nigerians top notch at the end of the day. So let's see what Davido is going to do.
Okay, so let's see what Davido will be doing. But I just want to say, Afrobeat style really making waves for himself. Davido, you will recall the song for the World Cup, the major song. A lot of songs out there: the Lisa, Anita, Rema, the Go Go Go. I love to vibe to that very tune. But I think the official one is the Shakira and Burna Boy, Die Die. So a Nigerian also in the mix, Burna Boy. But DK, without wasting so much time, Davido is big. Tell me, Neymar, he could be available for Brazil's game against Morocco. That's the first game. And we were thinking the injury would have kept him up, so they hide the game. But no, he's fit. So Neymar's call has raised a lot of eyebrows, mouths being raised, and then mouth waggling, eyebrows raised. And then now he's part of the World Cup. What would Neymar be bringing? Because I, for one, would say, I don't know what a World Cup would have looked like, where we have Ronaldo, Messi ending their career in the World Cup time without Neymar Jr.
Like we've discussed earlier, Neymar would bring experience and leadership to that team. I think it's a good thing that Ancelotti invited him to the team. We had that debate. We were not 13 years going to make it to the 23-man team. But I think it's a good thing. This is another chance. Let me not say this is another chance for Neymar to show the world who he really is.
Does he still have something to prove?
Why not? I told you,
he still has something to prove.
You know, for people like us, we predicted that Neymar would have won a couple of Ballon d'Ors in the stretch of his career. But looking at it now, it looks as if there is no hope.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. Right. But you cannot strike it out with this. You remember when Ronaldo was in 2002. He didn't play any club games. He just came back from injury and all. It might repeat itself this World Cup.
If Neymar would
World Cup,
and that's a big impact.
Very big impact with goals, and I said we might decide to just retire him with that award.
No, the Ballon d'Or, the French word. But quickly, let's talk about Messi. He needs just one more World Cup assist to become the player with the most assists in the World Cup history. He's currently teamed with Diego Maradona, Armando of blessed memory today, and Maradona has got 8 assists to his name. He also needs 4 goals to be the top scorer in a World Cup tournament. So let's look into the assist part. I just think Messi will break this one. I don't know.
Messi will get more than 1 assist.
He will get more than 1 assist.
Definitely.
What about the goals?
For goals, I don't know about getting 4.
He has 13 goals. Miroslav Klose has got 16.
So he needs 4
to break it.
To break the record. Talking about 4 goals, I don't know. It boils down to the group stage. So I don't really know, but I believe Messi is capable of getting 4 goals.
What is it? Which one is 100% sure? Is it the assists wise or the goals?
The assist is certain. I'm not the record they're talking about. Messi is going to get at least 3 to 4 assists in this World Cup. Messi might even get more assists than goals.
Nestor, want to go contrary?
No, I'm not going contrary because I mean I've seen that for a very long time now. We know it won't take Messi anything to get the assist.
Right.
I mean,
and looking at the caliber of players they have.
Yes.
Alvarez. Just kick the ball in front of you, make it.
So are we going to see them now, like the last time they did, play for Lionel Messi?
We don't really know how the team is going to, play this particular time in this World Cup we're looking at Scaloni coming up. Is it Scaloni? Yeah.
Scaloni.
Yeah. I don't know because he said something last time. I was watching this before the last warm-up match they played. He said he wants to stretch his player considering the weather they are in. I mean, a friend of mine told me, I said, what's the difference presently now, the weather presently in the US? Because they actually say it's hot.
Yeah, and we also have the 2 water breaks.
Yeah, so it's almost almost the same thing with Qatar. You know, they had heated ACs in the stadium. So I think let's see what Argentina.
But I think the Argentine team, they have a better team this year compared to the last World Cup.
Can we say that?
Yes, I can say that they have a better team this year. They are more experienced.
Well, they still have more of those boys who.
Yes, exactly, and they are more experienced now. Yeah. Then looking at their World Cup qualifiers, if you look at they qualify with a few games to spare.
Yeah.
So the Argentine team, and on the FIFA rating, I think they're third on the rating.
Yes.
They just dropped down. They were sometimes first, second. So they'll be hovering between first, second, third. So they have the very solid team that can win. But we have teams. The ranking is beautiful. I think France number 1, Spain, Argentina.
Okay, we'll come to that. But we'll come to that. A lot of has been out, and we must talk about Thomas Partey. On Monday, I spoke extensively about Thomas Partey and how bad it was a blow for African football and traditional pre-match handshake. The British people, the FA, saying, "But this man don't have negative PR." That's what it is, because he's charged allegedly. Not, I think the word is in court.
Yes,
charged, but the case is adjourned. Not now. So it's innocent. You're proven guilty. That's the word.
Right.
But we learned that English FA are trying to have a word with the players, letting them know you don't have to have a handshake with Thomas Partey, and who can also be the skipper of the side. We know that's the captain, but Thomas Partey is really what he's been with the likes of Sam Makado, the likes of Mensah, Montari, Sule Montari. He played with them, so he knows them well. So if you see him as a captain tomorrow, we will not be surprised. But I don't know how this message sounds. Like, I was saying that if it would happen, because the last thing I heard was a conservation, they are thinking of letting the players know don't have a handshake with Thomas Partey. But from the Ghanaian shells, from the world of the Ghanaian people, they are saying if you don't have a handshake with Thomas Partey, then maybe we also we're not going to have a handshake with the players. But this can work. If Thomas Partey happens to be last man, then that will not be possible. So maybe let's even talk about this news.
It has to be in France.
Are you supporting Ghanaians? Or is it a good
one?
On what stand?
Yes.
What stand? What's the stand?
My stand is simple. If you're not going to shake, if, like you rightly did say, if Thomas Partey was going to be the last man standing,
it wouldn't work.
If
that's what they want to do.
That's what they want to do. But if Thomas Partey come out having the captain band, which I really do not know, and there's no way, if you don't shake Thomas Partey, the captain, and you're coming to shake other players, it doesn't make any sense. See, funny enough, this English, I've never liked them. They are not the cut beats. Allow football to find its way.
Exactly. I side with him a little. I understand where the FA is coming from.
The PR.
They are talking about the PR.
Right. And the case is in England.
The problem is they should look in the future and judge too. If you do this, if you kind of behave in a degrading way to the Ghanaian captain or Thomas Partey, I don't know, we are not certain. If you behave to him like that, and at the end of the legal proceedings, he's found innocent.
Oh, like
exactly. So how do you go back to him? Is that so? It's better they just allow everything flow normally till the court gives his verdict.
Okay, I love what the Ghanaian coach is doing. Carlos Queiroz. Carlos Queiroz said he's giving a stance. He knows why he said Thomas Partey should be part of the team. We can't afford to drop our best player, one of our best players. Now the talk is, can we say Carlos Queiroz did wrong for bringing Thomas Partey? Some said, because he has his case, allegedly, you don't have to bring him because of the team influence. Some are saying, why will you have to drop Thomas Partey? Because he's not yet guilty. So is this a mistake for Thomas Partey to be in the team? Or a better boost for the team?
It's not a mistake. It's a better boost for the team, from my own point of view. And sometimes I don't know why the coach knows what's best for his team. He knows his best player. He understands the chemistry. He knows the influence Thomas Partey brings to the team. So they're not going to want to participate.
Right.
They want to win games.
They want to
If the coach sees that the some party influence on team is not necessary, he won't call him.
Yeah, he won't.
Call him to participate. You understand? But they know his influence and his impact on the team, so that's why they invited him. And he's still innocent, guilty. Let's allow
that's
God to do their job.
That's the basic.
We shouldn't jump ahead of we shouldn't put the card in front of the horse.
Shouldn't
Let's
conclude
allow.
too
Let's
easily.
conclude so
England.
easy because it's difficult for us to swallow our words or our actions
Right.
if it's proven innocent at the end of the day. So we should just tread carefully.
Okay, that's the word. We'll see how we come to play. But the ticket news, this is about football. I would say, what's the word? I can say politics affecting the game. And people have to last because we learned that the ticket allocated to Iran, please just understand the story, for its supporters at the World Cup have officially been removed. That is number one. Now, Iran says that the ticket quota allocated to the Iranian Football Federation was withdrawn unexpectedly, and up till date, no official reason has been given yet. Now, Iran announced that FIFA decided to suddenly revoke the tickets that corresponded to their federations. To the federation. Now, more so, it was also reported that Iran players, or Iran team, cannot stay in the United States during the World Cup. The team must enter and exit on the same day. This is totally not football. I have my opinion. You know, sometimes when things, guys, let's be factual, when things like this come to play, people always feel like being a presenter on the show, you cannot own it. Like you have to say, it's bad, but it's white. I cannot say this is black because I can really say it's white. If you want the Iranians not to come to FIFA would not need that space. So it's not like the war. That's what we had would be affecting them. How can a team play in a nation? It's not like you come to Nigeria to play Ogun State. When you're done playing, you're leaving. It doesn't even sound well because we learned, we know, we understand, we love the game, we're passionate. Everybody knows this game is the world. It brings us all together. This game doesn't discriminate. This game doesn't say it otherwise. The game has one thing, and that's football. It's a beautiful game. So why are we going to see this one? And then Gianni Infantino is really standing strong on this. How bad is this for the Iranian side? Nestor.
Okay, fine. First and foremost, I remember what Sepp Blatter said. Was it 98? Yeah? 98 or 2000, thereabout. He said they should leave politics out of
the game.
football. Now, but lately, we've seen that football has been politicized in a way that, I mean, it has brought this decadency into football, which has affected the free flow of football. And now it dates back to the last World Cup as well. You saw how Gianni was standing on issues that, to me, I thought that it was worth it. So if you're bringing up these issues as politics into football, definitely, I mean, at the end of the day, there's no more football again.
There's no more football.
There's no more football because it's affecting the free flow of football. You play football, you're bringing in politics, just like the law has been meted out. This law, and it will guide the players as well. It will give them the technical know-how to do things that, at least, if I want to talk to this man, I'll be like, okay, this is how I should talk to him. So, but if there is no law and you're bringing something outside of football to put it into football, which is not supposed to be a part of football,
right,
it definitely is going to kill the game.
Oh, okay, let me hold you at that. We have this one from a friend of ours, Coach Triple A, our friend on the show. He's in Switzerland. He's coming to say, he's the K. Good morning to you and your guys. We can't blame FIFA on this. Who do we put the blame on what's going on?
I still have to blame FIFA.
Yeah, who do you blame?
I'll start from, initially, I love FIFA's position. Because initially when they were about to deny their participation to the World Cup, FIFA stood strongly behind the Iranian team. I wanted to continue to do that. But
please stop.
They continued to do what they were doing initially. I love their position in saying that they will have to play, leave immediately and come back. I don't subscribe to that. I believe it doesn't work like that. It's too stressful to get. Just up you be there to host, so you're prepared. You understand, and you're prepared ahead of time. So there's no excuse. I know the excuse is because of the geopolitics, war outside, but it should, like you said, it shouldn't rub into the game. We should try and separate it.
Now you remember this World Cup? Was it the Korea Japan 2000? I can't really remember. where Iran, this same Iran, had
2002.
issues with US. They were fighting, they were on war then at the time.
That's 2002.
And 2002, right?
Yeah.
Now, at the end of the day, what happened? They ended up playing that match, and that was the match that brought
peace.
Peace.
Yeah, I recall.
So now
I remember
football
that
has been
one.
politicized a lot. It's affected.
You understand? So we shouldn't change the dynamics now.
Who's changing it?
Eh?
Who's changing it?
See,
No, DK, who's changing it?
I don't. What the thing has points
You're
to,
laughing.
The thing has points to the president of the United States. But
Wait, who governs, what body governs the game of football?
It's FIFA.
Do they have a say to America?
They don't. No.
Yes, but there are boundaries.
Yeah, there are boundaries.
There are boundaries.
But
yes.
do they have a say?
They have a say.
Okay, are they being controlled in this scenario now?
Yeah. Because
FIFA is being controlled. Yes.
When it comes to the in immigration and some of the laws there, FIFA has no. They don't have the jurisdiction there. The United States, not the host countries. You know, FIFA, you cannot mandate.
Yeah, you can't mandate.
You cannot mandate them.
But you have your rules already.
Exactly.
And this thing should have sorted out before now.
Exactly. And you should prefer giving
Can I say something quick on KZK? Sorry. Now, if tomorrow in future we see Iran hosting a mondial like this,
right,
and United States to qualify, and Iran sanction them and say you're not coming into Iran, do you know it will cost a whole lot of things?
Yeah, that's why FIFA stood behind Iran.
Okay, guys. All right, that's enough. That's fine. Let's talk about Somalian referee because time we don't have all of the time. Somalian referee Omar Arten, who was selected to FIFA for FIFA game, to officiate at the World Cup, has been denied entry into the United States. Not news we've heard it before now. And then because he had a visa, and that's affected him, he received the support from the Somalian embassy, in Nairobi, Kenya, which helped him get a diplomatic passport. Now, moving on, however, this was not enough for this very man. The U.S. authorities, who immediately sent him back for contest, 8-time referee, said he was not happy with this because this is like a dream for this man. And you will recall again, you will know if you remember, this man was the referee that officiated the Pyramid game and Melody Down. I think that's CAF final.
Yeah.
Confederation African of Football. Yes, remember that one. Yeah. So, Champions League in Africa, this is like a slap for our very referee. DK, I recall you were saying something different entirely. Yeah. Why?
He's one of our finest referees in Africa when it comes to officiating football. But from what
you're hearing now,
from the news or from what we were
what is happening, that's the word. Not
one, after vetting, I think the vetting lasted for about 11 hours. They're trying to interrogate him to be sure. Then there's some allegation of him having ties with some suspected people that have ties with terrorism too.
Yeah.
So that was one. Then secondly, the travel ban against the Somalia, the country. They I think they are blacklisted. You know, some of the countries, including Nigeria.
Okay.
That was the third factor was the pre-match meeting for officials was supposed to be hosted in Miami, Florida. If if the United States, if they don't grant you that access to the meeting, then there's no need because the meeting is to train and make sure all the officials and referees are on the same page.
Transparent.
You understand? So even if maybe if they have issue with the Americans, they should transfer him to officiate like in Mexico or in Toronto, Canada. But you have to be there for the pre-match meeting and preparation. So, but they didn't allow him a chance to this. If you're going to officiate our games, you have to be there.
Okay, fair enough. Right. To kill through. Nestor, Donald Trump in the early hours, I think January or so, he said the Somalian people are like the worst nation for him. He made the statement out there. Donald Trump also said they are immigrants. That he said if there's a way we can just lead them off America. Does this send any message to that man being a Somalian? Because this is World Cup. This is a World Cup. Sending him back. It's not like every day World Cup. It's a dream. So if this Somalian man, a dream for our own African best referee to be the biggest mondial football, and he's being denied this one. So the Donald Trump saga, does this send any message to him personally?
Yeah.
Because he's a Somalian.
It's not just because of Somalia, just Somalia apart. As an individual, and the world, the body finds you guilty. Let me not say not guilty, but ironically, you find yourself, I mean, scrutinizing in things that you shouldn't find yourself doing. As a ref, you're a professional, so you should be able to do your job and live your Abu Treka, they find him. He was part of the terrorist group. I mean, and they found him till date. Nobody knows where Abu Treka is in Egypt. You know, so the same thing. If you're a referee and you're a pro referee, you're a professional, you should be able to do your job. And what Donald Trump stands for is about transparency. If Somalia as a country has been sanctioned by the US, I mean, it affects this referee. Since he has been sanctioned as well, that means there's no transparency from him. Forget about being the best referee in Africa. Forget about the Mondial. Without, I mean, it sounds so not.
Okay, so it's a World Cup. Just a day to go. You leave me with the prediction quickly. South Africa, Mexico, Mexico, South Africa. That's the word. Scoreline.
3-1.
Who wins?
Mexico.
How about you, TK?
I think I'll side with Mexico.
Why are you
You're trying to look at the last what happened.
It might be, I don't know, a draw or a win to Mexico.
Oh, a win. So favorite team to lift the trophy for you. What team's your favorite for you to win the trophy? Generally, what team would you pick out to say this one will be winning? Look at what it looks like, the rating. This is what it looks like. This is a permutation. With the forms of what we know, this is what it looks like. But
because football hasn't got the much competition it used to have. These ratings don't count anymore for me.
As an Argentine fan and a Messi fan,
DK,
I'm thinking we're going to retain our trophy. We're taking it back.
Okay, you're a Messi fan.
DK, why would you want to end up being an Argentine fan? I don't like this people. As a Nigerian, you shouldn't be one, please.
We're not there now. If Nigeria was there ahead, then you
they don't have any Africans, so they are not.
No, like for Africa, I said it earlier. I give my 100% support to Senegal.
Okay, Senegal.
You like
Senegal. Okay, wait.
Then another thing too, not just Senegal, in the FIFA top ratings, Morocco is position 8.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping one of the African teams, either Morocco or Senegal, gets to the semi-final.
One of our African teams is getting.
Okay, okay, just hoping. So what team would you say you want Argentina to win it for you?
No, it must be one team.
Just one team. One team.
Argentina. You give me like 3 here. I have Spain. And
no, one Argentina.
Argentina.
Okay, wait.
No, you say I'll take my prediction 3. Yeah.
No, just say one.
Argentina. Okay, Argentina.
Let's talk about it.
I'd love Portugal to go all the way, but I mean Portugal.
Where's it coming from now, though?
Not because of Ronaldo, not because I've always loved Portugal. You know, I would want them to help winning this World Cup, not because of Ronaldo. Portugal as a national team, I love Portugal. Yeah, and then because of the black blacks in their country. But Argentina, DK, why would you?
See, let me tell you how interesting the World Cup now.
DK, guys, we need to go.
The finals is going to be like
we need to go.
Champions League finals.
We need to go.
Defending champion.
The banter is enough. Don't worry.
Wait, defending champion Argentina against Portugal. Defending champions will win it back. Portugal will just participate in the finals.
Okay.
As usual.
Well, at the end,
it's going to be one of the greatest.
You know what, guys? See, at the end of the day, we are going to say. You already want Argentina, he wants Portugal.
But it will be great.
But
Ronaldo,
your point,
Messi,
it will be a nice final.
Yeah.
Ticket-wise, revenue, money comes. But your point is because of Messi. He's not doing nothing. Not emotion, right?
No,
but aside from Messi, the Argentine is solid. From the
well.
74, they have 72% chance of 74.
Okay, all right, we need to go. Guys, thank you so much. This is where we have to call it. Yeah, let's call it the close. Martina on the show with me alongside Mr. Patrick, making the show for a moment. We had so much fun just time plan. But we do more work after that today. Tomorrow comes to go. We now know what team will be knowing. What team will win it. They already saying Mexico. Well, I just want to say 10 back the room of my friends. The results. If you get the draw, wrong. But football, like David Ibrahim says, like a biscuit tin. You don't know where it cracks from. Good football from every side. We just support any of the side. For me, but African countries may not try.
Nobody even mentioned France.
Thank you so much. How many coming up next? Vop Tv. Don't forget to join the guys 5 p.m. later on for bigger times. Special time for football talk, and it'll be the locker room. This is time for me to go save.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger don't get tribe! Hunger don't get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on
Well, hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, headlines. INEC fixes July 11th deadline for submission of candidates' details. Akpabio, Falano, others talk deepening democracy. Obi faults Tinubu's revenue claims as debt hardship surge. IMF urges federal government to hike taxes, warns against 5 billion naira, $5 billion UAE loan. Northwest governors plan regional poverty reduction. In business, IMF projects Nigeria's foreign debt to hit $72.6 billion. In sports, USA's referee Arton suspected of terror ties. In entertainment, Mega Music Festival 2.0 worship events targets national restoration. And now the news in full. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed June the 26th, 2026 for the release of access codes to its nomination portal for July and July 11th as deadline for submission of candidates' particulars for 2027 general election. The INEC chairman, Professor Josh Amopita, announced these in Abuja during the commission's second quarterly consultative meeting with leaders of registered political parties. Amopita said access codes will be issued to authorized national officers of each political party who will be responsible for uploading nominees, biodata, and other required information into the system. This comes as political parties are still struggling to resolve post-primary disputes, finalize candidates' lists, and conclude consultations on running mates. Meanwhile, INEC warned that unresolved internal conflicts and ongoing court challenges to its electoral timetable could complicate preparations for the polls, even as major parties intensify efforts to beat the nomination deadline and complete their presidential tickets. According to the Commission, the portal is a critical component of the nomination process, as only candidates whose particulars are submitted within the stipulated period are eligible to contest elections under the platform of their party. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it has approved the Court of Appeal to challenge the recent conflicting Federal High Court judgment regarding its powers to set timelines for the 2027 general elections. INEC Chairman Professor Josh Abupita said at a consultative meeting with leaders of political parties in Abuja and the action had become imperative to ensure certainty, stability, and administrative efficiency ahead of the 2027 general election. Our correspondent at the capital, Maimunat Salihu, has more in this report.
To the National Assembly demanding immediate action over the country's worsening insecurity. Young Nigerians on Tuesday staged a protest at the National Assembly in Abuja, calling for urgent action to address the country's worsening security situation. The march, which began at the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, hundreds of young Nigerians took their frustrations to the National Assembly in Abuja, demanding immediate action over the country's worsening insecurity. Young Nigerians on Tuesday staged a protest at the National Assembly in Abuja, calling for urgent action to address the country's worsening security situation. The march, which began at the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, was tagged Nigerians Unite Against Terror. Convener Isa Abubakar said insecurity has grown into a nationwide crisis that cuts across religious, ethnic, and political lines.
If you have a police today and you do not arm them properly, it is still a waste of time. Just as it's happened in Kwara State, where the bandit disarmed the forest guard and went with their bike because they were not properly armed. And that's why we advocated that in creating the police, state police, forest guard, the proper training should be there, and they should work together with other security agencies over who is who, so that the arms should get into the open. It is important. Defending yourself is part of it, and whatever you do to defend yourself, I think I support.
There are roads in Nigeria that once it is 5 p.m., you cannot pass through. He said the INEC chairman noted that electoral activities were interrelated operational processes rather than isolated events. According to him, while the Electoral Act prescribes timelines for some activities, many critical processes have no express statutory timelines but must be harmonized to avoid chaos.
Recent judicial pronouncements of the courts concerning the scope and powers of the Commission to prescribe timelines for electoral activities. In suit number FC ABC ABJ CS 517-2026, U Party and INEC delivered on 20th May 2026. The court questioned certain timelines contained in the Commission's timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general election. Subsequent to this, in suit number FHC ABJ CS 720-2026, Social Democratic Party, SDP, and INEC, delivered on the 26th day of May 2026, the court affirmed the Commission's authority to issue an electoral timetable and observed that an election timetable without date for submission of parties' membership register, time frame for primaries, etc. is incoherent. Without this timetable, there will be chaos in our electoral system. At the same time, the court nullifies certain timelines relating to the nomination and submission of candidates contained in the Commission's timetable and schedule of activities. While the Commission remained fully respectful of the decisions of the courts and of the judicial process generally, this judgment raised important legal questions concerning the extent of Commission's constitutional and statutory powers in coordinating and regulating electoral activities. In view of the differing conclusions reached in the judgment, and in order to ensure certainty and stability in the preparation for the 2027 general election, the Commission has filed appeals against the decisions and has taken necessary legal steps to obtain authoritative pronouncement from the
Amupitan listed the activities to include verifying party registrars, monitoring primaries, configuring bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) machines, and printing sensitive materials. He assured the public that in spite of the pending appeals, the Commission remained committed to conducting the 2027 general election in strict compliance with the law.
Therefore considers it imperative that all electoral activities be harmonized within a coherent and workable framework that promotes certainty, transparency, administrative efficiency, and equal treatment of all political parties. I wish to assure political parties and the Nigerian public that notwithstanding the pending appeals, the Commission remains firmly committed to conducting the 2027 general election in strict compliance with the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and all lawful judicial pronouncements.
I am Salihu Memunat, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Maimunat. Moving on, still on credible elections, Nigerians, including Senate President Godswill Akpabio, rights activist Femi Falana, and the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission, Tony Ojukwu, have preferred ways of deepening Nigeria's democracy to ensure credible elections that produce leaders capable of delivering democratic dividends to the people. Noting the existing inadequacies, they stressed that achieving electoral integrity requires the commitment of all segments of the society, including political parties, politicians, the electorate, security agencies, and the electoral officials. They spoke at the annual June 12 commemoration lecture in honor of the former chairman of the National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the late Professor Humphrey Wonsu, who conducted the 1993 general elections. In his address, Akpabio, represented by the chairman Senate Committee on the Judiciary, Human Rights, and Legal Matters, Adeniyi Adegbomire, commended the late Wonsu for his contribution to the restoration of democracy in the country, particularly his role in the conduct of the June 12 presidential election. According to Akpabio, the future of credible elections in Nigeria will depend not only on technology and legal reforms, but also on character, leadership, and institutional trust, adding that nations rise when citizens believe in the fairness of their institutions. Also, Falana said that for democracy to thrive at the elections in 2027, government must ensure an end to the kidnap and abduction of Nigerians, including children. And then moving on to other stories, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Mr. Peter Obi, has criticized the revenue claims by the President Bola Tinubu's administration, saying that in spite of the reported increases, Nigerians will face worsening economic hardship due to the rising debt and declining socio-economic indicators. In a statement on his X handle, Obi noted that Tinubu listed an increase in revenue from 16.8 trillion naira in 2022 to 35 trillion naira in 2025 as one of his achievements in 3 years in office. However, he stated that contrary to expectations, instead of a reduction in borrowing alongside the revenue increase, the administration has continued with what he described as excessive and imprudent borrowing, with Nigeria's total debt now about 200 trillion naira. Obi noted that President Tinubu's government seemed to be obsessed with excessive and imprudent borrowing, describing the about 200 trillion naira as reflecting a deeply disturbing increase of over 100 trillion naira. He added that Nigeria has recorded higher than budgeted revenue inflows due to global and regional geopolitical tensions. In the meantime, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress for the 2027 general election, Mr. Peter Obi, has given Kenneth Okonkwo a 7-day ultimatum to retract what he described as false, malicious, and defamatory statements made against him. Obi, through his lawyer, Alex GCMA, is also demanding a public apology and payment of 5 billion naira in damages for the alleged injury to his reputation. The demand was contained in a letter by a GCMA on behalf of the former Anambra State Governor. The letter said Obi's legal team took exception to remarks allegedly made by Okonkwo during the live television program on June the 8th, 2026, which were subsequently circulated across traditional and social media platforms. He alleged that Okonkwo accused Peter Obi and leaders of the NDC in the southeast of demanding 110 million naira payment from House of Representative aspirants in addition to prescribed nomination fees. It further claimed that Okonkwo alleged that Obi personally compiled the party's list of candidates from a hotel room, warned aspirants that Obi would scam them, accused him of collecting money from individuals abroad, and linked him and party leaders to criminal activities. In another development, the Osun State government and the All Progressive Congress APC are blaming each other over the violence that reportedly claimed 3 persons in parts of the state on Tuesday. It was gathered that the APC in the Ife federal constituency held a rally early in the morning across the town, during which some tongues attacked the team around the Sabo area of the state. Addressing newsmen at the government house in Oshobo, Governor Demola Adeleke attributed the said attack to the APC, saying that the hoodlums responsible were supporters of the party's gubernatorial candidate, Bola Oyebamiji. He called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene and stop the violence. However, the APC campaign council media chairman, Remy Omowaye, blamed the governor for the spat of violence in the state ahead of the election, expressing concerns over alleged sponsored violence against APC members. In another development, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, advised the federal government against the proposed $5 billion loan from the First Abu Dhabi Bank, that's the FADB, of the United Arab Emirates, warning that the financing arrangement carries significant risk. Speaking during the Nigeria 2026 Article 4 briefing, IMF resident representative in Nigeria, Christian Ebeke, said the loan carries risk and it is important to consider that. According to him, options for Nigeria include issuing Eurobond and borrowing from multilateral institutions on concessional terms, as well as taking advantage of those options for its deficit funding. The proposed total return swap external financing program would see Nigeria borrow $5 billion in cash while pledging Naira-dominated government bonds valued at 133.3% of the loan amount as collateral. While the Senate has asked the federal government to impose an outright ban on the importation of foreign textile materials to revive Nigeria's struggling textile industry and stimulate local cost production. The upper chamber also urged the Ministries of Agriculture and Trade and Investment to take urgent steps to resuscitate textile manufacturing across the country, particularly along the Kaduna-Kano Industrial Corridor, citing its potential to create jobs and address rising youth unemployment and insecurity. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion on the urgent need to revive the textile industry in Nigeria, with particular reference to the Kaduna-Kano axis, sponsored by Senator Sunday Katum and several lawmakers across party and regional lines. Just the watch the news right here on television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumon. Darlington is a lawyer and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, very good afternoon to you and thank you for the conversation. Fine, very thank you. How are you doing as well?
Okay.
And also joining us very to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Ismail Oladare. Mr. Ismail is a member of the movement and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Ismail Oladare, thank you for joining the conversation. Well, to establish communication with you, Mr. Ismail. So if you can help us unmute your mic very clearly. Good afternoon and welcome to the conversation this afternoon. All right, and we're still waiting for Mr. Ismail for joining the conversation. But again, let's start from the studio. But look at the fact that Mr. Peter Obi is talking to at a time like this, particularly on the proposed, clearly the revenue declaration of the federal government. He say that revenue has risen sharply under the administration of President Bola Tinubu, but debt, poverty, and hardship have simultaneously increased, and most importantly, touching one of the most contentious economic debates in Nigeria today. What do you make of this statement by Mr. Peter Obi, revenue increase as against debt increase and poverty increase in the land?
I allow myself to be said because whatever debt the federal government is gathering is for me and you. That's the truth. Everybody who is patriotic in this country today ought to be alarmed by that figure. To make matters, we are not even seeing where this money is going to. The money they are borrowing, we have not seen the benefit or the dividend. It is either they are sharing this money or they deliberately kept it somewhere abroad. Because we cannot pinpoint what this money has done for us. Nothing. Nothing. Practically nothing. So why are you borrowing money? Why is our debt climbing instead of coming down? It's a very big shame.
All right. Well, again, looking at this conversation, the opposition clearly is saying that anti-corruption is maybe one that should be concerning when we're talking about these loans. But then, do you also share the fact that borrowing is not really a crime, but the usage of the borrowed is a conversation?
In other claim, they borrow to grow their country, to grow the infrastructure, to do things that will pay back that loan. In Nigeria, we borrow to share. And so, borrowing in Nigeria has become a crime as far as I'm concerned. Because all the ones we have been borrowing, we didn't see any benefits. We didn't see any dividend in all the borrowing. So, what are you now borrowing for? On whose behalf are you borrowing? I don't agree that the borrowing is not a crime.
Now, Barrister, the debt profile of Nigeria is presently hitting the 200 trillion mark, and that again is a major conversation across Nigeria. But the fact that one thing seems to be quite evidential here, debt increase clearly does not automatically mean economic failure, because examples of countries like the US, Japan, of course India, all increase debt by pursuing growth strategies. But the argument here is that debt sustainability should be spoken about here. Can we sustain this debt sustainability, not the size itself, when it comes to repayment plan?
We cannot. That's why the thing is growing. At least, I understand that we have been paying servicing with about 60-something% of our income, of our earnings.
Yes.
And so, it ought to be coming down. It ought to be coming down, but you can see it's not coming down. That is growing. That means there is something somewhere. Something is happening somewhere. The money we are borrowing, either some people are pocketing it or they're wasting it. I didn't see how we can sustain this borrowing. Because today, we are still servicing the loan. We are servicing the loan. The principal have not been paid. And so you can imagine what will happen if we start paying the principal. If we go up to 95% of our earnings to service and repay loan. Because two of them may be at the same time. And the people that have borrowed this money to us, they will tell you that these are investors' money. So they will hear stories. At that point, you will force to start the payment with 95% of your year.
My second question, has revenue growth clearly indicated or covered up our fiscal needs? Now, I say this because Nigeria still faces infrastructural deficits, security spending, energy investment, and of course, debt servicing obligation. Looking at this reality, do you think that revenue growth can match up with fiscal needs in the country?
It's not possible. It is not possible. Practically, it can never happen. Because you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand. Where is the manufacturer? Where is the economic activity that will generate funds? Is there anyone going on in this country today? All the companies that have closed, all the factories that have closed down, where are is that place where you are going to generate money through taxes for you to start paying your debt? It's not possible. Nothing is going on here. That is even why people should be concerned with what is going on. Seriously, Nigerians are concerned with what is going on because this debt must be paid, whether we like it or not. And do you know, my fear? They may be maturing when this government have left office. Yes. They may be maturing when they have left office, and then the next person will now carry the can.
So that looks like a time bomb waiting for happen.
It must happen.
So the next person coming, should it not be the administration?
Sorry?
That means this clearly looks like a time bomb waiting to happen for the next set of leadership after this administration.
Yes, and I think they are deliberately doing this so that they will lay a landmine for the person. They are deliberate because how could you borrow money and we don't see the dividend?
Now, this is another conversation, Barrister. Looking at the fact that we're still talking about presently we're close to 200 million trillion naira in debt. The federal government is still looking at going to the Abu Dhabi Bank of the United Arab Emirates to get another fresh loan. And of course, this have been carefully spoken about by the IMF, advising the federal government against the proposed $5 billion loan from the FADB Bank. Your position about IMF, clearly talking about Nigeria not going for that loan.
This IMF and World Bank, the day we will do without them, maybe that is where our recovery will start. You see these two institutions, they are not there for your benefit. They are not there to help you. Seriously.
But in this regards, are they not helping by advising the country not to go for that loan?
They are advising Nigeria to come to them for that loan, not that they should not go elsewhere. Yes. They are advising Nigeria not to go elsewhere, but they should come to them.
But looking at the reality here, Barrister, should their repayment plan, of course, be a bit fair than what we are seeing as a repayment plan with the Abu Dhabi Bank? Would that in any way be some level of conversation?
No, the interest rate is not the issue here. It is not the issue. The issue is that no matter how much interest rate they add to your loan, it is to their own benefit because they know that with time, by the time you finish paying that money, you would have paid it twice or three times that amount through debt servicing. That is the reality. I remember when we said we want to borrow 3 billion from this same institution. We now do the calculation based on what they gave us.
Now, let me put this out there, Barrister. Sorry to cut you. The proposed total return swap financing program will see Nigeria for $5 billion in cash, while pledging dominated government bonds valued at 133.3% of the loan amount as collateral. Now, these particular collateral amount, isn't that astronomical itself?
You don't know what I told you. I said by the time you start paying the money after service, you would have paid it 3 or 4 times the money you borrowed, and that is the cash.
And so that's when the IMF seems to be valid, Barrister,
Of
don't you think
course,
so?
that was that's the reason why they are raising that. But the federal government, if I know them very well, they will listen.
Oh well, I understand now that Mr. Larry has joined the conversation. Mr. Larry, thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Of course, we are talking about the president's loan request that Nigeria is not embarking on, and most importantly, the international community clearly said, look, you people have to want it. What's your take about it? A $5 billion loan to be gotten from the United Arab Emirates Bank. What position with this as well?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, when it comes to the issue of the loan, Mr. Peter Obi was right, and Barrister Darlington has also been right to some extent. The problem has always been that, like we always argue, it is not necessarily bad to borrow. But when the impact of this borrowing is not felt in any part of our economy, that problem starts. The second part is also that all these Bretton Woods institutions that you borrow from, they are not for the Christmas. They are as interested in your development as people believe. So, if people are students of history, they will understand that far back as 88, 89 during Babangida regime, when this Bretton Woods institution, and I mean that by IMF, give us loans with stupid and trust conditions, it lies on civil society and students to protest against those conditions. And what were the conditions? The conditions were that, as far back as 1989, that Nigeria must reduce the amount of universities in the country. What type of demonic conditions is that? Because if you are interested in the development of a nation, you won't suggest to such nation to close down universities, close down, right? It is historical evidence to show these institutions are not interested in your development. So the more you keep running to them for loans, the more you are running in development of your nation. So any leader or ruler, as we call them, that is running to these institutions for loan, they are just telling us that they are not interested in the development of this country. And this is no gainsaying, no sugarcoating. This institution, IMF, World Bank, they are all these imperialist banks, they are not interested in your development. Right? So any loan coming from them would definitely not be for development. And it's also the reality on ground, because the regime of Tinubu over the years, like Mr. Peter Obi, has increased borrowing, even when they that our revenue has the borrowing is also increasing, but we are not seeing any impact on the ground.
Two questions. Ladari, 2 questions, and I would want you to possibly sum it up in maybe less than a minute. Is our revenue increase going to be commensurate with our fiscal discipline? And when I say fiscal discipline, can it match our fiscal discipline, particularly in the part of infrastructure deficit, insecurity, and all of it? Can it match? That's the first question. The second question is also the proposed loan to be collected by Nigerian government from the First Abu Dhabi Bank in the tune of $5 billion. Now we are already shooting up to 200 trillion naira in our loan in figure of the loans that we owe presently as a nation. $5 billion. Now here's the specific from this particular loan. The proposed total return, swap external financing program would see Nigeria borrow $5 billion in cash while pledging Naira-dominated government bonds valued at 133.3% of the loan amount as collateral. Help Nigerians make sense of this. We're getting close to 200 trillion naira alone, and we're looking for another $5 billion from the first Abu Dhabi bank. Two questions, maybe in 1 minute because we run out of time.
Yeah, see, it is very clear. And this is one thing Nigerian people should understand. Our fiscal deficit is not coming from a place of inadequate revenue. It is coming from a place of misappropriation of our revenue generated. Right? So this is where the fiscal deficit is coming from. And this is why Tinubu is telling us that they are making more money. They are making more money from internally generated revenue. They are making more money from the fuel subsidy that they stopped. But their borrowing is increasing. So you begin to ask questions, where is all this money going to? Right? This is why we say that it is misappropriation, not a problem of revenue generation. Right? As much as we also are of the opinion that even our budget is still so below what we should. We are proposing our budget by now should be over 100 trillion in terms of the kind of development this nation needs.
All right then.
And this budget that we are proposing is also not people should not ask us where will you see the money. The money is there.
All right then. We are totally out of time.
The problem has always been misappropriation.
I would have truly loved to continue this conversation, but we are totally out of time. And I sincerely want to say thank you to Mr. Ismail Oladare, a member Take It Back movement. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, and Barrister Darlington, thank you also for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the media news will be up next. Please stay.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
Full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our hope.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. Like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, it's football.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth.
Let's have back. So the media news right here, Voice of the People television. Now to other stories. Hundreds young Nigerians took their frustration to the National Assembly of Abuja, demanding immediate action over the country's worsening insecurity. Protests against rising insecurity and recent school abductions, which hit Abuja, with demonstrators demanding immediate government action and state police reforms. The protesters, who said at least 82 pupils were abducted between May 13th and 15th during separate attacks in Oyo and Borno State. Our correspondent at the state capital, Maimuna Selio, has won this report.
In action to Hundreds of young Nigerians took their frustrations to the National Assembly in Abuja, demanding immediate action over the country's worsening insecurity. Young Nigerians on Tuesday staged a protest at the National Assembly in Abuja, calling for urgent action to address the country's worsening security situation. The march, which began at the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, was tagged Nigerians Unite Against Terror. Convener Issa Abubakar said insecurity has grown into nationwide crisis that cuts across religious, ethnic, and political lines.
Even if you have a state police today and you do not arm them properly, it is still a waste of time. Just as it's state, where the bandit disarmed the forest guard and went with their bike because they were not properly armed. And that's why we advocated that in creating the police, state police, forest guard, the proper training should be there, and they should work together with other security agencies over who is who, so that the arms shouldn't get into the wrong hands. Therefore, it is important. Defending yourself is part of law, and whatever you do to defend yourself, I think I support that.
There are roads in Nigeria that once it is 5 p.m., you cannot pass through, he said, stressing that those affected span all political affiliations. They added that the bandits are not selective. They don't care about your religion, your tribe, your political party, or your tradition. The protesters called on those responsible for protecting lives and property to act decisively. It is time to give us security. It is time to protect life and properties. It is time to protect children. It is time to protect women from being raped.
As I'm talking to you now, the APC chairman in Kebbi State is in the hands of bandits. The state is governed by APC. As I am talking to you now, some people in the bush in the southwest of Oyo State, some of them are Muslim. You go to Borno State, those people being abducted and kidnapped by the bandits and Boko Haram are not only Christian. They don't have a religion. They kidnap Muslims, they kidnap Christians, they kidnap traditional rulers. In this case, it is a crime against the nation. It is a crime against humanity. It is a crime against our future that the former leaders, the political leaders, the current leaders are keeping quiet on insecurity. We acknowledge the effort of security, we acknowledge the effort of the police, we acknowledge the effort of DSS, we acknowledge the effort of soldiers, we acknowledge the effort of NCDC and vigilantes and forest guards, but we want more. We want more. Until we have a political party. I want to use this medium to call on Mr. President to mandate all his ministers, to mandate all top appointed governmental officials to go back to their community and keep their community safe first. Because it's like Abuja has become a hidden place for all of them. They don't even go home. So why would they even know what is going on? So it's the responsibility of all people that are in government, in position of authority, to visit their villages and make sure that they protect those villages before coming back.
They, however, said that they can't continue in a situation where our bush is being left to the people who don't know the value of life to take over it. I am Salihu Maimunat, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Salihu Maimunat, for that report. Elsewhere, Delta State Police Command says it has made significant progress in the investigation into the gun-running case linked to the killing of Ogenemewen Ogidi in Ifuru Uvie local government area of the state. The development follows weeks of intelligence gathering and coordinated operations aimed at uncovering those behind the circulation of illegal firearms connected to the incidents. Our correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more on this report.
Briefing journalists, Delta State Police Command says it has recorded major breakthrough in its investigation into the corn-burning incident linked to the killing of a young man, Ogenemene Ogidi, in a Fru Uwe local government area on May 1, 2026. While briefing journalists on the development, the Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyenide, said coordinated intelligence-led operations across Bayelsa and Imo states led to the arrest of 4 suspects believed to be involved in the supply and circulation of a Beretta pistol recovered in connection with the case.
As a follow-up on the case of unlawful possession of a Beretta pistol recovered at a park in Efuru, with LGA on 1st May 2026, 4 suspects who were part of the gun-running syndicate, namely Emmanuel Chukwuemeka, Bole Lefa, Amadi Prince Will, Amadi Felix Chibuke, have been arrested. The suspects were arrested in Bayelsa and Imo State, respectively. After a painstaking investigation and intelligence-led operation carried out by the command, the first suspect, Emmanuel Chukwuemeka, was arrested in Bayelsa on the 4th of May 2026 alongside his roommates, whose phone he used as a means of communication to purchase the gun. Emmanuel revealed that he bought the gun from one Amadi Prince for the sum of 290,000 naira, and sold the gun to one Desmond. Desmond is still at large for the sum of 380,000 naira, who in turn will bill it to Efuru and contacted Ogenemene Ogidi, now deceased, to collect it and send to Sapele. Following the confession of Emmanuel Chukwuemeka, the second suspect, Amadi Princeville, was trailed and arrested in Imo State on 5th of May 2026. Upon the arrest of Amadi Princeville and on interrogation, he stated that he bought the gun from one Amadi Felix for the sum of 200,000 naira. Consequently, Amadi Felix was trailed and arrested in Owerri, Imo State on 16th of May 2026. All suspects are members of the Black Act Confraternity. They will be charged to court on completion of the investigation, while a manhunt for other suspects, including Desmond, is still ongoing.
The command noted that the arrest formed part of ongoing efforts to dismantle a wider criminal network suspected to be operating across state lines, while investigations are still ongoing to track other possible collaborators. Brother Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you so very much for that. Moving on to other stories as concerns grow over a possible cooking gas shortage and further increases in prices across the country. Residents of the city are expressing about the effect on households. They believe it. Many saw the rising cost of cooking gas is already stretching family finances, prompting calls for urgent measures to improve supply, stability, prices, and prevent additional hardship for consumers. Our correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more in this report.
The cooking concerns over a possible cooking gas shortage and rising prices have continued to generate reaction among residents in the city. Following reports that cooking gas remains scarce and expensive in the coming months, many Nigerians are expressing worries about the impact on household expenses. Some households to seek cheaper alternatives.
Because normally, if you are a salary earner, you earn like 100,000, you get to pay your house rent, and that's 2.5 gas. Then you get to buy that one 20,000. How much is left for you for your transportation? And
the cooking gas price is just about 160,000, which by
population. Because what we are now using, we cannot buy kerosene, we cannot use kerosene, we cannot use no firewood for us to use. So governments will have a way of doing things for us, for the cooking gas to go back to the normal prices before.
Clearly, they show people that cooking gas is going to benefit everybody. But now it's on the last side.
Government and stakeholders to address the challenges responsible for the anticipated scarcity, rising costs to prevent further hardship for consumers. What is Jimmy Vop TV News?
Thank you so very much, Ruda, for that report. From there, Nigeria public debt rise by $20.7 billion after the general elections in 2027, hitting $72.6 billion from the $51.9 billion in 2025, the International Monetary Fund has said. The IMF disclosed this in its 2026 Article 4 consultation report on Nigeria. The projected increase representing a 39.9% rise within 2 years and underscores the growing concerns over the country's debt burden in spite of recent improvements in macroeconomic stability. The IMF warned that spending pressures associated with rising poverty, food insecurity, and the election cycle could widen fiscal deficits and increase borrowing requirements. According to the institution's balance of payments projections, the public external debt is expected to rise from $51.9 billion in 2025 to $66.5 billion in 2026, before climbing further to $72.6 billion in 2027. Beyond public debt, the IMF projected that Nigeria's total external debt shock, which includes both public and private sector obligations, would rise from $109.3 billion in 2025 to $119.3 billion in 2026, a further $132.0 billion in 2027. And from business, we'll go straight to talking sports. Base has justified entry, FIFA World Cup entry denial to Somalian referee Omar Akhtan, with an official alleging that it was over his association with suspected members of terror organization. Coming days after Akhtan was turned back upon arrival in the US, an official disclosed the reason on anonymous ground due to visa privacy laws. Earlier on Tuesday, the executive director of the White House FIFA Task Force, Andrew Gulani, has said Akhtan was denied entry for a very good reason, but did not elaborate. Akhtan was refused admission at the Miami International Airport over the weekend over what the U.S. Customs and Border Protection described as vetting concerns without further details at the time. Named Africa's best male referee in 2025, Akhtan had been set to become the first Somali referee to officiate at the FIFA World Cup after being included in the association's final list of match officials announced 2 months ago. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To the locker room, the home of football.
Hello, everyone, and yes, welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's happening here on Vop Tv. And yes, we already know that this is the place where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and people. And people we're always talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another beautiful day to stay inspired and grounded. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your beautiful host, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi, Aside waiting, Aside B, and the E for the energy. So today's energy is is on a high level. If I'm gonna rate it, it's gonna be a 10 over 10. All right. So yes, get ready, everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And you can always join and see us here on Vop TV. And first on our list today, we are talking about Iyabo Ojo. Guess what? Yes. So the actress and filmmaker Iyabo Ojo is set to host a special premiere of her movie, The Return of Arinzo, in Texas, United States. And it's lovely. And it's expected to attract movie lovers, industry stakeholders, and members of the Nigerian community in diaspora. So Texas event comes months after the film's world premiere in Lagos, where it received significant attention from fans and celebrities. Iyabo Ojo is expected to attend the special screening, which forms part of efforts to expand the movie's reach beyond Nigeria and connect with international audiences. This one. Dallas and Houston. You people should get ready because Iyabo has come with her energy. the energy she actually put in this movie. And guess what? When this movie was actually premiered in Nigeria here in Lagos, it was the banger. Like, I was so excited about this movie that I had to personally go see it. So this particular movie is, I think Iyabo is just doing a lot. I feel she's doing wonderfully well. Like, for this glamour, like she always calls herself. I mean, this glamour is she has come with all the energy and all the vibes. Like, I love the vibe for her. And if I'm going to rate it now, 100 over 1,000, 1,000 over 100, yes. But this is really beautiful to see that Iyabo is really bringing in this energy into the movie industry, into Nollywood, and it's lovely. I love the fact that, you know, I always give them their flowers before they will say, Prezi, we are still giving the flowers that we are not seeing. But trust me, Iyabo Joy in this particular one, she deserves the flowers. And also all the producers that have been doing amazingly well. Yes, we have a lot of producers these days that have been showing us real energy, real vibe, real fire. So I love the fact that our Nigerian producers are really doing wonderfully well. Couple of movies that have been on cinemas, it's really interesting, and a lot of people have really, you know, invested more in Nigerian movies, and I love the fact that it's that way. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Iyabo Jo's movie to be premiered in Houston and Dallas. I love the fact that this movie is really good. All right, let's take some comments. And yes, she actually came out. She has said something. She said, "God bless you. It's been a journey." To all those people who's really supported her and have been giving her the thumbs up. God bless you. All right, and soon Jokea said, "Dallas, let's get ready. I'll be there live. A must-watch movie." Okay, and Abi said, "Sending hugs, Queen Mother from the UK. We love you." All right, Beauty Brain Style said, "Queen Mother is in the big Texas, and we are here for all of it." All right, see, fans are already excited. Like, people can't just wait to, you know, see the latest and trending glamour. All right, let's take more comments. And Neo 8639638 said, move go front. It's the move go front for me. All right, and another successful said, "You know they ever do una movie premiere for una country, yet now una voice loud pass say Tinubu dey fix Nigeria." Hello, at successful or Ogunli. The movie was actually premiered in Lagos, and I don't know why you are. Well, you need to get your news, you need to get your stories or your news really intact, because I think you're way behind. And Fabi Idris said, why are you paid? You see the fact that people do a lot of beautiful things these days, and some people are not happy. See, not be everybody go happy for you. If you like, do one thing where go make everywhere shake. People where go still vex, go vex. People where go still happy for you, go happy for you. People that will still come out for you, will still come out for you. So that's how it is. At least you understand. Just know that once you are doing the right thing, ma'am, no stress yourself. Let's take more comments. And Tega 14 said, "Country they spoil una they drop movie." We already know that the country is, everybody is, you know, receiving one or two basketballs here and there. But I mean, you don't expect us to be. We should continually be depressed, be angry, I feel. See, you know, waiting depression don't do a lot of people. No, seriously, let's tell ourselves the truth. Yes, we know that a lot of things are happening right now in the country, and people are not happy. Yes, that's the truth. But I feel that in all these things, it's just prayers that can help right now. Prayers and work, hard work. So the fact that when you come to say, "Oh, una they watch movie, una they do music, una they do," I mean, the whole world wouldn't stop. But that's just the truth. We still have to move on. Despite moving on, we are still trying to push forward to see that things get better. And how we're doing those things is just prayers. And we've been putting all our efforts. We've been saying this, you know, over time, that everybody should be careful. You know where you're going to, know what you're doing at the time. If you're not comfortable with the place you're going to, please let somebody know. It's important. You know, that way things can actually, get for the better. All right, yes, let's take more comments. A lot of people are so excited about Iyabo Jo coming over to Houston and Dallas for the movie premiere of her movie, The Return of Arenzo. All right, thanks. Daniel said, "I have brought 2 tickets, please, who will go on a movie date with me? Oh, that's so beautiful. Okay, to all the people that want to really see the movie, there is a ticket now. See, everybody they're asking for a ticket. All right, Aisha said even if the $60 ticket comes with frontline parking, popcorn, and drinks, I'm not paying that for any damn movie. Okay, the highest I can pay for a movie ticket is $16 box. All right, is well with you. I mean, nobody is trying to drag you into do what you want to do. It's your choice. It's your decision. If you choose to say, oh, you want to go see the movie, fine. If you choose you don't want to say it, it's still fine. All right, and somebody said we no send any of their papa. People they die every day. This is highly irrelevant stuff to be spending time on, even talking about. None of them kuku they concern about their viewers. They don't care if you all die away. Like I've said before, I said you don't expect people to keep being in depression. A lot of people keep being in depression and kill themselves. So I mean, a lot of people have blood pressure going up and down. Seriously. And coupled with the whole situation happening, and you still tell them, oh, you have to come on. Let's be fair at least. Let's be fair. What we need now is prayers and put in the work, like I said before. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still happy about our latest Glamours movie that we premiered in Houston and Dallas. Let's take more comments and see what people are saying. Some people are already saying, oh, that why would they want to come see the movie because our country is a lot is this. But come on, sometimes we should just check our body a little bit. I mean, a lot of people are suffering and a little kindness, a little of kindness, a little of joy can actually lighten their mood. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about or take more comments. I actually love movies, like movies that are really, really coming out these days. And the Damila Rail said a movie has no meaning because it's not interesting at all. Okay, it's well with you at Damila. You see, anybody that comes out to say, oh, this movie is this, that movie is that. I mean, you people don't know the work producers put, because maybe you just feel that they just come out one day and start doing movie, just get the location. It's not that easy. I mean, if you feel it's easy, please come out. We give you a floor. Like before you open for you need to produce yourself. We can come see the movie too. I mean, that's the truth. Because trust me, this puts in energy, finances, a lot of things into a particular movie. So I don't want a lot of people see this and feel that they don't do anything. I mean, their work is really speaking for itself. I mean, yeah, that's the truth. All right, and James Stone said the return of Crystal that she is. And then Fine Long said, end Tinubu now and save Nigeria. So people are just so funny. Okay, it's well. And the rapture of the day said, for Nigeria, where they bleed, it'd be like say you be Remy. It's well with you people, though. And the flower girl, EJ said, one of the hardest working glamour baddie. Like, do you get this word? In fact, the flower girl, EJ, thank you for that. This is the right word to really tell who Iyabo is. She said, the hardest working glamour baddie, like the glamour baddie. Oh God. See, for all the fans of Iyabo, just clock it, because this is really, I'm excited about this. Trust me. Let's take more comments. And Owo said, now, Mohbad, justice returns where she holds down. We really want, because the same fate awaits us all someday, even her and her children and grandchildren. And Rings Pearl said, fine woman. Okay, and Chito said, $60 for a movie is crazy. Okay, and Big JK said, go and wear clothes. All right, Pumping 2026 said, we mount for Queen Mother. Okay, you see, a lot of people that are complaining about the money, people still have the money to, to go see the movie. And Cheese Season said, good evening, you all. Please kindly support me. All right, let's take more comments before we go over to our next story. We have a lot of people so excited about Iyabo coming over to Dallas and Houston. So let's take more comments before we go over to our next story. Today is really special. Every day is special. Stories based on just so this is really special. And yes, I was talking about Iyabo's movie to be premiered in trust me, I love the fact that I said before that producers they deserve their flowers. I'm telling you, because a lot of movies have been premiered recently, and those movies are not the movies that you can just sit and think about. They are hot blockbusters, movies that are really interesting. And the fact that it's not the plan and just pushing and pushing, and it's not to see that. All right, let's go over to the next section. And yes, we're talking about the record boss. So the judge has revealed that he lost a significant amount of weight after falling in for 3 months. So the executive disclosed that he is not a fan of his transformation, mainly consuming mostly meat during the period. So it's like he actually went on the diet that made him lose a lot of weight. And wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. So he's actually, he revealed this, and conversations on social media with many fans expressing curiosity about the effectiveness of the carnivore diet as alternative approach to weight loss. So let's hear what Don Jazzy has actually said.
I wanted to ask you.
Food though. Food. I first started doing. I don't tell anybody to go and do it though. You said me, I did my own. I did carnivore diet for like 3 months, about 3 months. So this carnivore diet, you're pretty much just eating meat. You're pretty much. It's something for. Okay, you're pretty much eating meat, steak. That Oyibo people own. They just used to eat steak. But me, I used to add maybe probably new one. No. Me, I used to add.
It's a sign that you're eating it now.
Yeah, so I have plenty. It's plenty. If you want new pack, I can give you. Who are planting to eat plantain?
Yeah.
Try it first, you see.
Okay.
So I always talk about this trending thing about weight loss. I love it, if you ask me, and for the fact that Don Jazzy has actually been in the same line of losing weight in a bit. It's cool. I mean, losing weight, a lot of people's goal this year. So I like the fact that when I talk about people that lose weight, it's coming about ice friends. Recently lost a lot of weight, and that was really visible. And talking about Don Jazzy right now, please, people should tell me. We not be only Don Jazzy now. We will talk about Tenny. Yes, Tenny. It's a lot of things, because people talk about celebrities now coming out more, one of the big and stuff like that. I mean, anything that you feel that is okay for you, fine. No, if you say you want the big side, it's okay, but not too day big where you don't go they obey.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adeleda, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
Majo, fine girl. Majo, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
As the 2027 general election draws closer, the Alliance for Democratic Rights has called on government officials to uphold democratic values by drawing lessons from past leaders, including Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, and late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. In a statement, the group's national president Andy Chooks and national secretary Suleiman Funtua expressed concern over alleged interference by the presidency in the internal affairs of opposition political parties, warning that such actions could undermine Nigeria's multi-party system ahead of the 2027 general elections. The organization also urged the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amukbiton, to uphold electoral integrity ahead of the forthcoming polls. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this development.
In as much as the president is the person to appoint INEC chairman, there's nothing anybody would do to change the narrative, because he who called the piper dictates the tune. If it were to be well democracy is being practiced, the presidency doesn't have any hand in choosing who will handle the electoral umpire, like CBN governors, chief of army staff, police chief, and the rest of them. They don't have power on all those things. So when you call somebody to do a work, you are the one that appoint him or her. That person must do your biddings, irrespective of anything. If we call it compromising, that's a normal thing. It has been happening, and it will keep happening. So the issue of President Tinubu appointing INEC chairman is a free and fair entry for him. That's not anybody can do.
I would say when election wants to go on like this, immediately people are voting, they should be maybe uploading it directly.
As the 2027 election draws closer, many are calling for accountability, independence of electoral institutions, and a level playing field for all political parties. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na mbụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile, na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu, na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, nwee ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee nnukwu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị.
anyị bulie Naijiria elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma.
Nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile.
Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Asa maka asa anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Across several regions of Nigeria, communities continue to grapple with insurgency, banditry, and kidnappings, raising fresh concerns over whether increased defense spending is truly translating into improved safety for citizens. The security crisis shows no clear signs of abating in 2026. Reports indicate that no fewer than 1,091 lives have been lost to violent attacks. Additionally, about 3.7 million Nigerians have been displaced, now scattered across nearly 3,900 camps nationwide. In recent developments, at least 23 people were killed and 108 others injured following a series of suspected suicide bombings in Maiduguri, one of the deadliest attacks in the Borno state capital in recent times. These troubling figures continue to raise a critical question: what can be done to end insecurity in Nigeria? Responding, Nigeria's Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima restated the federal government's resolve to defeat terrorism, declaring that those behind recent attacks in the country will be decisively confronted. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this growing concern.
The federal government, that's one of their major role in keeping the safety of Nigerians, as in they have to be very, very, very active in keeping the safety of Nigerians, because that's one of their major priority. So, and again, as we individual, you have to be very, very vigilant. If you see someone that is not familiar with in your area or in your environment, you have to alert the security operations, because you can see if sometimes you might be in your street and you see some new strange faces around you. So when you see such thing, at least you can call the security or maybe the vigilantes in your area. So with this, we can be able to curb the insecurity in our area.
The government should step up its action against it. Especially, I believe that the government has the capacity to do that. There was a time they were talking about state police. They need to hurry up in this issue of state police to equip them effectively, because the state police are people that will be taken from the indigenes, people that are familiar with the terrain. So this kind of people can easily understand what's going on around them. They can easily arrest the situation, because it has gone to the level that the insecurity issue cannot be downplayed.
Everybody is feeling the pains here and there. The security is a major issue that I pray that our president and his men will be able to tackle, so that Nigeria be more safer. Because without insecurity, the economy cannot really move. And without insecurities, nobody can be at peace. Without insecurity, even government itself will not be at rest. So we pray that sincerely this government will have the courage to tackle the insecurity aspect. Once that is settled, I know Nigeria will be better.
As the nation continues to seek lasting solutions, many hope that decisive actions will be taken to restore peace and safeguard lives across the country. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's the Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People television.
TV.
Love ya.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to Meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
I am not saying you are a poor man. It is not even implied in my statement. But I'm saying that you deserve more than you already are.
Daddy, please.
I have transformed from a mere mortal to a god.
In the heart of Nigeria's film industry, there is one voice that commands silence the moment it speaks. One presence that turns every scene into a masterclass. That name is Pete Edochie. Born on the 7th of March 1947 in Enugu State, Pete Edochie didn't start in Nollywood. He started in broadcasting.
Igirigi has only one wife and he doesn't even have a son to succeed him. No, I will not allow this.
After studying history and English in the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, he joined the Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting Corporation in the 1960s. Radio was his first stage. Television soon followed. But it was in 1987 that Nigeria met the Pete Edochie they would never forget. As a conqueror in the NTA adaptation of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, he didn't just act the role, he became it. Fierce, proud, unyielding. That performance etched his name into the memory of a nation. From that moment, Pete Edochie became Nollywood's go-to man for royalty, elders, and authority figures. He is the king, the chief, the priest, the disciplinarian. Whether in living in bondage, lion heart, things fall apart, or the gods are still not to blame, he brings a gravity that few can match. His secret is culture.
You don't have to apologize, my son. It is because you did not want to know, nor do you want to understand.
We shall not tolerate vermin on our land.
Yes.
I am leaving this one alive, so he can tell the world what happened to others. Zuma said, shut up. I don't know where you borrowed the courage with which to confront me. When I talk, I expect people with some background to join issues with me, not peasants like you. I am Otari Zelu Ikemba, the king of the forest.
Pete Edochie is a custodian of Igbo tradition. He speaks fluent Igbo, understands its proverbs, its rituals, its weight. And when he speaks on screen, you're not just hearing dialogue, you're hearing history. But off screen, Pete is known for something else: discipline and principle. He has spoken often about preserving African culture, about the role of fathers, about morality in an age of noise. He doesn't shy away from controversy if it means defending tradition. That boldness has made him both revered and debated. And yet, even his critics admit one thing: the man is consistent, unapologetically himself. Over 300 films later, Pete Edochie remains active, mentoring younger actors, making cameos, and using his platform to speak on national issues.
I know you're not happy with me because of the way I sent Ezolu and his poverty-stricken father away from here. But you see, as your father, I have to protect your interest at all times.
He's not just an actor. He is a brand, a symbol of African dignity on screen. Young actors study him. Directors cast him when they want a scene to feel real. Audiences watch him when they want to feel rooted. An industry that changes every year, Pete Edochie is constant. He reminds us that storytelling in Africa isn't just entertainment. It is memory. It is identity. It is power. From Enugu to the world, his voice still echoes. Deep, measured, unforgettable. Pete Edochie is the elder, the legend, the voice of Nollywood.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. More. Not be all show the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part time, part time, part time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Vop TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Vop TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP. The voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. they use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound Akusin Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organs you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic lupus, ENA issues or ANA issues, the samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were not done, never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GNCR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Electa for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he would lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that, till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out. We have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming into their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in tempers. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investment in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent. Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026, bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now living with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Presently, as I'm talking to you, here I am at the place where it all started back in 2022, the Slum Art School, Ijora, Badia. You can see with me, students, teachers. Of course, you can see a whole lot of artwork and students all practicing and putting themselves to good use, because they say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. But these students are not idle. They're doing something with their lives. And I'm going to be talking to one or two of them. And I have with me, I have Sadiq, please.
My experience being with slum art and the students is to make better future for the students and be able to make things on their own pertaining to artwork or pet bottle in the future in order to make their future more brighter.
This is a collage.
They call it collage?
Yes, we call it collage.
Okay, what are all these papers?
That's magazines.
From where? Where did you get all these magazines?
That's discarded magazines. In 30 minutes max, yeah.
30 minutes?
Yes, they can.
I know they pay anything. Even school fees, book, socks, sandals, uniforms, anything. I know they pay. Before then, they another school. They know they do anything. Like then they speak, then they write, read. They know they catch up. But since we don't read there, then they catch up. And there is something. If I speak English with no correct, then we correct me, say no, mommy, no, it's like that. They pray for them, make God bless them.
We're here to kind of like celebrate, these children here, for the opportunity that was given to them by like Vadito and Shek. So far, so good. The support has not been, regretted. It's something that we sat down, we thought about, and we clearly know the vision, what we're trying to get at, and what we're trying to get at is actually to like help these children to become more than what their current environment is kind of like bottling them into.
Out here, you can see on top of me bottles, but they are just not bottles, they are artwork. And it means this is an art studio, upcoming art studio, that the students of the Slum Art School Ijora, Badia,
we'll be using as a platform for them to exhibit art and, of course, intelligence. Of course, I have some of the students who were part of this art studio to give us a little bit of explanation. We have Taufik, Muiz, and Fawaz.
Yeah, we went from picking bottle to putting rope. You can see we used the fishing line to hold it up.
Okay.
So we went from picking to putting rope and hanging.
It means a lot to us because we like to do this for fun, something like carrying bottles, put it on, do so many things.
A lot. Because me, I'm a interior decor.
Wow.
And my friend is fashion designer.
Wow.
So we love doing art.
I learned collage and artwork when I entered the school. The teacher they are teaching well. We use magazine and brush and glue.
Slum started in 2018. Started with 10 different communities: Jarabadia, Kyokyo Village, Magedun, Bariga, New Garage, Gidankwali, and that is the beginning of slum art. But we noticed that it's not just touch and go, just go into this community and you never return back. So we decided to engage more, implant ourselves into the community, build a school where kids can come in. So we take our kids from the street and those who just roam about the community. So we use art as one part. We do animations, we do photography. So depending on what the child wants to learn, we decide to just be a part of people's life in our own little way to help them shape in their future and help them come out of mentally come out of their environment.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Journalists from various media outlets gathered for a specialized training aimed at strengthening business and economic reporting, facilitated by the Media Career Development Network (MCDN) in collaboration with the United States Consulate General. Speaking at the training, Executive Director Lekan Otufodunrin, alongside other facilitators, stressed the importance of journalists deepening their understanding of economic policies, data interpretation, and financial literacy to enhance accurate and impactful reporting.
The idea is to ensure that there is a pass down of some of this knowledge and we can interact. So as much as possible, this is not a lecture. This is just some engagement, some reminders, some pointers, some things that can stimulate you to look at some of the things you are doing differently.
Today's session on business and economics reporting is especially timely. Just 2 weeks ago, we convened the U.S.-Nigeria Commercial and Investment Partnership Ministerial Meeting here in Lagos, reaffirming our 5-year Memorandum of Understanding to expand trade, investment, and private sector-led economic growth. The U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary Bradley McKinney and Nigeria's Minister of Industry, Trade, and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Odewole, co-chaired discussions at the event on how to deliver tangible, long-term improvements to the business environment and remove barriers to trade and investment in 3 priority areas, which are agriculture, digital economy, and infrastructure.
Here at the U.S. Consulate and the U.S. Mission in Nigeria, it's really important for us to provide support to journalists. Freedom of speech is one of the things that the United States is founded on. I'm not sure if many of you know, but this is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. So we are, throughout the year, celebrating all of these things in our foundings that really made the United States what it is today. And one of them is freedom of speech that continues to be upheld by journalists.
The essence of a training like this is to enable us to understand some of the things that should be in our stories. So money, we follow the money. That's what we do. That's the summary of what we do. We follow the money. So anytime the deal is struck, you hear that Julius Berger is building a road over there. If I were you, I would go there and find out exactly how much the contract is worth.
Participants at the clinic expressed appreciation for the hands-on sessions, describing the training as timely and practical, especially in helping journalists navigate complex economic issues and simplify them for public understanding.
When business journalists actually do well in their job and armed with enough data and the skills to actually process the information, then we can do better and more impactful reporting that even benefits the society and everyday people in the country.
Interplays of everything that happens in the economy, affects every household, affects every Nigerian. That's why we have to begin to hold our job in high esteem and take every data, scrutinize it, follow up, and understand these things and speak to analysts if we do not really understand.
I think it's very important that some of the things that we learn today were taught to people who are on the front line of journalism. So today, basically one key takeaway is that facts are very, very important, and journalists generally play a huge role in how much development comes to Nigeria in the economic sector.
Following the training, journalists say they are better equipped to deliver insightful, data-driven, and solution-focused business and economic reports that can contribute meaningfully to national development. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone. Hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV, and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2026 Niche Annual Lecture brought together policymakers, economics, traditional rulers and labor leaders to examine Nigeria's economic direction under the theme Governing the Economy, Choices and Priorities. The annual forum, organized by Niche, focused on governance, economic reforms, and the link between the political decisions and national development. In his welcome address, Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of the Niche, Ikechukwu Amechi, said the lecture series was designed to promote national development beyond ethnicity, religion, and political affiliations.
In the last 3 years, we have, unfailingly, every Monday, drawn the attention of Nigerians to the incredible stories of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who are making giant strides in all fields despite the odds.
He said the platform also highlights young Nigerian entrepreneurs making impact despite economic challenges. Delivering the keynote lecture, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Chioma Oti said Nigeria's economic challenges cannot be solved with quick fixes, stressing that long-standing structural issues require discipline and consistent reforms. He warned that unemployment, poverty, and weak institutions are outcome of years of poor governance and bad political choices.
There is no silver bullet for solving Nigeria's myriads of economic challenges, because economics is about cold, hard facts, not vanities.
Governor Oti linked economic decline to corruption, political optimism, and weak institutions, adding that leadership quality directly affects investment, job creation, and national stability.
Abia, I can say with every sense of conviction, is proof that economics cannot be separated from politics.
He cited Abia State as an example of how governance reforms can rebuild investors' confidence, improve infrastructure, delivery, and strengthen public institutions.
Investors respond not on emotions, but on hard facts. So have you created the enabling environment? If you've not created the enabling environment, businesses will not come.
Chairman of the occasion, His Royal Highness Muhammadu Sanusi, also weighed in on Nigeria's economic reforms, including subsidy removal and exchange rates. He said while the policies may be necessary, their timing and implementation remain critical.
You had to, when you get to a point where 100% of your revenue goes into debt service, you cannot continue. Where is the money going to come from?
Other discussants include Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Highness Igwe Inemeka Alfred Achebe, Nigerian Congress President Comrade Joe Ajaero, Dr. Jumoke Ogunleye of the University of Lagos, and banking expert Chief Anogwe Ayemu. They all stress inclusive governance, accountability, and economic policies that prioritize citizens' welfare.
First question everybody must ask of a governor or the president or a government is, what is the character of the state? That is what defines everything. Is the state a developmental state that's focused on the people? Is the state a rentier state that is a site for extraction of money by political elite? Is the state a kleptocratic state that just there to serve those who steal?
Speakers also urge Nigerians to take the 2027 election seriously.
Economics does not respond to emotions or sentiments. It is guided by thoughtful decisions and the judgment of those who were the instruments of power.
The forum ended with a shared call for stronger institutions, discipline, leadership, and more informed electorate as Nigerians navigate its economic future. From Victoria Island, I am Monica Ogola reporting for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
For many Korokwe and Kekemarawa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, you know. And if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000. If we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we did not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other parties carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Maritime Frontier show on VOP television. My name is Dili Utomi. Today, we have a guest at the studio. His name is Comrade Chinedo Katu, the president of Fundi Amaka Progressive Markets Association, an umbrella body for over 58 markets within the Lagos State. Comrade, you are welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yeah. We are going to discuss today the issues that concerns importers and marketers as within the maritime sector. So, Comrade, you're welcome once again to the program.
Thank you very much.
Before we go into the discussion for the topic of the day, we have to take a look at the events that made the news in the course of the week within the maritime sector. PTML Customs Boss, DC Miko, meets terminal operators, freight forwarders, seeks improvement on 2 hours cargo clearance. The acting Customs Area Controller of the Port and Terminal Multi-Service Limited Area Command, Deputy Controller of Customs Nora Miko, has called for a stronger collaboration with terminal operators and other stakeholders to engage trade facilitation improve cargo clearance efficiency, and surpass existing revenue targets. DC Miko made a call on Tuesday, 2nd June 2026, during his maiden visit to the Grimaldi PTML terminal in Lagos, where he met with the management of Grimaldi, PTML, and other port stakeholders. He commended management of the PTL and Grimaldi for their investments and commitment to positioning PTML as Nigeria's leading roll-on, roll-off Ro-Ro port facility, noting that the terminal has distinguished itself through high security standards and compliance with international regulations. Highlighting PTML's record of a 2-hour cargo clearance time for compliant Ro-Ro imports, Miko challenged stakeholders to work collectively towards achieving even shorter clearance timelines without compromising integrity. PTML Command holds the record as a command with a 2-hour cargo clearance time for compliant Ro-Ro imports. As a service, we can do even better and further shorten that time without compromising our integrity.
Whenever we are talking about this, how fast goods can be cleared, let us be aware that we are talking of compliant traders. And for vehicles, like we always say, there was a time we were talking about 8 hours, but now we can do it 4 hours. All you need to do is to be a compliant trader. And once you come and you are compliant, it doesn't, how many minutes does it take to even examine a vehicle? At worst, an hour, at worst. After an hour, somebody will go to the system and release. So it doesn't take anything because you must have made your payment before we even examine.
This will translate into more efficient management of your terminal space, DC Miko said. The acting customs area controller also assured stakeholders of an inclusive leadership style, stressing that their contributions will be critical to achieving shared objectives. I'm here to listen. Your insights, expertise, and perspectives are vital to our success. I look forward to engaging with you to align our efforts for mutual growth. Whatever we have achieved together in the past can and will be surpassed, they added. Responding on behalf of the terminal management, the general manager of PTML, Tunde Keshiro, pledged continued support and cooperation with the Nigerian Customs Service to advance its mandate and sustain operational efficiency at the terminal. So, you know, the PTML commander just have a new area controller has been posted to the place, the acting area controller, DC Miko. So he's going around now to see investors, those that have investment within the area of his area of jurisdiction. What do you think about this engagement?
Well, that question, like I say, is really funny because I just had it over the news like every other person that there's a new controller at PTML. And I just had it over the news too that our good workaholic friend, the former CAC of Tinkan, that is Frank Onyeka, has been promoted and is now an ACG.
Yeah.
Well, I use this opportunity to say congratulations to him. He has been a hard-fighting person and he has been a committed, seasoned customs professional. So I congratulate him once again for the good job he has done in the Tinkan. So I just heard about this since. And I'm hearing from you now that the new CAC is going around engaging stakeholders or investors, you call it, so to say. But sometimes that is where my quarrel comes in. Sometimes I wonder where we're coming into the picture.
That's the importers and the
yes, the importers and the market people, the traders dominantly, because the traders are who comprise of the importers and the exporters and what have you. But when anytime they want to do these engagements and every other thing, they will relegate us to the background. I'm not even here. Someone like me is supposed to be reading officially and be notified or something like that.
Because probably invited.
We are critical stakeholders in this journey, for God's sake. But I'm just hearing it from you. So, well, I will not say that it's not a good development. Somebody who walked into a house or you just came into a house for the first time, you need to go around the house and see the building and look at where it's leaking, where it needs patches and everything. That's a good way to start. But I must have to say that the way and approach they are going about it, we are really complaining, and we are not too satisfied with the way they are treating all the importers and the exporters. I think they are supposed to be, they are I believe customs and freight forwarders are like Siamese twins. Yes, quite understood. But they should know that without the importers and the exporters, there is no customs and no no freight forwarders.
Nothing to charge.
So most of
duty
these engagements, we need to be consulted. Because if we are not consulted out of ignorance, we may do something that is stupid that will negate trade and something that will say, why did this thing happen? It will be as a result of lack of information. You understand my point? So critical engagement is very important. I commend you for that.
Yeah. Maybe because he's just started, just barely a week, or let's say barely 2 weeks on the saddle. Of course, it will get to the...
Well, that's what I say. I'm just hearing it from you, and I'm surprised to hear that he has started, which is okay. But I'm trying to make that point that he's not the first person, he's not the second person. That's why I give it to Frank Onyeka that just left, because he makes sure he carries everybody along. Yeah. And that's why you see him surmounting every target he has in Tinker. I don't know the new person that is taking over, but I want to equally this opportunity to tell
the new person has already taken over.
Oh,
and he's also an in-house person at Tinker.
No, but you should know that Frank Onyeka left a big shoe.
Joseph Anani. CAC Joseph Anani.
Okay, CAC Joseph. Okay, I think he can be able to step into that big shoe because the shoe is too big. So I think we need to encourage him to step into the big shoe that Onyeka left behind.
Yeah, thank you so very much, sir. Now, moving to the second article that made the news in the course of the week. NISA, maritime can rival oil and gas as Nivarex 2026 targets global investment. The Nigerian Ship Owners Association, NISA, says Nigeria's maritime sector has a potential to rival oil and gas as a major revenue earner. As preparations intensify for 2026 Nigerian Maritime Expo, NIMAREX, scheduled for November in Lagos, NISA President and Chairman of the NIMAREX 2026 Planning Committee, Otunba Shola Adeunmi, said in an interview in Lagos on Friday that planning for the event is already underway, building on the successful revival of the Expo in 2024 after a prolonged period of inactivity. Adeunmi said NIMAREX was designed as an inclusive industry platform covering all segments of the maritime value chain, not just ship owners. NIMAREX is an industry event. Although the initiative came from the Nigerian Ship Owners Association, it encompasses everything about the maritime industry, he said. It's a platform where we showcase the opportunities available in Nigeria for investors and industry players from around the world to see and bring investments into the country. He explained that the exhibition covers shipping, ports, logistics, maritime services, and the blue economy, which he said could unlock significant investment and job creation if properly developed. The NISA president attributed the earlier suspension of NIMAREX to funding challenges and misconceptions about its ownership. There was silence for some time, but we brought back NIMAREX last year, he said. He noted that while government support was strong in the early years, it gradually declined, leaving the 2024 edition largely self-financed by NISA. Adeunmi added that many stakeholders mistakenly view the Expo as a ship owners-only initiative, limiting broader participation. To address these challenges, NISA is engaging government institutions, maritime agencies, private sector operators, and international stakeholders to broaden sponsorship and participation. Now, so this is the Nigerian Ship Owners Association coming to talk about organizing Nigeria Maritime Expo for 2026. They are sort of reviving it after the 2024 edition, and it went a little bit moribund. Talking about Nigerian ship owners, what do you think their impact has been on trade, especially in your own area of jurisdiction?
If you ask me, I will tell you that I've not really seen any impact, any value they've added to us, other than making their own money.
Wow.
If you ask me my opinion, recently I was invited by recently we were invited by Nigerian Shippers Council for a meeting over the increment proposed by the shipping companies.
Shipping company, yes.
Which are the ship owners.
Yeah, well, no, we're talking about the Nigerian, not the shipping companies we are talking about are the foreign shipping companies who own most of the shipping.
The vessels, who own the vessels.
Vessels are bringing the...
Who are the Ship Owners Association?
And the Nigerian, but they do not own big vessels that
what
go...
You mentioned Ship Owners Association. So most of the times when we talk about this association, let's know who is the ship owner, who is the shipping line. I don't think we should be deceiving ourselves at this point. Who is the ship owner, who is the shipping line? If you own the smaller vessel, if you own a big vessel, vessel is vessel.
Yeah, sure.
So you're not telling me that they operate under the same platform.
Yeah, sure.
The ship owners operate under the same platform. Okay? So if that thing they are trying to promote is part of their CSR, it's a welcome development because I see it as a part of their CSR.
Okay.
And that's what I try to canvass and advocate the last time I met with some of them. When they are talking about the increments and the shipping services, and I argued, I told them, the way the country is now, everybody trying to cut costs.
Yeah.
And have you even tried to look at the port environment, the working environment? Is it conducive? Have you even improved on that before talking about increment and the post and the shipping services?
Yeah, the
If
charges.
you cost, because they are trying to give you excuses about running costs, and I told them, can't you reduce the cost of running your whatever? Most of us, even in our families, will reduce cost for us to be able to meet up.
Yeah.
Must you carry it and place it on our own? So most of the time when they mention ship owners, shipping line, I categorize them.
Okay.
So when they are trying to mention it, because I use that angle, the way I am, I don't know how to describe it. I use that measurement, that same standard to measure all of them. So whatever they are doing, sometimes I will become less interested. Because as traders, what we're even looking at is what impact or what value had this will even added to our rate, other than every time there's increment. Every time there's increment. Every time there's increment. And many of the time they do this, and it is being transferred to us, the importance. And eventually we transfer it to the ordinary Nigerian who buy the products. And we are talking about inflation. So, but if they are trying to resurrect, let me use that language of this maritime expo that has gone moribund. Well, I've not participated in the expo. Just like I keep on saying, most of these things have not been invited. Because if I've been part of that expo, I'll be able to analyze it critically and look at the impact of that expo and know where is adding, if it's adding value at all for us, the trading public. Yeah. I can be able to comment on that. But I can't just comment on that expo that I've not participated. But from the look of things, I think they are trying to, revive or resurrect it as part of their CSR. It's a welcome development if we want to do it. But I'm trying to say that ship owners, they are the same. They are just like airline owners too. If when you are without the importers, without the shippers, there's no business.
Yeah.
A bus driver without the passengers, there's no business. So both supposed to run in pari passu. They are supposed to be, cordial relationship amongst them. Not the other one being on top of the other one, because we must ship.
There should be a symbiotic relationship.
So before we must ship, then because of that, you will try to exploit us, because knowing that we feel that we don't have option. This time around, like I told them, we are going to have option. Options are there, because if care is not taken, anybody who wants to paralyze our business will first of all paralyze the person's own. And that's the decision we're about to take now. So it's a symbiotic relationship, quite all right, that you mentioned. So I want them, they are reviving the maritime expo. There are other expos they needed to revive in the trade sector. Okay. At least nothing stopped them from reviving most of these trade fairs and exposing the trading public to international exhibitions and whatever, and sponsoring it. These are the things that will add value to trade. Is there anything wrong by the ship owner, knowing fully well that if you expose the traders to most of these international fairs, international businesses and every other thing, the scope will expand and their business will expand. In fact, the visibility of their brand will not be, you don't need to argue it again. It will be very conspicuous. Their brand will be very, very conspicuous. You know that by the time I go to this very place and get these goods to buy through you, I'm going to ship it through you too. So let them extend it to the expo. To the traders, let them benefit from the international fairs and whatever. Nothing stop them from even sponsoring it and even telling the traders to participate. At least it's going to go a long way.
Yeah. Now, sir, I know this may be a little bit but I'll ask the question. How much impact do you think if the CVFF, that's a cabotage vehicle financing fund, is applied and the local ship owner starts getting be in the position to acquire their own ships or build their own ships? How well do you think it will affect businesses, especially your...
If what? Come again?
The cabotage vehicle financing fund.
Yes.
That NIMASA is a warehousing.
Yes.
If they start implementing the, disbursement of that, how well do you think it will affect these ship owners in terms of the ability to engage in international trade? Movement of cargoes from overseas.
Very simple. It's going to encourage those ones who have a smaller vessel to upgrade.
Yeah.
And when the upgrade, once it becomes a local content or something like that, we're supposed to benefit because the cost of shipment will come down. All this exploitation going on in the foreign land will come down. Let me tell you, the shipping business is a mafia business.
Okay.
It's a completely mafia business to the best of my understanding. So
Exactly.
it's an international mafia circle. But if these people comes in and it becomes some of the local or indigenous, let me put it, indigenous ship owners who cannot be able to get the bigger vessels. You understand my point? It's going to affect, it's going to add value because the cost of shipment will reduce drastically. And if the cost of shipment reduces, it's going to reduce the cost of goods. That's going to affect us.
Okay. So you're advising NIMASA to make haste and then...
Of course, NIMASA should expedite action on that. I read that article sometime, but I've not been able to digest it properly what they mean by that. But if what you're saying is actually what they intend to do, I will encourage them to expedite action on that. It's going to add value to what we are doing.
Well, there's this small issue of counterpart funding. The local indigenous people bring in probably about 20% of the total worth of the ship, while they...
I disagree with that. If they want to fund them, they should fund them 100%. Where they counterpart funding? Are they not Nigerians?
There's that fear of what has happened before.
And let me ask, I hope there's no interest on that thing they are trying to fund.
No. It has been there for years. Part of what NIMASA charges, a little amount of it is kept for the development of the local indigenous shipping.
Shipping, yes.
And it's been there in dollars over years. Almost about, from what we get, the information we have now, about $800 million have been saved from that over the past 10, 15, 20 years. And they need to disburse money for local.
Well, I know that when it comes to equity, it's just for you to show your seriousness.
Okay.
Equity, when you're giving me something and I want to take something and you're asking me for equity, equity means that I should stake to indicate I have a stake.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think that there are other ways to do it in order to discourage those of them who want to improve. There are indigenous ship owners who are really serious in business. And they know. If they are verified, and they know that these people are serious in business, even if there should be equity, it should be reduced to the barest minimum. It's just like a commitment. So that they encourage them.
Isn't it 20% is...
No, 20% is on the high side. If you tell them, if you ask me in my own opinion, I would say maybe if they must. But if you ask me, I would say they shouldn't put any equity. Equity should be their seriousness in the business, their commitment in that business. Because if I have like 10 vessels, for example, smaller vessels, and I want to upgrade, I needed to buy like 6, 10 more vessels, and you see me operating efficiently, and you're asking me if equity. No. That thing is already an equity because I'm doing well. But it's a different ball game that I just want to start. I'm not in the business and I want to commence and I'm asking you for the capital funding and every other thing. I'll ask you for equity. Let me see your seriousness. For those who are on ground,
okay,
I encourage them to continue and I will plead with the NIMASA to review that aspect of that and look at those indigenous people who are serious and see if at all they want to collect that equity, let it be reduced to the barest minimum. But if you ask me, I'll say don't collect anything. Let the equity be their commitment in that business.
Okay. Thank you for those. Custom builds bridges as CGC Adeni hosts diplomatic call. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, has intensified efforts to deepen international cooperation and trade relations by hosting a high-level diplomatic cocktail reception in Abuja. Held at the rooftop of the Nigerian Customs Service headquarters in Maitama, the event brought together ambassadors, commissioners, heads of missions, senior government officials, and leaders of key security agencies, including Chief of Air Staff, and Inspector General of Police. Welcoming the diplomatic community, Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeni, expressed appreciation for sustained support of international partners in strengthening bilateral relations and advancing global trade cooperation with Nigeria. According to him, we recognize and appreciate your contributions to strengthening diplomatic and trade relations. The service remains committed to providing support and services required for diplomatic missions to operate effectively in Nigeria. He noted that the NCS continues to expand its global footprint through structured collaborations frameworks with over 20 customs administrations worldwide, focusing on knowledge exchange, capacity development, and operational synergy. The evening concluded with the networking sessions and goodwill messages from participants, with senior government officials and diplomatic representatives commending the NCS for its consistent efforts in fostering stronger institutional ties and promoting an enabling environment for international cooperation. This is another move by the Nigerian Customs Service through the CGC to continue to, reach out to the international communities, on trade and, involvement with like it's stated there, he has personally made sure that Nigeria is involved with about over 20 national customs all over the world. And he organized this get together for foreign missions and diplomatic missions and others here in Nigeria. How far do you think this is going in terms of building, cooperation and collaborations within the international community?
Well, I'm a traveler, I'm an importer. I've traveled virtually some parts of the world and I've engaged customs.
Okay.
But if you ask me, words with action doesn't go anywhere. Words without action doesn't even go anywhere. Most of the times I find out that what we do in Nigeria are tea parties. We just gather together in one room, drink tea. When we finish drinking tea, we dispatch. And when we dispatch, and people that watch the cops and go their own way. And you'll be waiting for another day, they will call you to come and drink the tea again. Instead of following up on the discussions you had when you are taking that tea. Now, if CGC Wale Adeni is not the person that I know too well, I have told you that this thing is just a tea party, but he's a professional who I know. That he has been a dedicated and a seasoned custom officer. In fact, I always call him what do you call it? A student who learned well from his teacher.
The master. Okay.
Yes, I always address him as a student who learned well from his teacher. He learned very well from may his soul rest in peace, in the Dico, the former CGC. He learned and he got into a building that was completely dilapidated. He got into a building that is completely leaking. And he was passing from front, left, and right. And I encourage him to continue to do so. But he cannot do it alone. He will continue with this engagement. That's why I congratulated him when I had the World Customs.
The chairman of the council.
So this is what he's supposed to do. At least need to leave a legacy. Trying to make sure that he coordinates all these customs because we are getting embarrassed all over the world. These people are practicing a different thing. These people are practicing a different thing. And these people are practicing a different thing. My take to CGC Wale Adeni is that for him to not allow this thing to end in drinking tea, for him to follow up with action, is a good development. And I can see the way he's building bridges around the customs all over the world. Let him continue with that. And apart from customs, I engage every other person who will make it work, including stakeholders like us. We are readily available to even, preach the gospel, do the advocacy that is involved, to make sure that trade is trade. Facilitator of trade is primary in every other thing we are doing. Because without trade, there's no economy.
And that's supposed to be the number one mandate of the Nigerian Customs.
Exactly. That is supposed to be their number one mandate. I've read other thing you're doing without having that. Look, let me give you an example. This FCTFT, African Free Continental Free Trade Area. I want to interact with CGC Customs and his office, and I asked her, is Nigeria really involved in this FCTA? Because I'm interested. Why is it that they are not really implementing the agreement? He said, if I have any consignment that everything that but I should bring it to him that he will. But it's going beyond bringing it to him. How many times will you see him to bring it to him? This sensitization need to go deep down. And I went as far as inquiring from some of our posts there. Any goods within Africa, within the countries that signed FCTA or whatever, it's supposed to be 3%. You're paying flat on everywhere. But come to Nigeria here, my observation, because I'm involved and I've seen that, I'm a victim of that, they will tell you there's no circular to that effect. Yes, they will tell you there's no circular.
Which means Nigeria has not started practicing.
That is what I'm observed. Nigeria has never started. And I want them to prove me wrong. Nigeria has never started implementing. So if they are meeting with the other international without discussing things like that, the meeting is of no use. But if they are meeting and discussing about implementations of all these strategies, this is a good idea that CGC is bringing. I think it's going to go a long way. Are you getting my point? It's going to go a long way. It's going to be a symbiotic relationship with all of them. So that anytime you're trying to do something, you know that the same practice, whatever they see that's being practiced. In fact, every place will be, what do you call it? Anything you're doing will be based on international best practices. Not your own. Not segregating, this is Nigerian type system, this is Italian system. So I encourage him to do that, but he should go beyond that. After hosting this, people going to party, people go. Let him have a critical committee charged with the responsibility of following up on these engagements he's doing. You understand my point? Mind you that when it comes to most of these things, there are some people the way Nigeria was who may not even be happy with the way he's moving. Who may even after speaking, they may try to even sabotage some of these good efforts he's doing. But with a very good committee in place with that responsibility to make sure that this thing works. You see results coming out from that. But if you end like we hear from the news, this one, it's not today we've been seeing most of those things. These people come, they discuss, at the end of it all. That is the story. But I'll urge him and I will encourage him, but what I'm trying to say that let it not end with tea, drinking tea and coffee. Okay?
All right, thank you, sir. Well, we'll be back in a jiffy. Stay tuned. You're welcome back to the program. My name is Dili Utomi. Today we are talking, of course, with comrade Chinedu Katu on we sort of analyzing the effect of the national single window on trade, because you are a leader of traders, about 58 markets in Lagos. Now, the national single window kicked off about 2 months ago, over 2 months ago, going to 3 months. Have you people been fully integrated into it, and what has been the effect as far as you're concerned?
As far as I'm concerned,
yes, you as
far as I'm concerned,
as a trader, and as
far as I'm concerned, let me take it on a two-edged sword. One, as far as I'm concerned, I Chinedu Katu, and as far as I'm concerned, as the leader of the traders who have not been carried along. I don't even know anything about this national single window, the way it operates, the way it goes, or the way it comes down. But the only thing that we'll normally have some issues with our clearing agents or freight forwarder where they are complaining about glitches, delays on this single window, and you ask them. And I want to tell you that officially, I wrote on behalf of the traders. I wrote.
Okay.
To National Single Window, requesting for the training. Whatever they are doing with the freight forwarders.
Training of importers and exporters. That's
yes,
traders.
yes. Special training, specifically for these traders. So that they will be in tandem with the system. So that they will not be at par with the freight forwarder. When the freight forwarder is talking another thing, you're talking another thing, bring some disagreement. For example, if you give a freight forwarder your goods consignment to clear, and there's an issue with the single window, what the trader needs, look, our language is how much last. What the trader needs is goods. And you need to expedite action. But if I'm aware that these are the processes you pass through, you go this one, you go this one, by the time you come, there are a place you may not even, I will tell you, go it this way and go it this way. When we work together, you get it faster. You understand my point? It facilitates the movement and the clearance of goods. But this time around, the way and manner they handle it, I can't really say what transpired, but we wrote, and they keep on assuring that they are going to train us. They keep on assuring that they are going to come back. Till today, we are not carried along. And I'll tell you for free that if you go inside any of these our markets affiliated to us or most of these importers, ask them questions, 90% of them, if not 95%, don't know anything about national single window. Quote me.
Could it be that you guys are being represented by freight forwarders and licensed customs agents?
Well, I don't know if we are not. Our association is not being represented. Maybe individuals are being represented by their freight forwarders. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That they basically believe that the freight forwarders will work together, which is okay. But if you're working together, if we are not carried along properly, the importers and the exporters, there will be a disconnect. Automatically, there's only a disconnect between you and your freight forwarder. Because most of the time, what your freight forwarder will be telling, he might even be telling you the truth. But as a trader or an importer, you'll be feeling that what you're telling you is not the correct thing. But if you are aware, I know that these processes are like this, and these processes go this way, there's no need of having a disconnect. Everything will be seamless. All processes will be seamless. In fact, both of you work together to get it done. At times, you don't even need to wait for your freight forwarder. You do your own thing, follow the processes, and your freight forwarder completes it. So what is going to take you like 24 hours might end up taking you 2 hours. Okay? So if we are being trained and whatever, most of these man hours we are waiting on getting our goods, and at the end of it all, most of the delays, they have cost implications. Because as you are bringing, don't understand we have forex fluctuations. Maybe you're waiting for your goods and there's fluctuation in forex. Somebody has lost money.
Exactly. You say you wrote to the National Single Window,
yes.
the director.
The director, yes. Yeah.
Have you tried further since that first letter to reach out to them?
Well,
these things you talk about.
Yes, I've tried to reach out to them. We tried to reach out to them via text messages, phone calls. But whatever may be their problem, I am saying it boldly and publicly here. Whatever may be their problem that made them not to train us, maybe negligence, I don't know, or ignorant, or maybe they feel it's not necessary to train us. I don't know. Okay. It's left for them. But we have it on record that we wrote. I wrote on behalf of the traders and I signed that letter. I made that request specifically because we normally have some market leaders retreat every year. And we even ask them to leverage on that opportunity. At a point, they requested that they want to visit, which is good, they visit all the market. But can you imagine we have 58 major markets under our control? And we said, okay, what we wanted to do, we can get the leaders. We'll gather the leaders under one roof. We have the training. Mm-hmm. When we finish the training, become train the trainer.
Exactly.
The leader will go inside the market and train some other people will train some other people. You know what you're going to achieve by that. We made all these suggestions, but I don't think none of them worked. So let me tell you, be honest with you, as the leader of the market, if you ask me the processes of that national single window, the way it works, how it goes up, how it goes down, Chinelo Carter does not even know. I'm telling you, and I want to be frank about that, I don't even know. So we were watching the system, but the only thing that what I have for some time, there was some report when some journalists called me and asked me the same question, that the glitches and the delays and whatever they are having in the post sector as a result of national single window, how is it affecting us? I said, well, everything generally is affecting us.
That's actually my next question. How is it affecting your business right now? Since you said you guys were not trained, and of course, glitches are being
yes, because it's affecting.
How does it affect business?
The way it's affecting our business, excuse me. Excuse me.
Sorry.
The way it's affecting our business is what I told you, that the freight forwarders, clearing agents will report about glitches.
Mm.
And when you ask them what is the cause of all this, he said it's as a result of some minor hiccups of national single window implementation.
Mm.
All we are cared is, where is our goods?
Actually, I want you to tell me in Naira and Kobo. That's what I mean. But I know that it affects, there are glitches. But how does it impact on your pockets? On your
in Naira, or you mean in Naira and Kobo?
Yes.
In Naira and Kobo, something is going out of your pocket now. You understand my point?
Can you quantify them, sir?
Huh?
Can you quantify
I cannot
them?
quantify. How can I be here and quantify? Because I can quantify by my own. I can't quantify generally. But on average, it is cost effective. Because what we're going to spend 1,000 Naira, we'll end up getting to 2,000. Okay. Time is money.
Sir, could you give us an overview or your thoughts in a summary? We're running out of time of what you think the national single window should do to incorporate people like you into their training and then, make it faster, easier, and better for you people to do business. In a short word, sir, within 30 seconds.
Yes, I don't know what else you want me to say about that because I can only comment on something I know very, very well. If I've studied the national window processes very well, I can be able to comment and say this is wrong, this is wrong. I cannot comment.
But your freight forwarders, your representative are reporting glitches to you.
Yeah, freight forwarders are reporting glitches, but I've not gone into the details to know what the glitches are.
Okay, so what should they do?
What do they do is that to make sure that everybody is being carried along in the training. Most of the leaders who are supposed to be aware of what is on ground, all the stakeholders, it's not about one section. It's not a sectional issue. It's about trade. It's a commendable project from the government. It's quite commendable if implemented well. But the way they are going about it, I don't think it's okay. And let them not politicize that project.
Okay.
Let them not even try to politicize it because I'm seeing somehow that look like it's being politicized somehow. If they want to achieve that laudable project, they should make sure that everybody's carried along, especially critical stakeholders like us. Then when you now call me, what do you think? What do you think? I can be able to advise these issues because we're the ones on ground. They are not on the field. We're the ones on ground. We're the ones opening those shops. We're the ones going to that place to bring those goods. We're the ones traveling to buy. We are the ones paying this money. So we are the ones to report. We are the ones to tell you, improve on this, improve on this. But I cannot tell you something I don't know about. Right. When they engage us and get across the road, by the time you ask me, and if I don't tell you anything, then you have something to say. But for now, I don't know what to say.
All right. Thank you so very much. Well, this is calling on the operators of the National Single Window to reach out to the traders, the importers and exporters. Here, we've been talking with Comrade Chinedo Kato, the president of Fundi Wamaka Progressive Markets Association, an umbrella body for about 58 markets within Lagos State. Of course, it's always available for him to be reached. So you guys reach out to them so that they will know much more about the National Single Window and make it work better. Thank you for staying tuned on this program. My name is Delio Tommy. I'll need you to stay right there for us every time. Tune in again next week for another edition of the Maritime Frontier Show on VOP Television. Have yourself a lovely week ahead.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
And you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked. Don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics.
Through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you, That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The Lagos State government says agencies under the Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations have stepped up safety inspection, emergency coordination, and public sensitization as part of efforts to reduce accidents and improve compliance across the state. This disclosure was made during the 2026 ministerial briefing at the Alausa, Ikeja. Commissioner for Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations, Olugbenga Oyorinde, says the Lagos State Safety Commission carried out over 200 safety inspections of manufacturing facilities and several audits of government agencies. According to the Commissioner, more than 3,500 construction sites achieved safety compliance certified between May 2025 and May 2026. He adds that safety marshals were deployed to over 1,400 public and private events across the state.
The Lagos State Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations plays a vital role in ensuring public safety, emergency preparedness, effective interagency coordination in Lagos State. To effectively deliver on this mandate, the ministry provides strategic oversight for 5 key agencies: Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, Lagos State Safety Commission, Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Agencies, Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services, and Lagos State Command and Control Center. Together, the agencies strengthen safety, security, and emergency response across the state. The Lagos State Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations and its agency, Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services, has recorded significant progress in infrastructural development and operational strengthening through the completion of key projects aimed at improving emergency response services across Lagos State. These completed projects includes procurement of 62 firefighting and utility service vehicles to enhance emergency response capacity.
The Lagos State Management Agency says it handled over 1,100 emergency cases in 2025, with Alimosho recording the highest number of incidents. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Services it has intensified engagement with landlords, market leaders, and fire marshals to reduce fire outbreaks and attacks on emergency respondents. The state government says it will sustain enforcement, public sensitization, and emergency response coordination to improve safety standards and protect lives across Lagos State. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just watch.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother Shaggy, the man, fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all?
To the program. Yes, yes. People's Voice on Voice of Television, watching the story, share the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major conversation, a major story that is dominating the air and sparking conversation across the nation. Single term or debt trap. Obi versus Tinubu erupt as 2027 battle begins. This is quite very strong because I think we have a web of different conversations, have been laid around this political, atmosphere that nations are experiencing, and different cases, different conversation, people throwing shades, and aside from that, opposition that are evaluating, different administration, and of course, not only that, they are even trying to fact check what has been done as regards to administration and what has not been done. The government is saying that they've done a lot, but the opposition are actually saying no, we've not actually seen didn't of what you feel that your reform, looks like. All right, and this are part of the conversation that we're talking about this afternoon. On the joining conversation with experts in Citizens Perspective, share your thoughts with us. I am Savior. Let's start with details. INEC sets July 11th the deadline for 2027 candidates. INEC actually says the party must submit 2027 candidates details by July 11th. Access codes to the nomination will be released on June 26th, with the portal opening on June 27 and closing automatically. The chairman, Professor Josh Amukweton, urged parties to resolve internal disputes and, of course, prepare ICT terms. INEC has also appealed to about 2 courts a ruling against a part of its timetable, one that splitting it could cause chaos. Most parties are finalizing a list. Only NDC has named a vice presidential candidacy, and Peter Obi also chose, of course, Musa Kwankwaso, and Atiku Abubakar is still consulting. All right, this particular, INEC situation is one thing that we would actually say is one of the biggest confusion that we're going through right now. Some people are actually saying, should we follow what court is saying, or should we just keep obeying what INEC is saying? And of course, if you go against the deadline, what is going to happen? Will you wait for the final judgment in court? And if you go with what the court is saying, what if INEC strikes you out? This is quite a very serious imbalance here, but we just hope that all of this particular situation will resolve soon. And away from that particular one, Senate probes SEDC over 153 million Abuja rent. The Senate has scrutinized the Southeast Development Commission, the MD, Mark Okoye, over fund management, including an alleged 153 million spent to rent a one-room Abuja office, while its headquarters is in Enugu. Senate Committee Chair Oji Uzo Kalu said that 16.6 billion released, only about 13 billion remains. So roughly 3.6 billion must be accounted for, implied about 2.5 billion spent. Okoye defended the spending as prudent and tied to actual release. The committee was not convinced and ordered SEDC to submit full expenditure records by June 23rd. I see no reason why the committee, the Senate committee, should be saying that they should still submit expenditure. When we actually say that the Senate should scrutinize a certain agency, parastatal, what have you, they were meant to come with evidence with records. So, and I watched that particular video. I watched, all through that particular section. And just one question was asked. As at the time that you rounded off your records and picked up your file before coming for this particular meeting, how much is remaining in the pause? That was the question. And the ND was just, literally going here, going there, say this, say that. Ojuzo Kalu asked again. We just want to answer that question in a straight reply. But this is Nigeria. Let's see the next drama that will be happening as regards to that amount of money. One bedroom office space in Abuja. It's quite sad in this nation. Away from that particular one, Edo shot 3 schools over a kidnap threat. Edo state government is closed Ososo Grammar School, Ososo Comprehensive High School, Makeke Secondary School in Akoko Edo, a local government, after a DSS report of a planned mass abduction of students. A June 9 circular by the Ministry of Education said the DSS intercepted plotting to kidnap school children for ransom. 25-year-old suspected a criminal was arrested on June 4 while surveilling Makeke Secondary School. All classes are suspended until further notice, while candidates will still assess exam centers under tight security. The government urged residents to remain calm and cooperate with security agencies. Right? I love the fact that this intel was good, and not only that, the intelligence was, apt. This was what we're talking about, I and my guest yesterday. I asked that particular question: what is the NSC office doing in this nation? Because we want proper intelligence. Through NSA, the DSS, the Nigerian police, including our military personnel. We just want proper, intelligence so that we can actually, curb and halt all of this particular, unforeseen, situations that are still looming. Bandits can actually be stopped. We just need proper intelligence, and this is a laudable one from the Nigerian DSS. So when good things are happening in the government, of course, we would actually appreciate that. So thank you to the Department of State Service. From that particular one, of course, don't forget that you have to join the conversation. Kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. And as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Single term or we about to the route as 2027 battle begins. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the Television. All right, we have, of course, this particular situation, at hand as regards to the web of debt and a single-term conversation that started erupting, for quite some time now. But the National Assembly has deemed it fit to look into it again. Debate over a single 6-year presidential term, as reignited amid constitutional amendment talks, with 2027 politics already turning confrontational. Supporters say a single term would reduce re-election pressure and cost. Critics warned it could weaken voter power and checks and, of course, balances. The tenure fight flare on Wednesday as NDC's Peter Obi and the presidency clashed on economy. Obi challenged Tinubu's revenue growth from 16.8 trillion in 2022 to 35 trillion in 2025, as saying excessive borrowing has pushed total debt to about 200 trillion naira. While poverty worsens, where did all the money go? Will be asked. And of course, our presidency via special advisor Bayo Nonuga called Obi a copy and paste politician. He said that much of the debt, including 20 trillion in ways and means predate Tinubu, with both the economy and constitutional reform in focus. 2027 party lines are already being drawn. The question is, should we actually ask that particular question or not? These particular spendings, where did the money go? Just like Peter Obi has asked. We're not being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Welcome on board, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Savior. How's your day?
Mr. Elvis, my day should have been fine, but with the billions and trillions we've been hearing in the nation, it's quite disturbing. Which of the news stories would you want to respond to before we come in to the major conversation?
Yeah, I want to speak on the SEDC, that's Southeast Development Commission, and the DSS report on the insurgent trying to, come into Edo State School to kidnap students. I think those two stories stands out for me. I saw that video from the SEDC, and I saw former governor of Abia State, now Senator Ojus Okalu, questioning the management of SEDC. I was quite taken aback because, first of all, let us establish that now Southeasterners have now gotten a development commission, which ordinarily now is supposed to take care of those lapses, those complaints from them that they've been marginalized over the years. Very good. At least the SEDC is supposed to, come in and bridge those gaps where development has never been, of high standard with the Southeastern brothers. That's the major reason why SEDC was set up. All that marginalization should have to come down. At least the people should be able to talk to the commission and say, okay, we need this, and provided the money is released as expected. But unfortunately, what I saw, it was so embarrassing that a commission that is just less than just like a year, then we're already talking about 153 million for one room office apartment. I don't know where to put that.
Mr. the question. Mr. the question is, should this always come up around anything that has to do with a certain area development, commission? Don't forget NDDC.
No.
Is another case.
I'm going there, yes. NDDC, we are going to say NDDC has stayed up to 20 years now and it's still counting, you understand? But we cannot really pinpoint major projects from NDDC, but at least we know that NDDC, the militant that came out of the creek, during the Yaradwa's era, NDDC is taking care of them so much. You understand? And the amnesty, NDDC is doing much about the amnesty of those guys. But this SEDC, is just too early that Mike Okoye, as prominent as he is, he has a very flamboyant profile that he cannot give account of the money that has been released so far. It is very embarrassing. So, but at least, one thing I'm happy about is that the Eastern brothers now should be able to look inward now and see where their enemies lies. If what we are hearing now, what we are seeing from that video is anything to go by, and the commission cannot actually defend what has been released from them, I think we can begin to pinpoint the government has done its own part, but your brothers and one another are stifling your development. On that video is what I'm really not comfortable with. It was good that the Senate Committee on the Southeast Development Commission came up with that kind of development. But I don't want it to end like Professor Fonse's issue with NDDC. We saw that video last time. That video ended with off your mic, and today nobody had that corruption that fingered from the commission. That video, if eventually Professor Ponde, fainted on screen, and the next thing we started getting was off your mic. So this very one, they are must not die like
Mr. Mr. I think you've actually reminded,
yes,
or you're about to set a precedent, which I might not be in support of that. You just reminded this man, the
Yes.
MD of SEDC,
yes,
that someone once fainted.
Yes, one fainted. Yes, it's the same screening,
and the case was gone.
It's gone.
Now, for you to remind him, don't you think that he would actually have that script prepared?
No. We are,
because they are watching the show. That's the problem.
we are not, Nigerians will not allow that kind of script now to fly as expected. Nigerians will not allow it.
Literally, at that particular section, he was asked a very simple question.
Yes. How much is the commission having?
How much?
As the MD who runs the day-to-day.
As the MD who runs the whole affairs of that particular commission. Daily. You should know the deficit. You should know your income. You should know everything. Your expenditure. All of the budget. Nothing goes on in that particular commission without you signing. Either you're using red pen or green pen. We don't know what you use there. But you have to put your pen there. And there has to be your stamp. And you were asked, how much is remaining in your account as of today?
They could not give Nigerians. Could not.
Mr. Elvis.
You see, the revelation was quite good.
Mr. Elvis, before you say that, I want to ask that question. Is this still about Tinubu? Is this still about the president? Or we start looking at every ordinary Nigerian that does not have opportunity of being in power? Because it looks like it is a Nigerian thing and not about any leader right now.
Yeah, it's a Nigerian thing, but you don't know where the leadership comes in, Savior. If the leadership can pick some and use as example to serve as deterrent, do you understand?
Okay.
It will stem it. When we saw Professor Pondeso off the mic, today nothing done. That's why another person. Yeah, that's why somebody else cannot think of it. Like you are just reminding me that don't remind this man that there was an issue like this, so that tomorrow we will not when it comes on 24, we will not come and face. Because it was different. And the person who pretended to have been offended on something was reminded and at least prosecuted and somebody said I got the case sentence or whatever. The next person that would have been thinking of such will say, no, this dummy doesn't fly any longer. You understand? But now, since that person was not reminded, there was no deterrent, another person can also want to fly that dummy. You understand? So that's where the leadership comes in. Leadership is supposed to, have an end to certain matter. No, it must not go with this any longer. If the leadership stands their feet and say, anybody that is caught in this administration, I am ready to expose this person before Nigeria, and the court must do his job as Nigerians will say that when they sentenced Mama Sally last 2 weeks, Nigerians were happy now. Yes, we want to see more of that. So nobody should come and come and bamboozle us before the screen and on the live television, and at the end of the day we don't hear results because Ojus Okalu and his members of his committee must not allow this matter to be swept under the carpet, because now that they have said, we have adjourned till next week Tuesday, we don't want to hear stories that within this 1 week, there will be any sent to the committee members and if you for oversight, do your oversight and look like that need to be the Southeastern brothers have become the marginalization over the years. The civil war, the 3 years was not respected. Now, rehabilitation, reintegration, and rebuilding. It was not respected. Now that we have a commission to say, okay, let's not look at where we have been over the years, but let's look at where we started finding solutions to all the grievances that we have carried over the years. Then that will help. Now, this very easy
something must come out of that particular SEDC. Now, what I would urge the Southerners and of course the Eastern brothers and sisters should do, is hold their leaders accountable. Because one way or the other, if the government is trying to, bring this particular opportunity, trying to end whatsoever issues that's actually been ongoing for years, you know, as regards to marginalization, and wanting to in that particular region, and you don't have a brother from that region, you know, wasting your resources or wasting what you and your population enjoy, I think it should hold your brother accountable. I saw him stuttering for the first time, particular NGO parastatal stuttering, and I just said, no, this is not it, you know. Let's move on to the conversation. Single term.
Yeah, before the main conversation.
Single term.
Single term. You know, the DSS for the Edo State. I have interest in my state.
Okay.
I'm happy that the DSS have been able to tell the Edo State government that something is in the offing. Or it's now left for Governor Monday Okpewolo to actually do the needful, so that we, even with this report from the DSS, we don't want to see that something happened. But with the statement that came from Monday Okpewolo yesterday, you know, saying that whether everybody's you know, he must not use the life of those state people to be politics. We want him to actually stand his feet on the ground and make sure that even the schools that are closed should not be closed permanently. Those students should be relocated somewhere so that they can continue their educational activities. Because the purpose of Boko Haram is that Western education must be abolished. Now we are gradually going into that postulation now that they don't want Western education. Schools are now being closed, or your state have closed some schools, closed border schools. I don't have closed. Why have closed some? So what are we talking about? Are we not yielding to parents that this is what they want? So the state government must not let this life of people. So government, if you are your father, the president, no, at every time you have 5 million votes, don't use those to garner vote for your party.
Mr. I think today you actually came to us.
Yes, that's the message from
you know, because you said you mentioned the word is Big Daddy.
Yes.
Because I think the governor of Edo State cannot literally say anything without
yeah, 2.5 million votes.
And 2.5 million votes. So I think
and yesterday added that there's no vacancy in Aso Rock.
So he said, and he said even if everyone is we don't want everyone to be kidnapped.
Don't play politics with that. Do you think we are happy with your children that are in captivity now for 27 days? You know, and we're not happy about it.
Not even use that as
it should not use it.
It should. All right, about constitutional reform. 2 terms. You know, what are the actual constitutional and of course government trade-offs when it comes to this new bill that the National Assembly, you know, are trying to push as regards to our 2, term, a routine that we've been doing for, quite some time, starting from the Fourth Republic.
Yeah, the 2 term is not even from First Republic, Second Republic.
But we took it more seriously because it was not. I would say it was not aligned.
But now the Senate is talking about single term 6 years, but I'm not too comfortable with 6 years. I would have said 5 years.
So you are always support of 1 term?
Yeah, I'm support of 1 term.
Why?
I have my reasons. 1, corruption will reduce to some extent. 2, the cost of conducting election in this nation. You know how much was given to Mahmoud Yakub that he squandered and told Nigerians that there was a glitch? Over 300 billion.
Can it be verified?
It can be verified.
Is it in the public domain?
Yes.
Okay.
Even this one, do you know how much these ones are asking for almost 1 trillion for 2027 election? So if you look at every 4 years, Nigeria is, dishing out such amount of money to conduct election, and at the end of the day, the result will still be very doubtful and watery. Why must we waste money in that manner?
So don't you also think that your 1-term slots can actually give either the president, the executive rather, either the president or the governor, an avenue to actually take whatsoever they want to take?
Yes, let them take. They will be taken even in 2 terms. Have they not been taken? Have we been able to stop them?
No, but you said it was going to curb corruption.
Yeah, curbing corruption is what I'm saying. Expenditure. Okay. Expenditure. That what we spend in the election is so much. Do you know how corruption? Do you know how corrupt electoral system is in Nigeria? All the materials that are used for election in this nation, do you know many of them are imported? Even the printing. When we have a printing and meeting press in this nation, we print from other parts of the country to print ballot and print other things and bring in. Some of those things will now be caught. Let me tell you, if people are saying that, it will not be enough to actualize some of the infrastructure and all that, forget about it. 4 years was what Jack Conde used to build. The footprints are still there today. You know what I'm talking about? 4 years.
But 4 years, if you are to talk about that was just a state level. When you know, Nigeria, the state of Nigeria,
it was state. When we're talking about 4 years,
of course, I'm saying. So if you're talking about
the presidency now, the party in power will now make sure that the governors from the various states they have talk to them so that they have to carry out, people-oriented projects so that you can come back in the next 4 or 5 years, as the case may be. Your party cannot come back.
Okay,
that party, not that individual. You understand? Okay, as it is now, if APC does well, 5 years, Nigerians are saying,
what if APC does well? I don't know
that's the level between you and I. If that is good enough. You understand? So if they do well in their respective states, one would say, okay, this government need to come back. Let me tell you, a good governor will also know the good candidate that will succeed him, that will be able to, continue with his legacy in office. Do you know that? And this will now be between Nigerians and the people that are in their respective states. Within another 4 or 5 years or 6 years, as the case may be, if this party is not doing it, I would say this party is not supposed to come back. Look at what Alex is doing now in Abia State. Forget about that. Governor Peter Oba carried the glory of PDP to APC. Peter Oba is doing well. He did well as a PDP governor. Even though he has gone to join APC, APC cannot take that Peter Oba brought to Anambra, Enugu State. He did all this, all as a PDP governor. He has just joined APC. Forget about that. He was doing well as a governor, a PDP governor. So the people will now be able to say, look at the example from some of these states, being ruled by social political party. Then by the next election, this one that you now catch people for 8 years. Then by the next 4 years, there is actually no developmental activities by the next 4 years. The next 4 years is just for people to come and, take. There's not much development. Even as it is now, have you driven around Lagos? And drive around Lagos and see that refuse are taking over Lagos. No governance any longer. Because we are prepared for election.
Mr. Ives, now we'll come to that particular one. Now, I'm trying to look into the possibility of someone just using this to just like you said, that they will try to work, try to pay attention to more governance in the first term, but the second term usually they come in for themselves and not pay attention to governance anymore. I talk about the Lagos refuge, which is quite alarming as we speak. But let's have a new opportunity to go into a particular 6-year term, or just like you said 5 years. All right. Don't you think that the person would have a proper, will I say, a proper blueprint of movement and proper arrangement? I wouldn't say proof of concept, but a proper arrangement, where it knows that this is my 6th year. I'll for 2 years or 3 years, and the remaining 2 years, this is what I'm going to do. Now let's talk about timing. I understand that you feel that the 5 years or the 1 term is okay, just like you said it was going to corruption to an extent.
And expensive
you know,
nature
and,
in conducting,
and, you know,
yes,
wastages as
conducting
regards
elections.
to us conducting, you know, second-term elections, which is still being practiced all around the world in other climes. But you feel a one-term slot is better. Now, when we talk about the timing, Mr. Elvis, is this timing about a real reform politically, or this is about the ruling party trying to rejig or reshuffle this whole situation so it can pay and for them? Because if this particular bill and this realignment, you know, is taken into our constitution, so it means that whosoever that is to be voted in 2027 would do that 6 years.
Savior, we have not gotten to that bridge.
So that's the question I'm asking you, Mr. Elvis.
No, that is, I understand where you are coming from.
So that's what Nigerians are asking.
It has not gotten to whether President Tinubu will be a beneficiary of it or not.
Well, don't you think it is looking like one?
No, when we get to that bridge, Nigerians will actually debate it. You know, this thing is going to be thrown to debate.
So the question is, why now?
Why not? Proposals can come at any time. It can come up at any time. He has said that is going to be the job of 11th National Assembly. No more time for them now. So if it gets to the 11th National Assembly, do you even know where the pendulum will swing in the 2027 general election? It can swing the other way. Is it that APC must be in power 2027? It can swing the other way. And it's possible that if it doesn't favor APC in 2027, the next political party that may come in may not buy the idea. So let's not even paint this thing around a political party or an individual. For now, it is still a proposal that, okay, let us begin to debate it when the time comes. But let us focus that 2027 general election can go that way.
When you say it can go that way, let's talk about opposition politics for some minutes. You said it can go either way. And Mr. Elvis, I would like to ask you, with the way opposition parties in Nigeria, you know, actually their internal democracy, you know, do you think that they are ready for 2027?
They are ready for 2027. Anything can still happen. Politicians are very funny people. The same way you saw the ADC came up with what they call a coalition. Anything can still happen between now and the election. It may not be that people will start fusing. Some other person, I know why we are seeing
even opposition parties are losing members. They are moving. Everybody's decamping, and aside from that, not only about decamping, we have more aggrieved members now in opposition party than the ruling party.
Yeah, it's normal, but they have to start doing their own work as expected. Let me tell you, the reason why you see everybody wants to become president is just because some of the Muslim political parties you have not heard of. Everybody is coming up and want to be president. If I knew it was going to be like this, I would have also picked one of the political parties and also, because at the end of the day, INEC has some money is going to give for all the political parties that are contesting. Nigerians are very smart. Everybody wants to benefit from it. Even if you have only one poster, one state, or 36 poster in Abuja, provided your name is in INEC portal that, this political party is also presenting presidential candidate, and you are going to be part of that money that INEC is going to share for political parties. I think that's what most of them want to do. We know those ones that are serious. We know those ones that are not serious. At the end of the day, some of them are also going to tell you, we are collapsing our structure with this political party. Our members, we are collapsing our structure. Such is still going to happen before the 2027 election, because if Nigerians are talking to opposition parties, party must say we are not satisfied with what we have APT at the moment. Opposition party must be able to put their hands in that. I'm still very optimistic that before the elections start coming up proper, more realignment, more meddling offenses is going to happen within the opposition party and their members. Because as it is now, as polarized as it is now, Savior, if you go into election with this nature of things now, I know APC will have your upper hand. But as we get closer, we have 2 states now for election. Osun is coming up and Ekiti is coming up. We still have them. Then by the time we start getting to November, start aligning. It's not what we are discussing today. We'll be discussing again. I know too well that there will be some realignment and some. Politicians are smart. By the time that check lands in their account, some of them can say, we are now begin to talk of, we can collapse our structure with your structure.
To an extent, on this particular, Dex, Mr. Elvis is perceived as a prophet because he actually predicted.
I predicted
that,
this before this time.
He predicted some of these things, and
they are going to scatter all
all
the
opposition.
and so
I think I would actually take this particular one into consideration. Now let's talk about checks and balance before we move to the debt and, of course, our economy. A single 6-year term weakens voter power. And I don't know what your takes are, should be. But in your view,
voters' power.
what institutional checks would be needed to prevent, abuse if this passes?
As usual, the people must hold the government accountable at all times. And I am even saying it now that is a certain president or governor who have first 4 years, kept a lot. Look at what is happening. 800 billion from FAC allocation kept by a ruling political party for them to bring in their president to power. Such will not fly as expected. Within the time frame of a single tenure. It is the political party that is going to be talking to their respective candidate or their respective leaders. The political party this time around have to do a greater job. If a governor of a certain state is not doing well, the onus lies now with the leadership of that political party to tell that governor, we start to lose that state come next election. Because there will be no increment any longer. Increment is gone. Because you are not coming back. First of all, this internal wrangling within primaries, if you choose the wrong candidate, you are gone. You are not an incumbent. You understand? You are vacating that state. So there will be sanity to some extent in some of these primaries. Then, two, because power of incumbency is so high, it's no longer there. Every political party has to start speaking the truth as expected, because you are coming to candidate with the people, not because your governor is still on seat. Your governor can mobilize the resources because within the period of the election, the governor is still on seat. He still controls the resources of the state. Now, if you choose a candidate that is not popular because you want him to take over from you and people don't want it, you may pull the resources of the state, and pour it on that your candidate. The people may reject that candidate, and the next political party that the people want will come in. I think we will now begin to see off and on. Now making the place like it is now like a hereditary tree, a hereditary matter. It now becomes like a progenitor matter. Oh, my father, my son, my child, and all that. No, power of incumbency will be broken, and if that is broken, we'll begin to see some sanity coming into the system to some extent.
Okay, power of incumbency will be broken, and of course,
if the political party want to impose the candidate on the sitting governor, he's going, he can reject it and say no. Because he's still the one that's on seat that will release money, whatever, for that political party to say, this is the candidate. He can reject it and say, this is the one I want, and this is the one the people want. So, especially sanity in primaries, it will check it to some extent.
Okay. Let's move on to debt and economy. The 200 trillion figure. Obi cites a 200 trillion debt presently. 200 trillion naira. This is what we are owing in this nation, while revenue rose to about 5 trillion. How do you assess this sustainability of Nigerians' current debt to revenue ratio? And of course, are we in a debt trap, just like the headline says? And where did the money go, just like Peter Obi, asked? Beyond borrowing, what are the 2 to 3 key areas, where increased federal revenue, should be showing visible impact for citizens?
Well, first of all, welfare of Nigerians is supposed to show. If we have all this, so much debt, you and I sitting here, I don't know whether you have. I don't have any welfare from this nation. Then one have to be talking of this insecurity that is, prevalent on our faces now. One would have been able to talk that, the nation has been able to use part of this money to make sure that Nigerians cannot sleep with their 2 eyes closed. You cannot travel as expected. That is not there. Infrastructure, are you saying it? I was just talking about refugees everywhere. I mean, if this money is there as expected, one would have been able to talk that even when the government is talking about politicking, all the infrastructural development that they put in place already would have been working. the agencies have to be working. But unfortunately, the agencies are tied around one person, and everybody is talking about how to come back to power, how to come back to power. So the agency is like dead and looking at the political aspect of their business. So that is not so there. Then what are we talking about? We have not seen it. Why are we saying? Why are we afraid? Why are we surprised about the debt? What did the president said last time? He said borrowing is not leprosy. Debt is not leprosy. So if the president can tell Nigeria that means if he comes back in 2027, you are talking of 200 and something trillion. Then you will now be talking of almost about 500 and something trillion.
You know, Mr. Harris,
So-
I was really shocked. I
Because-
have never, ever since I was, born into this world, I have never seen where any government in any nation at all has written to the World Bank or to whosoever that is to lend the nation money by asking why there is a delay in releasing the fund and instructing and letting them know that they should not delay this particular.
Probably you get to the level in borrowing that you now begin to have some.
Like I have a stake, or I have a
stake. Yes, that's the level we are. Probably that's the level we are because we've not seen this before. But we've not seen that Nigeria government is now querying the institution that is going to borrow money. Why the delay? And the president has said this borrowing is not leprosy. We have Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Nobody knows how much is appropriated for that project today.
But Badagry Sokoto is there.
It's not bidded for. Badagry Sokoto is there. Nobody knows how much. And these two gigantic projects is handled by one company. One company. And we know that company is like a family company to the sitting president. So why are we talking about borrowing?
Okay.
So you know where the borrow went to. The one that the Sokoto, whatever that they just gave, Sokoto, Gombe and all that, is still going to the same company.
Okay.
So
I think
so
a lot
why
of
are you asking
revelations
where the borrowed money went to?
And the question is, where are the money going to? And for all we've borrowed in the past, where did the money go? The ones we're about to borrow in the nearest future, where will the money go? This is the question.
Always remember that borrowing is not leprosy.
And just like Mr. Elvis said,
It's not me.
He reiterated
It's
what
the president said. Don't quote me. The president said it.
That borrowing is not
leprosy.
leprosy. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Elvis, for being part of the
It's
show.
my
I think
pleasure.
that today you actually came in, to just come and scatter the old tables and leave the crumbs and
And
walk
when they
away.
start aligning, we'll start picking it. The
All
day
right,
they
thank you
had
so
the
much.
ban, I told you the day they had the ban, I say all of them are enemies.
Definitely, you said it,
But
and
we have seen it
today
now,
they are no
eh.
longer together. Thank you so much for being part of the program today. Okay, this is how far we can actually go on the show. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay able to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know where you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television.
It is less than 24 hours, so about 24 hours before the 2026 World Cup begins, right there in America. Very first expanded version, 48 teams will be playing this one, and 12 groups. And of course, it's built to be one of the biggest showpiece ever there was ever seen. Now, not just in football, across the world, in every festival, whatever it's about, it's going to be all of it. I mean, footballers are very much in the World Cup as we speak. A lot of persons are actually talking about Ronaldo and Messi. Would this be the last dance? Will Lionel Messi make it 2, or Cristiano Ronaldo will he be able to redeem himself this time around? Of course, as well, it's less than 3 hours away from the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Portuguese national team right there in the era to go ahead of in the last tune-up game for the Portuguese national side before the World Cup eventually commence. Of course, we'll also be looking at updates right there in African talking about Omar Hassan, who was actually barred from Batman, but then before he was actually sent back in. Now, update from United States of America says this man is actually a national security threat to the country. It's quite interesting because this is exactly what you get to see when America is at the center of it. Welcome to Local Room of Voice of People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Aguago. Mawa joins us virtually. Our face is right here in the studio. These are guys who will break down all of the conversation. This is the very first time we're part of us. Trust me, if you don't know what to like to say, so leave us a comment via YouTube platform if you're watching via YouTube. Do not also forget to like, share, and subscribe to our platform to be part of the family. Afis, good evening and welcome to Local Room.
Yeah, good evening, Ikechukwu. The World Cup is just about 24 hours away, and we are all excited for the first game that will be coming on Mexico against South Africa. And we are still seeing the build-up to the World Cup. And I saw the video where Omar Atan returned to his country and it was given like a hero's welcome. And away from the World Cup as well, there's a game tonight between the Super Eagles and Portugal. Tune-up game for Portugal. Their last before they play about 3 or 4 days, after the start of the World Cup. And for the Super Eagles, also is a tune-up, even though it's not for the World Cup. But I mean, going forward, we've missed out on the World Cup. But going forward, I mean, we have to keep our heads up and see how we can qualify first for the AFCON in 2027, and of course for the World Cup in 2030.
Absolutely, Maya. Welcome to Local Room. I mean, the update from Washington is telling us something different from what we were actually having conversation about yesterday regards the man who was supposed to be representing Africa right there at the biggest showpiece in the world. Welcome to Local Room.
Have come out to tell us exactly what the issue was. You can't have ties to Al Shabaab and a known terrorist organization, and you expect not to officiate at the World Cup. I think also FIFA did not do their own findings very well. I saw the presser of one of the FIFA representatives, and I couldn't make an head or tail of what he was saying. I don't think he knew exactly what he was saying. He just wanted to put out a statement, and that was it. I'm a bit disappointed in FIFA, and and that should not have happened. On the US side, the kind of rigorous screening that players and fans are going through, I think it takes away dignity from some of these players. Yes, I understand the fact that they want to be security conscious. However, the way and manner this these searches and the security the security protocols, the way and manner it's going, it's a bit disgraceful, and I expect them to do way better. And these are visitors coming to visit the country, and I think they should be treated better than the way they are treating them at the moment.
Well, thank you very much. We'll definitely be exploring in depth of that conversation as the course of the show goes on. But definitely, let's start with the big one tonight: the Super Eagles of Nigeria playing against the Portuguese national side right there in Lira. And of course, Eric Chell, the coach of the Super Eagles, has actually overhauled the Super Eagles tonight for friendly against Portugal, making 4 changes from the Poland draw. Kevin Bassey, Shemi Ajayi coming to defense. Alex Iwobi returns for his 100 cap. Samuel Chukwueze starts on the right, and Akwa Adam leads the line with Terry Murphy dropping to the bench. Emmanuel Fernandez out, and Igor Ogbu misses through injury. Now let's look at this lineup. Portugal is a very strong side. I think you're talking about this particular lineup against Portugal. You said Portugal is going to be a very different test. Yes, in terms of pedigree, they are way bigger than Poland in football. Now we are here against this side. What do you think the result will be? But before we get straight into the results, tell me about the kind of players you want to actually see execute this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game, regardless of the fact that Portugal will be trying to build up, trying to be on the safer side. It's their last game before the World Cup starts. They might not want to, let me say, play at their full strength, but of course it is what it is, and they will still want to come out. They have to honor this game, and but I'm expecting that if they are not trying to put out their strongest team on their own side, Eric Chell should feel this his strongest side, because going forward, at the end of the day, you've played about 3 let me say friendlies, 3 World Cup, 3 warm-up games. For the AFCON qualifiers, you've played about 3 games, and you've tested your strength. You brought out two different squads, one for the Unity Cup and one for the friendlies. And we've seen the players that played against Poland. It's a totally different side from the ones that negotiated the Unity Cup. So this time around, I'm expecting at least, I've tried out, 3 different lineups now. I want to see my team, my first team. They might make up of about 90% of the boys that played at the AFCON that are still with him. It might be, but yes, he's missing the likes of Ademola Lookman and Victor Osimhen, but he's still expected to bring out the strong side. I don't think he's going to want to go into this game against Portugal and start testing. So with the, let me say, potential or prospective lineup, the likes of Chukwueze back into the side as well, I think is good going forward. I'm not saying the likes of the players that are dropped are not that good, but he has been with some of these players at the AFCON. He knows their strengths, and he knows that when it comes to the big games, they played big games at the AFCON. So a game like this is also another example of a big game. So he wants to put out his best team forward.
Wow, in 2022, it was 4-0 thrashing, and the coach of Portuguese national side, Roberto Martinez, said that the Super Eagles is strong. It's a very strong team, regardless of Victor Osimhen and Ademola, that are really going to that game, with a very, very serious mind. Now, tell me exactly, as the coach of Super Eagles, if you had to put this game against Portugal, Eric has also come out to actually say this is not a game of revenge. Super Eagles want to come into this game and enjoy the game. Tell me exactly how you're going to approach this game, exactly what you're going to do against a side that is being touted to be, one of the strongest contenders in this particular World Cup.
Well, I think Eric is doing the right thing. I think that's something that's very, very important. This is not a game that you begin to chop and change. This is a game you want to test your, at least if not all your first team players, at least 90% of your first team players. Let's see how they fare against, a very tough team that, a lot of people are tipping that this might be the for the World Cup. I think the lineup shows how serious Excel is taking this particular game. And also, this is also an audition for all the players. I mean, no disrespect to Excel. I think one of the toughest opponents he would have faced since he has taken off the top. And, this is like an audition for him also and for the players. And remember, I say it regularly, Eric is one bad result away from the NFF, playing their own game. And he knows the job ahead. Definitely, he wants the Super Eagles to play so well to be able to gain some credibility with the NFF. So this is the kind of game, and the lineup so far has shown that it's serious. But yes, we don't have Adema, we don't have Osimhen, but I think the boys have showed up. I think they have enough quality to be able to do something against the Portuguese side. Is it going to be an easy game? No, but I expect the boys to step up to show that they deserve to be the first team players for the Super Eagles.
Well, so Maya, tell me exactly, the kind of lineup you're expecting to see. Tell me your first 11 in this particular game.
Well, my first 11 for the goalkeeper, I'm hoping to see another Okonkwo. For me, I think Maduka Okoye will not do it for me. For me personally, coming back, they bring a bit of stability in the central defense. I would like to see Bruno Oyemachi on the left-hand side. Maybe even Zedu Sanusi also showing up there, because Zedu Sanusi has been having a fantastic game for his Super Eagles. Alex Wobi is back to coordinate things in the midfield, including in DD also. And these are the kind of people because of the kind of defense they post. Who has been doing something so far is able to step up. Yes, because he's coming back. Terry Murphy is also seeing that these are kind of players who want to see. These are players that are core players of the first team. So these players, I think we should be able to do something against the Portuguese side.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that one. We should be able to do something against the Portuguese side. Let's move on to the of Nigeria. Of course, concerns the fact that we missed a successive World Cup back to back, the very first time, since Nigeria actually started going to the World Cup. And this is Nigeria's first miss in second World Cup, second straight miss, since Nigeria actually started going to the World Cup. And this is the very first time happening, and this is not a first World Cup. Expect a kind of Africa to finish. 10 teams actually going for the very first time, and unfortunately, probably failed to be a part of this one. Now, Afis, let's look at this. A lot of persons expecting this exile, because this is actually an exile. We are very much in a very bad state now. We felt we actually thought 2022 was going to be last one. But here we are in 2026, we're missing out again. Is it the fault of the coach? Eric actually had his own issues when he came in. There are certain decisions he should have made to actually, cement our position. Is it the fault of the federation, knowing that, they should have actually put the right infrastructure in place so that we don't have to rely on foreign-born Nigerians? Or is it the fault of the players at some point where they had to even go protest, for their wages going to the World Cup? And some of them also showed some lackluster performance before, it got too late before they started raising their game. What exactly is the problem? Why did we actually miss out in 2026?
So when the players actually came out at some point during the qualifiers to complain about not being paid, they were put to the sword that they should put their country first before complaining for payments. And they did that, and we are still complaining at this time. So for me, I think it's a very simple answer to that question, that, look, it is the fault of the NFF, because there is a board that is manning the affairs of Nigerian football, right? And that is the NFF. They are the chiefs right here when it comes to Nigerian football. And you know that appointing Eric Shaw, at what time did they appoint Eric Shaw? The man deeply pulled, even when you did not believe he could do it. And he managed to gather his boys. You are still putting the quota system on him. You should bring some particular set of players for the class. When you are trying to, he's your yes man. You brought him in as a yes man. He was saying yes to you at the time. What do you want the result to be? Your incompetence will show. And it has been showing from the beginning. He just managed to get 3 points. He managed to get the important results, but it was too little, too late at the time. When did you appoint him? We stayed about 11 months without getting a coach. So how do you want that? How is this going to show? There's no how that is not going to show.
So now you are exonerating Eric Shaw.
I'm not exonerating Eric Shaw, right? Because yes, there were some decisions, but what is the percentage of failure from his own decision? The total failure of Nigeria not qualifying for this World Cup. What's the percentage of Eric Shaw's contribution to that? As compared to the NFF, it's tiny. The NFF are majorly to be blamed for this one. They are to be blamed. In fact, let me just agree that yes, I'm exonerating Eric Shaw because he was appointed by the NFF.
Wow.
And at the time, they linked, there was a Bruno Labbadia. There were times that they were even talking about Joachim Löw. Avi Renard was also among the names. Nigerians were getting excited, and you brought in an Eric Shaw that Nigerians, some of them, they know him from his escapades in the AFCON 2023 with Mali. He has been untested. You brought him for his biggest job yet to negotiate a World Cup qualifier. Not a Verena that has been to the World Cup, not a Joachim Löw that has won the World Cup. So you brought in a man that is been untested when it comes to the world level. And now, what do you want him to do? You brought him at land on fire. He tried. I'm sure that if Nigeria ended that World Cup qualifying very, very badly, Eric Shaw would have been gone by now. But because they saw a little future with him, okay, gave him the AFCON. He tried his best at the AFCON as well. And now things are looking up. You want to keep him, and you are still yet to negotiate a new contract with this person. So it's the NFF entirely. The players can have their blame. Shaw can have his blame, but it's the NFF majorly.
Mayawa said he's exonerating Eric Shaw. Are you exonerating Eric Shaw as well?
Well, I think Eric Shaw holds about 5% of the blame. I will refer back to the game against Zimbabwe. The one that we drew, we scored in 75th minute, and we decided to feature an injured Chustekong, and that led to us conceding very late in the 93rd minute. If we had won that game, we'll be at the World Cup. We'll not be talking about playoff and rest of that. So Eric will probably take 5% of the blame. The players that did not turn up also take 5% of the blame. The remaining blame goes to the NFF. And Nikechukwu, let me shock you, if you don't keep our house in order, 2030 will not be at the World Cup. Italy has not been at the World Cup in the last 3 editions, and we are not special than them. If the NFF continues the way they are doing, 2030 will be here discussing the same issue, and that's just the honest truth. How do you wait 11 months before employing a coach? They gave us 4 audio coaches. During the qualifier, they decided to confirm the appointment of Infinity George about 4 days to a very crucial World Cup qualifier match. During the World Cup qualifier, they decided to owe these boys money.
He was going to make a big point there. He was going to make a big point there.
Well,
they were owing.
Well, sadly, we're having network challenges tomorrow.
It's so clear.
But it's unfortunate that network had to act this time around. But I just hope Maiwa will be back soon to actually complete his thought on this particular conversation. It's sad that we're having this conversation at least in 2026. We're all hoping that we've learned a lesson in 2022 after the incident.
We will know from the NFF elections in September.
Because Maiwa actually is saying this now. He's saying that it's very possible Nigeria will not make it. And looking at the age range of the Super Eagles players, a good number of them are very close to their twilight. Some of them are even 30s, and some of them late in their 20s. And then it tells us something very, very frightening that in about 4 years from now, a good number of them will be around 32, 33.
But Eric Chen is already doing the work of bringing young players in. If, like Maiwa said, let's say he has about 2 bad games, or let me say the first 3 games of the AFCON qualifier, he loses. For example, hypothetically, he loses those 3 games and he gets fired. How are we sure that these young players that he brought in will not be taken off and they'll start bringing their own, the quota system will return?
All right, so I hear Maiwa is back. Maiwa, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, see, the thing is the NFF. And our only saving grace is this. They need to leave a chair alone to build our team. You were painting a picture before I got back in. Most of our players, they are in their mid-20s. Some of them are approaching their late 20s. By the time the next World Cup will come, they will be in their 30s. Ericha is doing a good job bringing in new players. Yes, there might be a flaw with that system. It's bringing a whole lot of foreign-born Nigerian players and the rest of that. However, there is a step in terms of, rebuilding the team. But the big question is this. An NFF that will not sign a new contract for a coach that got us a 3rd position after employing him so close to a tournament, how sure are we they are not waiting for some couple of bad performances before they fire him? That is where the problem is. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think the NFF wants a child there. The result is what is keeping the child. They don't care about what he's trying to build. And that's the reason why they wanted to embarrass him with the 90-point agenda that they released. So I'm hoping that, the NFF has to change of heart and let the child continue. Because if not, 2030, we'll be having this discussion again.
I don't wish we have this discussion in 2030. But then let's move.
Italy did not wish that they are going to miss their 3 World Cups.
Well, I want to be that we've learned from Italy this time around. At least,
hopefully,
I want to
know by
learn from
2030
Italy because it's actually not a good place. I mean, come on. As journalists, as sport journalists, we want to actually be at the center of it. But unfortunately, we are not. It's not the conversation.
Italy has even won the World Cup before. You haven't won the World Cup. You are missing 2.
I don't want to hear this conversation. So let's move on to the very next story. And this one is still very much around the World Cup. We talked about this conversation yesterday. And we're following up on that particular story. It's as regards, the best player in Africa. Talking about the CAF referee of the year. Omar Abdulkadir Atan was denied entry to the United States because the CBP found regulatory information linking him to suspected terror group in the United States of America. And the funny thing is that this man, right, I was looking at this whole conversation, and before the Custom Border Patrol, that's CBP, before the Custom Border Patrol actually stepped in and say, you know what, you're actually not good enough for, entry into the United States. The man was, voted the best referee in Africa. And I was just asking myself, if this man who was actually turned back at the international airport, on Saturday, will miss 2026 World Cup, then CBP commissioner also spoke after this particular arrest, and because a lot of uproar actually came up when he actually got arrested and deported back to his country. His name actually is Rodney Scott. He actually said that the law applies regardless of profession, and if you actually found wanting or you actually found in the midst of a conversation that requires the American government to step in, and then they see you as a threat, you definitely be shipped back to wherever it is that you're from. But now my question is this: Afis, this guy was voted the best referee in Africa. CAF failed to do. I'm just looking at it from a hypothetical situation that what America has said is true, right? Now, if it turns out that this man is actually guilty, because now the burden of proof lies on him. Yesterday, the conversation was there that America has to actually prove or tell us why exactly they shipped him out. Today, now the burden of proof is returned back to not just this man now, also to CAF. Because if you can actually give a man or name a man who is who has link to terrorism in Africa, the best referee, it says a lot about how you actually do business in your country. And that also says a lot about how investors definitely would want to see CAF competitions going forward.
Where is FIFA in all of this? That's the question. Because if he's still a FIFA licensed referee with the fact that he is linked to a terrorist group, I think his license should be revoked by now, and that shows that that shows FIFA's incompetence as well. So because FIFA are not putting their mouth. Let me say their mouth. They're not putting it in US's business or with their immigration and all of that. But coming out to say he has links to terrorism few days before the start of the World Cup, for me, is sheer incompetence.
But Afis, you have to also agree that this man needs to pass the very first stage of security check, which is CAF.
Right.
If CAF can say, okay, this person is good enough to play, right? That means FIFA trusts CAF enough to handle their business.
But he is a FIFA licensed referee. He has gotten to they go for they have FIFA license.
But
right?
Afis, can you be a FIFA licensed referee without being a CAF licensed referee?
You can't be a FIFA.
Exactly,
but it's at the highest level.
But that's the first check.
Exactly.
If CAF certify you,
you can't go to CAF first before without you are skipping FIFA and going to CAF. He is a FIFA licensed referee.
No, Afis.
There's no proof that this man has he has ties with the terrorist group
yet, right? But
but there is a proof that Somalia are in the list of countries that are placed under a travel ban by the USA. So that is, for me, the case. There is a travel ban on Somalia, not him being part of a terrorist group. What's doing now?
Mayawa.
Is it the first ever game, international game that Omar Atan will referee? It is the World Cup. No, they are doing their check. I can understand.
We have to also understand something at least. First thing first. If you're looking at this particular situation, a man might not have terrorist link today. Tomorrow he might just start having it.
Okay, so you just started having.
No, I'm just trying to establish what you said. That is it the first international game he's actually handling? No, but then he might not be at the time, but now he is, and because is on American soil, American government check everyone that's coming. Right. Because during the World Cup, a lot of persons come into the country, be it an athlete, non-athlete, people coming.
I am not blaming them for that. But for me, I am still not believing. I'm not sitting here and believing that they are returning him back. Because and again, it is not only USA that is hosting. So where is FIFA standing in this? Why can't he go and referee games in Canada and Mexico?
Is
it only the US? If it's only the US that is hosting now, you can say, okay, fine.
No.
But FIFA is not saying anything.
Mayawa, he's going to the US. Afis is going to the US because the game he will be officiating will be played in the US.
But FIFA they have the power within them to move them to Canada.
They're scheduling already. But
they can schedule for Iran. They can schedule for Iran to go and stay in Mexico and play their games in the US.
The optics will be bad for FIFA. But Mayawa, help us understand this particular contest. Before now, I think it was earlier this year or late last year, Gianni Infantino actually gave Donald Trump, he created an award for Donald Trump and named him, Peace Ambassador, right? And now, after which, we're here now, and a lot of persons talking about how they've been having this about and the strongest man in the world in person of Donald Trump. Now we're having an African referee at the center of this conversation. And Americans CBP, the Customs Border Patrol, is saying that this man has ties to terrorism. And we know America, they don't just make flagrant statement when it comes to terrorism. Yes, you can actually look at some cases where they make statement and then eventually turns out not to be true. But I'm looking at the case of CAF. I mean, if this turns out to be true, hypothetically, they've actually called him, someone who's sympathetic to terrorists. If this turns out to be true, what does it say about CAF? And what, will the result of this thing bring? What will be the result of this thing to African football?
Okay, well, the thing is this. First of all, you can't officiate any FIFA tournament if you are not certified by CAF.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you are even supposed to get your CAF licensing before you proceed to FIFA. Absolutely. So, CAF put forward this guy, and that is the reason why FIFA considered him. I mean, he's been touted as the best referee in Africa. It's an indication that, he has officiated a lot of matches and the rest of that. In the case of him having ties to terrorism, remember, Somalia does not have the government just have a tiny piece of land. Every other location there is surrounded by terrorists. And there has been, situations whereby US have discovered people having links with terrorism from Somalia in the US. And if you are coming from that region, you get a whole lot of scrutiny. So I don't think the US want to come out and make this kind of statement. So I think the US has made the right decision. However, we need to start, looking at CAF itself. CAF did not do their due diligence. If they had done their due diligence, they would have known that there is something fishy about this guy. That's number one. Number two, when CAF recommended the referee to FIFA, FIFA also failed in doing their own due diligence.
I'm not going to blame CAF for this, honestly.
Well, I mean, we've lost my again. You're not going to blame CAF for this.
I'm not going to blame CAF for this.
Why?
Because, like I said, this is not his first game. And just like he said about every other land in Somalia is surrounded by terrorists. That means they know he's coming from a country that's surrounded with terrorists.
But that also gives credence to the fact that because they know this guy is coming from a terrorist-prone region, they should, I'm talking about CAF now, they should make it a matter of priority to really double-check the man.
They should. I'm not saying they should not double-check.
But so why are you saying you're not
coming out to say that he has links with terrorists without going to the fact that there's a travel ban on his country? No one is even mentioning the fact that there's a travel ban on Somalia. If a referee, with the situation of Nigeria at this moment, if a referee, let's say from the north, goes in to the World Cup, and they say, oh, okay, you are going back to your country because you have links with terrorists in your country. We all know. It is an open secret, let me put it that way, that there's that situation in this country. So if you bring him back just because of that, we know. But it's not the fact that he has ties to them.
But Hafiz, see, the truth is, if you are from a terrorist infested region, right? It doesn't make you a terrorist. It doesn't mean you have ties to them. So it means if America had deported Omar Tan for this reason that you cited, it's going to be a terrible optics for America. It means that you are saying that everybody in that country is a terrorist, and that's not fair.
That's not fair.
So they cannot do that.
Right.
They have to have they need to bring up something that is very tangible, that the world is okay. For this reason, yes, this man needs to go. And that's the only reason they can actually
Iraq is participating at the World Cup. Did you see the way they searched their players?
Now that's why they didn't send Iraq. Exactly.
That's a whole nation.
Hafiz, it's good that you brought up the Iraq and Iran story.
Yeah.
Now, they didn't send them back because they know these players are actually not a national security risk or national security threat.
How would they know that?
Because they've checked them.
What if the players are tied with terrorists?
That's what I'm saying. They've checked them.
Okay.
If they found out that they have any sort of link or allegiance to any of this, they would have been sent back to America. But they've checked these guys and they've seen that, okay, they don't have any sense, but because of where they're coming from, right? That's why they are going through this process. That's why they have to relocate.
I just hope that football is going to rule at the end of the day, because we're on the verge of a terrible World Cup.
So again, right, this now brings me to the next question, Hafiz. Right. It's not the first time we're having this sort of incident, right? Now, what you are, let me put you in the place of Patrick Musepe, CAF president. Right. What will you do in this scenario, knowing that your best referee is been bad from the World Cup?
As what? Why? Because they said he has ties.
Yes. What will you do?
Then maybe, well, to be very, very diplomatic, we have to start double checking referees. I'll put that on CAF. Yes, we have to start double checking referees and place them under a lot of scrutiny. But we can't outdo it, or we can't overdo it just because we want to please some people. But we have to double check. I can understand there are referees all over. And this man, when you see him, you know that this man knows how to do his job. Mm-hmm. He didn't just collect the best referee in Africa.
Osama bin Laden was one of the most intelligent soldiers before he became what he later was known for.
Okay.
One of the most intelligent. So it's not about knowing how to do your job. Right. It's all about the intents that you have as a person.
But do you know you're actually pinning the fact that this man has ties with
No, I'm not. I'm bringing the story. I'm saying
that's what you are doing, because this man, there is no proof yet. They said it.
As at yesterday, did I say he has link with terrorism?
No, you did not. But you did not mention the travel ban too.
No, I did mention the travel ban yesterday, but I didn't say because of terrorism. This is a follow-up story to that particular conversation. See, it's not the first time. For me, right, I was expecting African nations to really stand up and to do something, right? You mentioned something very important when you said oh, that, I mean, they should have actually relocated him to Mexico. And, to see now that we know that, this guy has this particular link, let him go to Mexico or to Canada to actually officiate. And then let's play a certain level of security around him to see if the link that he's got. Yes. I can understand all of these optics, but the truth is, what will Africa do? Yesterday, I was talking about, the incident in Montreal Olympics.
Yeah.
Right? But you also need to understand that even as we speak, it's not the first time we have an incident where African nations even boycotted tournaments.
Yeah.
African nations also did boycotted the 1966 World Cup, right? Yeah. Because of these sort of things, right? 15 of them say, you know what, we are not going to be part of it if you don't give us a permanent African slot. And that's why we started having a permanent African slot from 1970.
I think the USA are just putting themselves in a bad light.
No,
because when the World Cup 2030 rolls around, they will also be checked like this. Yes.
See,
it's going to roll back. They're also going to be checked like this. And every other country that has ties with them.
I think it's going to be unfair if we say that they are putting themselves on the back.
I'm not saying their security measures are bad or they are overdoing it.
Okay.
But at some point they are. To be very, very honest. Yes, they know that they are a world power, right? And they are in the center of almost everything that is going on in the world, right? Even now, we see what's going on between them, Iran and Israel. So they know that the eyes of the world are on them. That's why I'm saying that. Well, I think in 2018, when that decision was made, and they gave USA, Canada, and Mexico the hosting rights, with USA taking about 75% of the games, I think that's where the problem started. But let's just hope that when the first whistle, goes off, at the Azteca Stadium between Mexico and South Africa, I mean, football will rule, because we are all here to enjoy the football. It's not just about what's going on, in the world. We've seen what happened in Russia 2018. We saw what happened at Qatar as well in 2022. At the end of the day, football ruled. Football reigned at the end of the tournament. So let's hope we are going to have the same thing as well when the first game goes around, Mexico against South Africa. I think I don't even want to talk about it looks like I don't even want to talk about anything that is going on off the pitch anymore. Let's just let the tournament just start, and we are here for the football, aren't we?
But on I mean, before we actually finally leave this particular incident, it's really sad for me. I really want to see this man actually do what he does. I've seen him.
He's a brilliant referee.
Nations Cup, I've seen him officiate the CAF competition. So he's shown that he's quite very brilliant. But it's unfortunate if it turns out that what Americans or the American government are alleging is true, then it's unfortunate that a man it's unfortunate
I'll leave it to that.
A man with huge talents like that can actually put himself in a position where he turns out to be a tool to evil or terrorism. I mean, it's not a good place to be. I've seen the children, the footage and pictures of children in Somalia, what they've turned out to be. It's quite very troublesome to actually see. Right. But I mean, away from that, still talking about what's coming. Just 24 hours from now, it's the World Cup, and predictions have actually started rolling out for 2026 FIFA World Cup. Of course, a lot of us actually backing Portugal as Ronaldo targets a fairy tale final trophy. Become the very first person to actually pick this particular tournament since the history of Portugal. And of course, like a Kylian Mbappe led attack, of course, in France as well. It's one of those very big, most talked about conversation. And of course, Lionel Messi, a lot of persons also look at him as one man who should be able to inspire Argentina to do another one, go back to back and cement his, legacy as the greatest of all time. Not to also forget that the Spanish side, Lamine Yamal and co are very much in the thick of it. They want to also replicate what the class of 2010 also did. It's a World Cup where, a lot of conversations are in, and of course, where the likes of Olise will be primed to actually do, what they actually did right there in the UEFA Champions League to prove to the world they are a player for their club side when it comes to club level, but they also can actually hold their own at the international stage. At least we're right there at the tick of the World Cup. About 24 hours from the official whistle to going off in that particular big 48 teams playing this particular World Cup. Exactly, who are the players and who are the... okay, let's start from this. Is this going to be Ronaldo's time to rewrite the script, for against Lionel Messi when it comes to the head-to-head, who is the greatest of all time?
Yeah, I think for me, in terms of the quality of the team, in recent tournament, I think this is the closest. And this is a tournament where you can beat your chest and say Portugal can go all the way. If you look at the quality of that team, their players are coming in with a rich vein of form, including Cristiano Ronaldo himself. After the season he had, at club level with Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia, picking up the league. Portugal has a very, very big chance. I'll give them, let me say, 75% chance of winning this World Cup. Look at their team all around. I've been saying it, for quite a while that they have the most balanced squad for me. You look at their goalkeepers, Diogo Costa, having the likes of Rui Silva and Jose Sa, going to their defense line, the likes of Ruben Diaz, they have Goncalo Inacio, their fullbacks, Joao Cancelo, Diogo Dalot, having the likes of Renato Vega also in there, in centre back, Nuno Mendes, who is a very, very brilliant player at Paris Saint-Germain. And but it's all about the collective. Look at their midfield too, Ruben Neves, they have Joao Neves, Vitinha, Bruno Fernandes, very, very good players, Bernardo Silva, but it's all about the collective. And I know Cristiano Ronaldo is going to play a very, very big role, but I still maintain that if he takes a leaf out of Lionel Messi's books at the 2022 World Cup, where you sit back and bring others into play, let them play for you, right? They know that you are bowing out of of international football.
When you say take a back seat, Lionel Messi was at the forefront of it. It was the inspiration. It was the best player. It was the key player.
It started from the dressing room.
Okay.
These are players individually that can go for the spotlight. But Lionel Messi, he found a way to tune up other players. Like, okay, look.
Bring out the best in them.
Bring out the best in them. That's it. And in 2022, there were also good players within the Portuguese setup. Goncalo Ramos at the time was on fire. Yeah. There was Joao Felix as well, quite a young player at the time. Even Bruno Fernandes was there.
Bernardo Silva.
The core of this team that are going to the 2026, they were part of the 2022 World Cup. But you know that the headline grabber is always Cristiano Ronaldo, right? And at this time, if you can manage from the dressing room to the pitch to bring out the best in these players, and trust me, he will get goals. Obviously, he will get goals. If they can play that collective role, Portugal are going to go very, very far, because I still say that they have the most balanced side of all the teams in this World Cup. We look at France, all the focal point is their attack. Nobody really looks at their midfield, right, and even their defense, right. And if you look at a Spanish team as well, they are also balanced, but their attack, you can't compare it to some other teams that are going into the tournament. And I also expect an African team, to try and pull up a challenge in this one, be it Senegal or be it Morocco. But Portugal, they have a very, very big chance. They have even a bigger chance than in 2022 because of these players individually. But if they manage to play as a collective, and with what I said about Ronaldo, just stepping in, even if he's not playing all the games, let's say they play the first game, they pick up 3 points, they'll pick up this second 3 points, in the next game, and they are short of qualifying. You can take it back and let the others come in. But you said something, in one of the shows where you said an average Portuguese has ego problem. So it might be the same thing too. Everybody wants to grab the headlines. They might see Ronaldo in the open and Bruno Fernandes wants to go for a goal. So, but if they manage to play collectively, Portugal are going to go far. They are contenders.
Bruno Fernandes, Enzo Fernandez, Bruno Fernandes, Vitinha, Joao Neves, Cancelo, all of these players, Cristiano Ronaldo, the ingredients totally complete. But can the chef, Roberto Martinez, cook us a very good meal in 2026?
Well, I think there's a possibility. I first mentioned something that's very, very important. If you look at the individuality of those players, they've really achieved so much for themselves this last season. You have about 3-4 of them now. Ronaldo breaking the jinx of Al Nassr, winning the league for them. Bruno Fernandes, very fantastic with his play. Bernardo Silva, a domestic champion, not the league, won 2 titles with Man City. Joao Cancelo also, Diego Costa, the goalkeeper. I think they have an individual player, they have an individual team that can be able to go forward. But I think something that's very, very correct. Can they bring all this talent together and achieve what, Argentina was able to achieve? The last World Cup, Messi scored a whole lot of goals. However, like Afis rightly said, he sat back and allowed others work for him. Everybody was ready to die for him. So if Ronaldo can bring that into the national team and egos are not clashing, I think they have the quality to be able to take it. In as much as I've already said that Spain is going to win the World Cup, I think if Portugal can bring all these guys together and work and play as a team, not as individual, they probably stand a chance of probably winning the World Cup this time around.
But Maiwa, we are talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, yes, he's the leader of the team. Yes, he's the most exposed. Yes, he's the most experienced. Yes, he's the man who's seen it all. Amongst all of that. We are willing to actually acknowledge one man. The man is the coach of the side, Roberto Martinez. What is his role? tasking Ronaldo to be the man who is supposed to actually rally around the group and then ensure that there's a stable house?
I mean, you know, I still have my doubts about Roberto Martinez. Remember, he was with the Belgian national side, and he handled the golden generation of Belgium. A whole lot was promised for that particular team, but they under-delivered, and that has always been my concern. You mentioned something the other time when we were about asking me. You said, you know, that ingredients, will the SCF be able to create something fantastic, something palatable? For me, so far, based on the record and the stats from Roberto Martinez, he was not able to do it with the golden generation of Belgium. Can he be able to do it with this Portuguese side? The jury is still out on him.
But my yes, I like the fact that he said the jury is still out on him. But the truth is, if say because of his deeds, you know, the Belgium national side, then you don't really think it's what it takes to actually lead this generation of Portuguese players. That means you're not giving him, you know, a fair chance. And I think everyone deserves a second chance.
I mean, I think that you know, deserves a second chance. But the question is this: anything apart from delivering the title will be a failure. Because I mean, if you look at the Portuguese side, if you look at the kind of quality they possess, they just need somebody, they just need the coach that will be able to bring the best of them out as a team. The question is this: was he able to do it with the very talented Belgian side? And that's the reason why the jury is still out on him. He can come into this particular competition and prove everybody wrong. I'll give you a typical example. When Scaloni got the job of Argentina, Eolapu did not give him the chance. Eolapu thought, you know, he was just there to.
I agree with what you said, and also on Martinez. I mean, if you look at
well, we've lost my idea.
If you look at the 2018 World Cup, there was Eden Hazard, there was like the golden generation, just like Amira said, there was Kevin De Bruyne, there was Lukaku, young Lukaku, there was Witsel also. But it depends. You look at his assistant, you know, coaches. He had Thierry Henry there, who can manage egos rather. Can manage egos. We know how Thierry can be with his players. Arsenal for a very, very long time. So he shows that he can manage egos. But now he's just with this Portuguese team, and this Portuguese team, like you said, this was have bigger egos than, you know, the Belgian team. These players are winners.
They have serious Champions League winners.
Yes,
so it's not about, you know, the group that
the decision is going to
we manage. But then let's still talking about the World Cup, right? 16 years ago, it was 26 years ago, right? Is it? Yeah, 16 years ago. 16 years ago. Yeah, 16 years ago it was Mexico and South Africa in the World Cup. Now we're back again. 16 years after the his line going to be different.
Well, at the time it was South Africa.
Yeah,
they were the hosts. This time Mexico are the hosts. And trust me, if this time they refuse to drink, but this is going to be their party, and it's going to be rally around their teams. And these are two balanced sides for me. But my issue is just with South Africa. You know, I think that their team and their coach, he brought in 11 players. What is coming to prove that World Cup? He's trying to do a huge land in 2010 when they lose the game and they got knocked out. So for me, I don't know, because that's why the club of South Africa players, and he could do well with the attack. And if you look at the attack, you won't really find a lot of hope in that attack, right? Especially from the forward. But and the Mexican team, they are really prepared for them. There's how Jimenez is transfer back to Wolves, and he's going to be at the center of that. Scored a lot of goals. It's a big process. Quinones and the as morals of this world, as well, and Alex Vega. So these players have also come to the Mexican league. You remember Giovanni Dos Santos was a very explosive winger. You remember Andres Guardado. They are going to also that can us South Africans. So it's going to be a close game for me. But I think we'll pick this one. It's going to be an explosive game, just like it was in 2010 as well. It's going to be head to hand for me. I think Mexico are going to pick.
I mean, the World Cup, the first game they used to lose. So winning this game or draw. But hey, you can never say in 2020. You can never say Yes, Qatar did us. Yeah, before Qatar, right? So yes, you never have to really say that Qatar is actually very. You want to say that it's not so it's expect that we lose. You know, that, but even before the Qatar, they were points out. But here we are now. It was very short side. South Africa, in terms of football, going right there, and of course, a lot of us have been complaining about the weather as well. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. So the climate also is one thing that South Africa players have to deal with. You know, the fact that the pain, away from home, it's all of everything. Now we said something about we talked about the Omar attack earlier on, and how the incidents in back home is appreciated decision by everybody, and of course hosting. Why is it not South Africa? I mean, we've seen the xenophobic attack before this particular one. We're actually seeing that one now, happening to South Africa team. Any of the players to their continent. The terrorist organization is a threat to the US. That is why it's an international organization, terrorist organization. Within the country, and again, like I said, within the country. So let's to the final. Back to the final of game. Portugal, they went very away from this class. Exactly the prediction, the right scoreline at wrap up. I think the Super Eagles have a fair chance to win this game. I think the Super Eagles will win this game, maybe 2-1. Because the Portuguese looking at the World Cup. About 4 days, their condition will be perfect. I'm arguing that Ronaldo might not be involved. I think it will. We'll get something because you can't trying to save yourself. You should not be match rusty. But it's the man, you lose to back. So I think that Ronaldo will maybe need. So I should probably how we see some games. But that was in the last game against Chile. But Fernando will also get a few minutes. Players that were involved in that game against Chile will also get some minutes just to get everyone ready. But that intensity will not play. You don't expect that intensity. I think 2-1 Nigeria. If scored, it will be definitely here tomorrow to actually definitely get it right. And this is exactly what we're wrapping up to this episode of Local Room of Vop Tv. Unfortunately, that network again kicked my out. I would have really, loved to him out like hear what he is got to say. He was actually making some very interesting point. But unfortunately, maybe tomorrow he's going to be here to join us and then help us understand what he was going to say. Please, let's we say goodbye. Because our viewers, join us tomorrow. Don't forget to support tomorrow. Of course, and Kizzy will be here to help you go through the up next.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
For many Korokwe and Kekemarawa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the Agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay Agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, you know. And if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000. If we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onidamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands. Come out from my ways. Talk true when you see I'm security.
On political lens. We turn the spotlight on
Nigeria's rapidly hitting political landscape ahead of 2027 general elections. Well, analysts warn that the contest may be one of the most desperate and high stakes in the country's democratic history, shaped by the personal timelines and ambitions of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi, with concerns growing over fractured opposition, shrinking policy debate, and rising political hardball. We also examine fresh cracks and denials within the opposition as vice presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso dismisses rumors of a possible exit from the NDC and amid internal power sharing disputes, and hear from Ayen Dume, who insists his political survival rests with his people, not favor from the corridor of power. Join us as we unpack what these developments mean for Nigeria's democracy, party politics, and the road to 2027. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I'm Kuma Korogu to have you join us. Let's bring in our guests. We have been joined in the studio here in Lagos, who are broadcasting from by Mr. Lawal Ekundayo. Mr. Ekundayo is a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Ekundayo, and many thanks for your time. I appreciate your presence. Thank you. Good evening. Now, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, Vice President candidate of the National Democratic Congress (NDC), has dismissed rumors that he plans to leave the party, describing them as unfounded. In a post on his official X account, he pointed to ongoing consultations with NDC candidates in Abuja as evidence of his continued commitment to the party. The Kwankwaso movement also rejected the defection claims, insisting that neither Kwankwaso nor the movement had complained about the party's primaries, which it said were conducted in line with the Electoral Act and INEC guidelines. The speculation followed reports of internal tension in the Kano State chapter of the NDC over a 60-40 sharing formula, an arrangement between the Coke and Sia bloc and the party's pioneer structure, which led to adjustments in candidate lists. Well, the controversy comes shortly after Coke and presidential flag bearer Peter Obi defected from the ADC to the NDC to form a joint ticket for the 2027 elections. The net was buzzing yesterday with the news of fractured NDC arising from sharing of elective positions in Kano, and for which running mate of the Musa Kwankwaso threatened to exit the party. I'm sure you heard all of that. This morning, there's been a report out this morning. Kwankwaso said, well, there is nothing. I mean, candidates and all of that. Obi is my principal. I go no way, as a matter of fact. I ask you, how do you, let's have a broad reaction to this development. Looks like some people are saying it is the work of naysayers. Some people are saying it is the work of enemies. But we do understand that at some point, there was a problem in Kano State. Whether it's been solved or not, we don't know. So let's have a broad reaction to this development. Yeah. The insinuation that he might leave and the fact that I'm not even in with Peter Obi.
Yes. In politics, the best way to get your way is to weaken support of your opponent. And then the best way to weaken support of your opponents is to begin to dish out propagandas, any slighted opportunity, you blow it, because you are not speaking to the opposition, you are speaking to the supporters. That's what is happening. That's why that rumor came up that Kwankwaso was based on the fact that there was a little misunderstanding in Kano. Because of that, the opposition quickly picked it up and then blow it in such a way to, find a way to, confuse his supporters. But as of now, in fact, from the beginning, I don't think something like that is happening. They've already crossed that boundary to the level in which they are going to the next stage, because their party is stable when it comes to their flag bearers.
Is the party stable?
When it comes to the flag bearers, it's stable as of now.
At national level. At national level.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that the flag bearer is stable. They already have their presidential candidate, they already have their vice. So their flag, that top is stable. Now, when you come down, one or two things might occur which is solvable. You know why? Because the moment your head is stable, it's easy to translate downward. And that's resolvable. And that's what that happens all over, across board. It happens across board to every party. One or two persons may come up, say one or two things, and then they have a way of resolving it. Even if they against the
We will talk
system.
about resolution in a bit, but he said that, well, what happened yesterday is what happens in politics. More like normalizing mudslinging and muckraking. We see a situation where opponents come up with information that are not factual. And is that normal in politics? Is it something that we should normalize?
No. One thing is, they just need an iota, of information that is true in everything. You have 100 stories. They just need one or two. So one or two is what they capitalize on, and then use it to overshadow the rest that is true.
But my position in all of this is that, is it something that should be acceptable? Especially in this age and time where we have something like Cybercrime Act, cyberstalking. I mean, when you go on air, to put out information that could be damaging or destructive to your opponent, well, your opponent could sue you because the very broad Cybercrime Act in Nigeria that we have. So, in all of that, we are looking for a safe ground to say what happened. The rumor, the buzz in the internet, and all of that. At what point should it be acceptable, and at what level should it be said, oh well, you are crossing the boundaries and all of that?
And that's why I said those who spread propaganda are always very careful.
Okay. Very careful.
Yes, I'm talking about the professionals who are paid to do that. They just look for one or two things that is the truth out of the whole story, and then they blow it. For example, we know there's a small issue in Kano concerning the selection of the other posts. They said that the Kwankwasoya have more than the others, so there was a lot of, so that is one of the things they need. Just a small thing that, there's a small issue that they just blow it up and then begin to allege. Okay. So it's normal. It's cut across board. But one thing is this: when it comes to politics, it's cut across board. It's only the thing is that there's a level at which you cross the boundary. But within that boundary, in which you can still say one or two things, it is now left for your own opponent to find a way to go around it and then find a way to hit you too, so that you have something to run after. That's why people are saying that the opposition we have these days, most of them are not really doing the work of opposition because they are too quiet and they are too busy talking about how they want to remove the incumbent, talking about how somebody defeated or not. They're busy talking about things that are not really what opposition is about, because this is politics. This is not monarchy.
What should they be talking about?
Yes, you should be talking about reason, because I told you that when it comes to democracy, it is your population that matters. It's not you.
Okay, numbers.
Yes, it's your population that you carry. Now, what happens is you need to bring more population to maintain your own followers. That is population that depend on you, and then you need to find a way to weaken your opposition and get more support from that camp. So what you need to do is to begin to see the reason why those other side needs to move away to your side. Why you think they should follow that side again?
You have the issue of find a way to weaken their opposition. Now, at what point will it become immorally acceptable? To say, well, you are trying to weaken your opposition. If you say you try to weaken your opposition, political parties, the opposition parties, Atiku Abubakar has said several times, Peter Obi has said several times, Adewale Adeboye has said several times, well, we have the imprint, the imprimatur of the president and the ruling party. In the problems with the opposition parties, talk of PDP, talk of LP, at some point, ADC now, and even SDP. And now you're saying, well, does it look like it is right for the ruling party to try to weaken the
See, there's a boundary.
Okay.
Yes, there's a standard.
At what point does it leave that level of
now, when you begin to use the instruments of the government against the opposition, that's not a level playing ground. If you find a means by which you think people should not support the other side, that is still within the standard. That is what politics is about. I want to get into that office, or that person's policy is not popular, or it's causing problem, or it's not taking us to the next level. And people want to get to the next level. Like the Yoruba will say, a proverb that is you can't be hungry and somebody is now preaching to you. or talking to you, you won't listen because as of that moment, you are hungry. Now, when it comes to that politics, you need to tell people why they need to be better fed than they are fed now. Okay. They are eating. You need to tell them that there's a better way by which this thing can be done.
We'll talk about the taxes that the ruling opposition and ruling party should the windows open for them and all of that. I want us to return to the issue of the NDC in Kano State. As a matter of fact, what even caused this problem? The 60-40 sharing formula. Now, this problem is started to have been agreed between Kwakwanso and others. Now, who are the others? Because they said 60% to the Kwakwansia and 40% to the original, the Aborigines.
I'll call them the incumbent members of the party.
Now, the question is this: who are these incumbent members? NDC was just from on the 5th of February.
But the criteria of INEC says that you must have offices and in so many. So if you want to have office, you must have people there. You must have members.
To man those offices.
Yeah, so you must have certain people who originated that, who held it, in such a way that you are able to get that approval. You get it, and they also have ambitions. Somebody must be financing, or some people must be, encouraging them, and so those people too have to be, taken care of. Now, if you are now coming in, they see that okay, you are stronger. You have a better position than them. You are well positioned than them. If you come in, you are going to make them bigger. But still, you cannot phase them out. You must take care of them.
Okay, you must take care of them.
Yes, like the first wife, second wife, and third wife in a family.
So that is the 40%.
Yes.
Now, rumors spread yesterday that, there were some kind of shufflings. Names were replaced, Kwansia names were replaced, but this afternoon again, we heard the Kwansia movement say, that is not correct because all our candidates who won the elections have their names on that list. But let me ask you, Mr. Kundaye, when you got the information that Rabiu Kwanso was threatening to exit the NDC, how did it hit you? How did it come to you?
I don't take it as an iota of information, something I need to believe. I don't
Why?
Because
one thing is this, in politics, 24 hours is a long time for things to change.
It depends on where you are. Okay. It depends on what is on your table. If you have nothing on your table, you can easily stand up and go. But when you have something tangible on your table, you can't stand up now because that thing is for you. At least you have something. You have to carry that. It's already been established that he is the vice of OB. So is he going to drop that and suddenly move away? Do you know why OB, according to some people, that the reason why OB left AGC was because he saw that the playing ground is not, fair enough to him. That's why he left.
Do you believe those people? You say according to some people. Do you believe them?
Yes, because he moved. Okay. So I believe that he moved.
Okay.
So if he's not, he will have come to debunk it. Okay. But he moved. And then the ADC members actually confirmed it because there was a lot of attack after that. They didn't expect that. And so there must be some kind of disagreement and nothing on his table, or what is on the table was too small and he could forgo it and leave. But when you have something as huge as vice, to somebody who is as popular as OB, it's not something you just abandon overnight and go. No, because even if you don't win, it has put you at a very, very higher level than you were before. Remember that when you look at 2023, the number of votes that OB, galvanized was far more than the one that Kwankwaso galvanized. You understand? So it's some kind of, addition to him.
Okay.
It's a form of addition to him. So you now say, we now just abandon. Where is it going? You will now abandon and go where? Go where? That will be as high as that. It will drop so low now. Okay. So as on the table now, what he has on the table is a big chunk because he has two opportunities now.
Which one is?
The first one is that he's going to be vice if he win. Okay. The second one is that he has a better chance of being president in 2031.
Okay, all right. Talking about where is he been to? The president has not named a running mate yet.
There's both internal and external, backlash against Shetima.
Okay.
Some people are saying that as of his time, there was some fingering that he was involved with maybe some, people who are alleged to be terrorists. And then outside, the picture that is painted about him is not so rosy. It's not so rosy. If he's so rosy, he would have been traveling and giving speeches and everything. And that is also affecting.
He's been traveling. He was in Lagos the other day.
What is it going to talk about? Is it talking? No, you can see. You can't go. There are places where you go and you talk. It's to see through what you are saying. Compared to some places where you go and then they just accept everything you say. Even when you sneeze, they clap. You understand me? Even when you fart.
So you think that the president might not retain him as he's running?
Yes, the chances is coming out clearly. Because as of now, the president has been declared the candidate. Okay. And then we don't know the direction of his running mate. Okay. We don't know the direction of his running mate now.
Okay, we'll talk about all of that. Let's return to the issue of what is going on in the NDC, especially in Kano State. Okay, we are leaving Kano State now. Let's get to the national level. It's about 12 days that the NDC held its primaries, across State House of Assembly, House of Representatives, Senate, governorship, presidential, and all of that. And up until this moment, only that of the presidency, presidential ticket has been announced. And so 12 days later, and people are saying, well, we understand that a list has been submitted to INEC, but it's not been made open to members of the party. We also hear somebody came to me today and said, well, an NDC stalwart, who as a matter of fact, he ran elections in Lagos State here for House of Representatives. According to him, well, he won based on consensus, but he has information that they are trying to replace his name. And so they held a press conference yesterday to say, 12 days after the primaries, we don't know who's on the list. With information that they are trying to change some people's name. Are you able to help us understand why the NDC, it will take them more than 10, 12 days, to announce the list of candidates, both consensus and direct primaries? Meanwhile, we hear that a list is before INEC submitted. So why are they not making it public? Can you hazard a guess?
One thing is this. You see, there are the incumbent members of NDC and the new ones coming to join them. Now, both of them have to be taken care of. Okay. But there was a problem.
There was a problem?
Yes.
At what point?
There was a problem. The problem came up during the primaries. Okay. You know why? And I blame INEC for it. I will tell you why. Because INEC seems to have too much, control over parties. The way they do their primaries, you must do it these two ways. You must do this open primary. And doing open primary is difficult to control. So even if you go there and say, okay, well, this is the person's support, you may see that the whole thing may change. You may say that, okay, this is the person we expect to win. Because the number is too large. You saw the counting now in APC and something like that. It may change. And then those people may submit the names of the list of those people that won the primary, and it may not go well with the leadership. And then the leadership may go ahead with it, and some may come up in such a way that they don't want any fracture in the party, and then they are looking for a way to try to see how they can, pacify them. Okay. So maybe they are still doing that consultation as of this moment. That's why they don't want to bring out that list, because the moment they bring out that list, those who are agreed may start taking actions that may now undermine.
Now some people are already agitated. Some people are already agitated.
So that's why they are keeping that list, to see how they can actually, bring them in or how to pacify them. They may be doing some consultation among them. But there's something that I still give to NDC.
Okay, which is?
They already have their flag bearers. So that one is stable.
Other parties have their flag bearer.
No, the serious one. I mean, I'm talking
about
has
this flag bearer.
Which other? I'm talking about the opposition. We already know that whether every other thing, the
PDP
president
has.
Will come
PDP
back.
has 2.
2, good. So where are they going?
ADC has 3.
Good.
Labour Party has 2.
You see now, there's no level of
SDP
seriousness.
has 2.
It's only maybe AAC and then maybe
AAC.
I think SDP.
Okay.
That?
No, SDP. I mean, Adewale Adebayo spoke to me the other day. He said, "Well, there's problem," and I mean, I'm holding the president responsible for all of that. The president wants to be a sole presidential candidate. As a matter of fact, Adebayo said the president wants to be the presidential candidate of the APC, PDP, SDP, and Labour Party. 4 of them he mentioned.
So you can see why we can still give it to ANDC.
Okay.
At least they're able to stabilize the most important part of their party, because when you are not presenting any presidential candidate, it's going to be a very serious something for them. If they have not been able to settle that, like we have with other parties, it's a very, very serious issue for them. But now, these ones, they've already got a flag bearer, they can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Kunda, I would like for you to give us an honest and fair assessment of the NDC primaries, in comparison with that of the APC, with that of the ADC, and all of that. A lot of people felt that, that the NDC being the kind of, how can I put it now, more like the picture they paint of themselves is that we are different from the others. But I'd like for you to give us a fair assessment of their primaries. Do you think that what happened was, on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate them? NDC.
Yeah, well,
if you consider everything up until this moment, how will you rate them?
If I'm going to remove where I'm going to place the blame on.
No. Straightforward question.
Yes.
Direct assessment on a scale of 1 to 10. Where will you place NDC? Based on the primaries they conducted, in comparison with primaries of the APC, ADC, PDP, and all of that.
I'll still give them like maybe 50, because the others have not been able to pass them. Okay. But I'll still pass NDC. You know why? Because at least they'll be able to finish off a chunk of their headache, which is the presidential. They've been able to resolve that. You remember ADC, they went to consensus, they couldn't reach consensus, they went to primaries, and some came back with grievances, But in NDC, they were able to, they did their consensus, and then everything went well, and then they just moved to the next level. So the lower one is so broad that I believe they will still resolve it.
There are still grievances here and there. So the 50%, the 50 that you gave them, 5 over 10 that you gave them, was that what you expected prior to their primaries, pre-primaries?
Actually, when Obi and Kwakoso were moving to NDC, everybody believed that they were going there based on consensus, which was what happened. You understand?
I'm looking at a general overview.
No, but
if you look at the APC now, if you look at the APC, at last count, APC has 74 National Assembly members who are not returning, despite the fact that they bought the expression of interest form, nomination forms. Some of them were outplayed, some of them were outsmarted, and so there is problem in the APC. In the ADC, the same thing. And it's not as if the NDC is devoid of all of that. There are frictions here and there. Some people are saying, well, it was irregular, the irregularities here and there. Someone said, Siraki Dixon, a Hiozuwa in Edo State said, Siraki Dixon asked me to come and contest. I won, but I've been replaced and all of that. So I go back to that in a very fair assessment. Do you think that there's any difference between PDP, APC, ADC, and the NDC?
Yes.
Well, and what's that? What's the difference? Because they were able to elect a presidential candidate without friction?
One.
Okay, which other one?
The other one is that it's not, all these grievances is not everywhere. It's not in all the other posts in which they put the candidates contest, the aspirants contested. It's not all. It's just some. Just like every other
even
one.
In the APC, it's not everywhere. The governors are not complaining. It's only senators and House of Reps.
Governors are not complaining.
I've not heard any Goba candidates in the APC complain that. Fubara got the ticket. He pulled out on his own.
Yes, and he said something.
For the interest of peace in Rivers State.
And that means there's a crisis now. He didn't want problems.
In Rivers State or in APC?
No, is he not a member of APC? He's a member of APC
but
now.
He got it.
So whatever happens in APC, you get it. Whatever happened in Rivers is APC.
But he got a ticket.
And then he stopped. He
voluntarily.
And said for peace to reign. That means there was war. And he didn't want the war to escalate and affect his people. So he had to back out. Just like Jonathan said that I don't want bloodshed on my head. He dropped it. You get it. So it's not that there was no crisis. That speech shows that there was a crisis, but it was just being matured enough.
So in
and
your,
then we had what
in
we
your
said about him coming out to begin
your
to
final
say so many other
assessment,
things.
you think that the NDC is better than the others?
Most of them.
Most of them. But, well, I'm not sure everybody will. Of course, everybody doesn't have to agree with you. Some people believe that, well, all of them are.
No, they are not the same. I don't agree that.
You don't agree with that?
You know one thing, just give me a moment. One thing is this. Nigerians are now beginning to look at individuality and not the party. Yes, that is the way the traffic of this election will go. Nigerians will begin to look at the personality.
Okay, of politics of personalization.
No. What I mean, who are you? Okay. Where are you coming from? What have you done? Your behavior. How did you manage the last places you were? Are part of your personalities.
Talking about personalities, Mr. Kundayo, let's move on. Now, political pundits, people like you, have said that Nigeria's 2027 general election will be more desperate, bitter, and high stakes than previous cycles, driven largely by the personal timelines of the main contenders. They point to President Bola Tinubu, who is under pressure to avoid becoming a one-term president, given age and zoning constraints, while Atiku Abubakar faces what is likely his final realistic shot at the presidency. For Peter Obi, though younger, he is also constrained by power rotation politics, making 2027 a must-win contest for him as well. Well, these pressures, people suggest, will intensify the use of incumbency, hardball tactics, and post-election tensions. Well, beyond personalities, the piece of identity is troubling patterns, a fractured and hostile opposition, a thinning focus on policy ideas, and the erosion of any moral high ground. Instead of issue-based campaigns, parties and candidates are expected to prioritize attacks, slogans, identity politics, and patronage. While frequent defections, opaque primaries, and candidate imposition among both old and new parties have further blurred distinctions and weakened claims of reform. Overall, people conclude that unless Nigerian politics shifts from personality-driven competition to serious policy debate, the 2027 elections may deepen cynicism without delivering meaningful solutions to the country's challenges. How do you see 2027 panning out broadly before we get into the specifics based on the intro? Timelines, Tinubu doesn't want to be a one-time president struggling for a second term so that he could, be like Obasanjo, Buhari. Now, Atiku Abubakar is already 80. Last shot, if he misses it this time, 2031, he'll be 84 or thereabout. Now, Peter Obi, too, grappling with, he's 65 now. And if he misses it because it's the turn of the South, based on gentlemanly agreement, by the time he rotates back to North, to the South again, he'll be 77 then. So in all of this, do you agree that 2027 will be fiercest? In fact, a bitter contest beyond what you have ever seen in Nigerian politics?
Yes, I agreed.
You agree? Based on these parameters?
Yeah, more than that.
Okay.
No, let me bring out the genesis of all this. It became very, aggravated when what happened in 2023. That after the election, they went to court, and then the pronouncement of the court were not favorable with the people. So the people thought the court was not, fair enough with the way they handled that case, and then they began to prepare.
Which people?
Some Nigerians who voted for the opposition.
Okay, I like the qualification. Some Nigerians.
Yes, but I don't want to say everybody.
Well, because some people were dissatisfied. Some people were satisfied because
that's
their
why
candidates.
yes, everybody cannot go that way.
Okay.
Now the opposition now said, okay, we'll galvanize together and then try and see how we can move to. And then there was this different problem from their parties, and they discovered that it was being, they alleged that it was being sponsored by the ruling party. So that also creates more chaos. That okay, they are not fighting, they are not trying to just remove the incumbents. They are also having the challenges of, even if they win, with the system allow them. So that makes the whole system to be more, dissatisfied, porous, and then, you know, that trust was gone. So they now look for every other means, you know, like this is going to be a do or die, because if we allow this thing to continue like this, it will be a problem. So now makes it to be so toxic. Now, it makes so toxic, so tough, that plus the situation, the current situation of the economy, insecurity and everything, mingled with what I said concerning what the opposition parties are facing, you know, from different angles, that they finger the ruling party, plus the INEC rules and regulations that didn't favor them, plus what they are facing from the court, that they see that is actually unfair to them. So they now made it they see it as now a do or die, that no.
You mean the opposition? You mean the opposition?
Yes.
But the opposition is not united. They are divided.
See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. What I want to tell you is this. One, politics can happen overnight. It can happen. We have not got to the election. There can still be reshuffling a lot. That is why you see, even Akpabio was saying that they understood the grievances of those APC members who didn't get the return ticket back, that they are going to resettle them. For the first time, a senior president is coming out to say it as if the house belongs to, APC. You understand? You need to be fair. You need to be fair to all. But you seem to, it's showing clearly that it's tilted towards the APC people, members in the house. So all those ones, is causing a lot of, grievances and desperations among the people and the opposition. It's such that they believe that no, whatever it's going to take is what they are going to do now. Because if they miss it this time, it will be worse than what we have now. So it's going to be more toxic and more porous. And that's what we're going to see.
In 2027?
Yes.
Okay, talking about it being more toxic and more porous, because one other concern that Nigerians share is the fact that, well, Nigerian politics, especially the campaigns, are no longer issue-based. They go along our fault lines. Oh, it's the turn of the South. Why is the Northerner stepping into the fray? Atiku Abubakar, people have been saying, well, Alhaji, why don't you just respect yourself and let the South serve out its term? Nobody's talking about the competence and capacity, Nobody's talking about, issue-based campaigns like, okay, economic decline that is, that stares every Nigerian in the face, the worsening security situation in the country, the fact that Nigerians are being harassed in all parts of the world, in Ghana, they're asking Nigerians to go home. In South Africa, xenophobic attacks, they are saying, hey, Nigerians go home, in many parts of the world. So you don't hear people talk about these things. What people talk, oh, it's my ethnicity, it's not your ethnicity. In 2027, the fault lines, that divide us, the campaign, how will it look like? Would you think that it will become issue-based? Or will we still go back to the old narrative of, well, it's our turn, it's my turn, it's your turn. You are North, I'm South. You are Igbo, I'm Yoruba and Hausa.
It's going to be more of some kind of decision. Who controls the politics of this country? Decision of a very few over the majority. That's the problem we are facing in this country.
No, I would like for you to take that again.
The decision of a very few over the majority of the country. Decision of very few. Very few in the sense that some people believe that whatever they say is where the direction of the country will go, regardless of what the people say. And that's why some people use the word godfatherism. Okay. And it's still reigning. That's why up till now, you don't see them coming out to say something like telling us what they are going to do differently. Even the incumbent president is basically talking about his reform that some people say is not popular. How he thinks is the right thing he's doing.
What do you think? What do you think? Away from what the president says. Do you agree or disagree with the president?
I don't agree.
You don't agree with the president that reforms are working?
No, I don't.
Why? Why?
Because I'm a living witness. I'm in Nigeria.
World Bank says it's working. IMF says it's working. The Minister of Finance says it's working. They say, hey, our external reserves increasing, inflation dropping, headline inflation dropping, unemployment dropping, FDI increasing.
Let me tell you what happened yesterday night, around 9 o'clock. A young guy, well dressed, just came up to us. Well, I was talking with one of the elders in the community, and the guy said that what he needs is just money to buy gas, to cook for himself and his sibling at home. That is not being paid. It's a security operative, security of like this private
security
guards.
Yes.
And they have not been paid, and there's nothing to eat. That is just looking for just money to buy gas, to go and find something to eat. We had to find him something. We told him, if you can't get gas, please look for firewood or go and buy charcoal. Do you know why? Because the price of gas now, you know the price of gas so high, the price of kerosene so high, and then the food you want to. I went to buy pepper and tomato on Saturdays. I checked around looking for where it is affordable. It's so expensive that I spent 5,000 buying something I would have bought for 1,500 naira. So now somebody who is in Switzerland or wherever he is, where's World Bank office headquarters, will be telling me that is in Nigeria here. You know, I deal with Nigerians. I see my people every day. They go outside here and
because they run the numbers. They run the numbers for you. You know, they run the numbers.
No, they should come. No, they should come to Nigeria and
meanwhile,
take a walk for
the case of the young man you mentioned could just be a random number.
It happens every day.
It happens every
Not
day.
even once in the morning. You see them morning, afternoon, night. People will approach you. You see people approaching you. You leave one and you go to that side. Before you reach where you see another, you will be telling, sorry, I just gave somebody money right there now.
Okay, so let's return to the issue. The issue now is 2027. Will it be campaign? Will it be issue based in terms of?
No, we're already seeing it now. Nobody's talking about the issue except few of them.
Well, the campaigns are not open yet.
No. It's not about. See, every time a politician steps out into the open, he's already campaigning, because people must ask you something.
Okay.
Press must ask you something. You must say one or two things. That's a form of campaign. But when you say official campaign, it's a different thing. But when they ask you, what do you say about the kidnapping that happened in Ibadan? Are you not going to say, no, it's not a campaign time, I'm not going to say anything? You will say something now. And when you say something, you can't say, well, I won't do anything if I get to the office. You have to say something which people will see you as you are saying something that is better than what happened. So campaign is going on. You understand what I'm saying?
So you don't see any of that, from the candidates. I have heard Adewale Adebayo say several times, well, the economy is tanking, inflation is not helping anybody. Peter Obi has said a lot about, Atiku Abubakar has also said, well, Mr. President, the issue of insecurity, you are not handling it very well. What more do you want them to say?
They are not talking like opposition. Opposition will tell us why that government did not do what they're supposed to do, and what they, believe supposed to be the right thing to be done. You can't just and come out, that thing you did is not good. It's not supposed to be.
Without offering an alternative.
Yes, you need to offer an alternative. You need to tell us why we need to listen to you. It's like a slave. Like a slave. And somebody comes to that slave and say, I want to get you out of this place. You must be able to offer them something that make them want to follow you. Or they will say, no, we are going to get it. If you follow, it will get worse for us. Okay. Let's be where we are. At least we are getting something to eat every day. But if you want to take them out, you have to give them something tangible that is better than the position where they are. And that is when they can now follow you and risk it.
Okay, let's round off on 2027. If you look at what happened in some parts of Lagos in 2023, and at some point our president said, well, election is not served, victory is not served a la carte. You have to grab it, snatch it, and run with it. That time he was operating from the outside. Probably, well, it was his party that was in government, but he was outside, just national leader of the party. he had said several times, well, I don't even know what was going on in government. Some people wanted to vote, they were prevented from voting, not just in Lagos State, even in the Southeast. You know, people that wanted to vote for particular candidates were stopped. In the North, we saw all of that. Now, in 2027, with the power of incumbency, do you see a repeat of that? And how intense would that be? We have heard some people, like there's a certain Sego of a man that said, well, if you don't vote for a particular political party, don't even near the polling booths and all of that. So the one that we witnessed in 2023, how intense do you think it will be if you put together the fact that the president wants to return, Atiku Abubakar is trying his last chance, Peter Obi is saying, well, it's the turn of the South. How intense will that pushback be in 2027? Do you see anything? Or will it be relaxed, more like, well, it's a free-for-all, our work should speak for us, or our manifesto should speak for us? What do you see coming?
Well, I think what is going to happen, that's why those you have so many these oppositions coming out and everything like that, behaving the way they behave, really, because that snatch it, grab it and run away is not something that so many people consider as fair. They see it as a level playing ground. So they are wiser now. They are wiser. Many are wiser. So you can see more criticisms coming out than before. Even people you don't expect to speak are speaking boldly. Even the common people on the street, the masses, they are getting bolder and more agitated compared to before. So that fear is gradually disappearing. Okay. And that boldness is gradually coming in. So even the direction in which the politics will go as of now, that 2023 and beyond, there'll be a new Nigeria.
There'll be a new Nigeria, something magical. I heard somebody say that, well, 2027 will be magical.
Something, no, not magical, something unexpected.
Something unexpected.
Yes, something you don't even think about will happen in that 2023.
In 2027.
Cross to 2027. 2027 cross to. Yes, what I'm saying.
Okay, beyond 2027 and beyond.
Shortly beyond 2027.
Okay. Now let's segue into the last conversation. Senator Alain Dume has attributed his long record of electoral victories to the support of God, his constituents, and a few political leaders, rather than backing from those in power. Speaking on a national TV station, he said he's preparing for his 7th election and has consistently won because voters in his constituency are informed, independent, and confident in his representation and the APC. Dume also noted that he's not among the favorites within President Bola Tinubu's administration due to his critical stance on governance issues. He stressed that while he openly criticizes government policies when necessary, he also believes in commending the administration whenever it takes actions that genuinely benefit the people. Now, Tinubu and Dume, is this a no-love lost relationship between them? More like cat and dog, cat and mouse.
But the man keep coming back. It's either aged his constituency or the constituency really loved him. Those are the two things. Either he has caged them, they can't speak, or they really love him and keep bringing him back. So it's either the two. Now, but I will go with the second one. I may go with it, or maybe I should give them 50-50. Because I remember what happened to Saraki. Remember that issue of Saraki? Yes. He was able to get to the Senate, was Senate president, but he didn't come back. They made sure he didn't come back. Okay. You get it? So, because he was a strong, critic of the policies of Buhari out of there, and so many others, they made sure they didn't come back. But this man keep coming back. That's why that
he's been very critical of this administration.
Yes. And he keep coming back and keep coming back. So, maybe it's people who actually really believe in him.
But there are also some people that were, the people of Bukola Saraki believed in him, but they didn't want him to come back. Naba, Yuma Gali Naba, you recall him. Obasanjo didn't want him to come back to the House of Representatives because it was like, a pain in the neck to Obasanjo. And so, do you think that the APC establishment just let Ndume say, well, this one should just stay, or is it because of the power
I think, yes.
that he possesses within his constituency?
Yes, the influence
Okay.
Remember what happened to Fubara?
Okay.
See what happened to him. He couldn't come back. That's why that he won that candidacy. He couldn't come back. He had to let it go because the pressure was too much, too toxic. But Ndume is not facing all that. He seems to be kind of a man on his a man apart. Now, let me tell you something. When it comes to politics, you need people. No matter how powerful you are, no matter the post you are in, you still need people to carry out your orders. So at a point, if there's a disconnection or disjunction or people truncating that orders that you give, it will never be effective. Maybe all the tactics they've been using against him is not being fruitful because the people keep making sure that those tactics never come to reality. So they keep bringing him back. Because I've seen a lot, even Ambode, it happens to Ambode in Lagos here, with all the supporters and everything. Because that machination was able to roll to the end in such a way that it was able to get rid of him. But in Ndume, it's not working. And the guy remained in that party, still be a pain in the neck in that party, and then still getting bad. That's why when some people say that all the politicians are bad, I don't always agree.
Okay, so should somebody like Senator Alindume become a model, for politicians to study? Maybe he's done well for his people. Should he become a model? Despite you are in government, you belong to the ruling party, you are criticizing the party, honestly, and your people are saying, well, we need you to go back there and stay with us. Should he become a model?
Yes, as a point, as some, it should be. Okay. It should be that wherever you are, some people say if you don't beat them, you can't beat them, you join them. Okay. But it's not always like that. Okay. If you join them, they will eventually get rid of you at a point. Okay. But if you keep fighting to beat them, you may succeed to change them. Or some system, people may come in and help you to change that system.
Mr. Kunda, I'd like for you to take 1 minute and give us your concluding thoughts. We're out of time.
Yes, my concluding thought is that Nigerians who are feeling the pain and the bite must decide who rules over them, who becomes their leader. They must decide. And to decide, they must be rugged, be determined, and take decisive will and action.
Take decisive will and action. It's been a very interesting conversation, I must admit. Many thanks to you, Mr. Alawale Kundaya, who joined me on Political Lens this evening. He's a political affairs analyst, and I hope that we can do this some other time. I appreciate your time and presence on my show. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemdiuto. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and 2027 starts with your permanent voters card, PVC. 18 and above, you're a Nigerian citizen. You have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, everyone. It's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics,
through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drive. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People.
A very good evening to you and welcome to the Issues and Voice of People Television. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories on these issues. To stay with us, please.
It's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity. So it's all about
Glad to have you back. We apologize for that. This is the Issues and Voice of the People television. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. We're looking at INEC has fixed July 11 as deadline for submission of candidates' information. Also, Obi and Okonkwo's field escalates as Obi threatens legal actions. And finally, Ogun APC rejects Iyabo Obasanjo's claim of maltreatment. Join us to break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. And let's move to our first story. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has fixed June 26 for the release of access codes to its nomination portal on July 11 as a deadline for the submission of candidates' for the 2027 general elections. The electoral umpire defended his decision to challenge a court ruling concerning deadlines for party primaries and submission of membership registers. It warned that unresolved internal conflict and ongoing court challenges to his electoral timetable could complicate preparations for the polls. INEC maintained that clear timelines is essential to ensuring an orderly electoral process and preventing disruptions ahead of the elections. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book, Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join. Glad to have you this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And also we have joining us virtually, we have Sunny Dada. He is a development professional with professional background in journalism, peace building, electoral processes, democratic governance, project management, and freedom of information and expression. He's also the chairman of the Civil Liberties Organization, River State. Glad to have you join us, Sunny. Can you hear me? Please unmute your device if you can hear me. Okay, while we try to fix the audio connection, I will get back to you. Let me come to you. When you look at INEC, first, let's even look at INEC saying that defending its reason for wanting to appeal the court ruling. Okay, do you think that there's any need for that? But before you answer, I understand that I'm sorry that is on now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. The audio is low, but I don't know if mine is loud a bit for
Yes,
you.
yes, yours is okay. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, you are coming up now. Thank you.
Yeah, so I said INEC. I was actually going to ask this, but let me throw the question to you. INEC says has given reasons for its for wanting to appeal its court ruling. And when you look at that, do you really think that that INEC is right wanting to appeal the court ruling? And of course, especially when you consider the fact that it has also fixed a date for its submissions of candidate information, and it looks like everyone, irrespective of where you belong to or we divide where you are, you need to get your acts right. You need to get your house put together and ensure you submit all necessary information. Do you think, what do you make of it?
Because I have worked in that space, I know that there is massive challenge. That we have always advocated it should be unbundled. As a matter of fact, higher responsibility. There should be higher responsibility for election management. In this country, everything is also, of this. The plan and the mobilization, including mobilization of in the manner they are started. That is not to say that the information should encourage to electoral state of the until the March session amended and the election because in the good appeal, one solution the law is presently constitution. I think that the right to do is to go to the drawing board. That advise them to go to the National Assembly. The National Assembly will be giving right to this judgment. Actually, just the National Assembly prioritizing that do not come out well in their favor. They only accelerate things that they have personal interest in. But any other thing that will interest the United National Assembly is not interested. So I have to ask for amendment. Of course, it has to do the constitutional amendment. We know the process. Apart from the work in the House of Reps, the third of the National Assembly to also give their consent. So that takes a lot of time. So for that, because the law is those petitions and expect that yes, at the end of the week, then again, another person asks, whose interests are they serving by going, to their appeal region? They clearly know that, the not go. So these are some of the things that are leading to the trust, on the part of the PMB, the election management. So for once, INEC should just light it on its planning. I know that work is huge, and they need to start, early. Proactive. But what I expected them to do is to approach the last year that they think that area of, short the number of days in the primary board and all of that. Should assembly to reflect it in the amendment of the constitution. Mandates political parties to submit their candidates and all of that. So these are questions that they should have approached the National Assembly before now. But they didn't do that. It just came up, and then to force everything. One thing we should understand is that democracy. So I'm very, very careful.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me hear from Donosi. When like one of the things he said that I got was that I wasn't very proactive. If it had actually done the needful at point before now, probably all of this would not have come up. What do you make of this decision by INEC to appeal? And of course, it's also setting a date or fixing a date for the submission of candidate information.
The country of fire brigade approach. So talking about why INEC is appealing, INEC is a legal entity. It can sue and can also be sued, understand? So when it feels that the judgment is not favorable to it, it should go that to court that to seek for a redress. But the truth is that there's no way they are going to win this case. Just a way of also wasting their own time. Because INEC drew its power from Section 77, paragraph 15 of the Electoral Act 2026 as amended. And that is where that power came from. And INEC is not superior to the Constitution. Rather, Constitution is superior to INEC. And the Constitution has given guidelines or templates on how the Constitution, on how elections should be conducted. So for me, what they are going to do is just to waste their money and also the time that they should have used on focusing on other things. And the 26th June that they are giving is just 16 days away. And a lot of these parties are in the court, understand? PDP now have about 2 presidential candidates. ADC is still in the court of first instance, which will take them that to second and even to the Supreme Court. So what they want to do now is to put these political parties into tight spots, which now gives that impression that they are working towards making Tinubu the sole candidate. Because right now, apart from the mushroom parties, just like PRP, AAC, and Accord, understand me, APM, that have their presidential candidates intact, or the bigger parties like PDP and ADC are still fighting. And the 16 days will not be enough for ADC to move from the court of first instance to the appeal and to the Supreme Court. So what the pressure now is that they are likely going to put maybe these parties will not have that's a candidate. Because one, INEC cannot approach a court to say deliver, speed you up your judgment. It is not their responsibility. So for me, they should focus on, they should allow the judgment to stand and then focus on what the judgment said, which is 90 days, understand, which is September. And we hope that before September, there should be respite, understand? ADC must have put their house in order. PDP must have also put their house in order that to have that's a fair competition among the political parties.
Okay, let's even look at this issue of political parties and how they struggle in their primaries. You know, when you look at it, really, why do we get to have? Why does it look as if that is the modus operandi of all our parties? We saw the APC. We are seeing the APC. We see some of the disgruntled members. We are seeing disgruntled members amongst them. We are seeing the ADC with also they have disgruntled members. We see the NDC as well that that has not even brought out its list. So why is it that Nigerian political parties repeatedly struggle to conduct credible primary elections?
Well, one, it is corruption and desperation. Understand? Corruption on the party handlers. Understand? You will say that you are going to have a primary. People will buy their expression of interest form, but because you have a person in mind, you now settle for a consensus. Understand? So, and because you have a candidate in mind, you will structure the primaries that will favor that person. So at the end of the day, nobody likes to lose money. Nobody likes that to waste his time. So for me, it is corruption on the part of the managers of the party, and then desperation on the part of the aspirants, because all of you have one objective: to make your party formidable, to make your party competitive. So if you see that you are five, and each and every one of you know the capacity of each other, five of you can agree, let this one go. Understand me? Because he is more popular, he is more acceptable, he is going to win for your party. It shouldn't be about you, but for your party. But everybody wants to win. There's no way 5, 6 people will win at the same time. So it is desperation on the part of the aspirants, and then corruption on the part of the party managers.
Okay, everybody wants to win, and that's according to you. That you feel like that's one of the biggest issues that we have, in our political parties. Let me come to you, Sunny. When you look at all of this, just a bit of what I asked them, Dr. Nosike. When you look at it, would you say that politicians seem to be, to be their own biggest obstacles when they don't put their house together? Like he said, personal interest always seems to come ahead of any other of the party's interest. So do you think that the party is actually setting themselves up to actually lose by not putting their acts together?
I have said it in several forums. Yes, we can accuse the ruling party of being responsible for most of these parties. However, the question is the other party, opposition party, done the needful. They have not done it. They have not even followed it. And the big challenge is from the kind of officials that these people possess, examining their democratic credentials. The long years of country affected democratic to the extent that when the finally those who possessed or who are the right to participate in the process, because they that it will be business as usual, that by their money, the military will come back, get the process. Unfortunately, we didn't the military living for that now gave rise people democratic credentials, today we are paying, um, unfortunately, I don't know when this will end. A time will come when the system, the extent that who, like Dr. Anosike, people who does not possess the base of the democratic credentials we need as in this country will automatically fall out. For instance, have you not observed that in every the buy votes, the pressure buy votes for electoral circle. So what does that tell us? Things that they know votes can, and that is why for vote buying, they are not popular. They will not, so they have to rely on buying, refining itself. When we started election like this, 2000 election, in 2007 we saw the most election in this country. 20 find there was an 20 there was a achievement of the process. 2023, if not happened, it would have been a election. It's what process. we also need to improve the culture as a people. To that we need to sit down and have a national convention such as do we even have a timeline for this? When should we start expecting the men to aspire for elections? Thank you that we have many states that can turn the fortunes of this country around, even with years, you know. But the system is low against them. They cannot even ask to come in. Uh, that is why as citizens, it is easy for us to complain. They're around the corner. Are we doing the need? Have we registered, for instance? Do we have our PVC? Are we speaking to our? Are we speaking? Are we speaking to our members in churches? Influence. What are we doing? So we have, you know, retire these people. They are very number. Once empowering them also. So the blame. Matter of fact, I know time is outcome of the various party primaries. The shadow of what to expect in 2027. More of the parties we have the party to have their machines, you know, for 2027. See this? I've seen this. So what are we doing? Are we just just run of what they are planning? So together, self-organize. How these plans ahead of time too.
Thank you very much. Let me come back to Otano Sike. Otano Sike, when you look at all of this, really, parties that cannot manage their internal democracy, can they be trusted to actually govern the country democratically? Because we've been saying that our democracy looks like it's going down the drain. But isn't the foundation or the foundation of this or the reason for this embedded or seen in just how our parties actually do their things well, or do their things internally? Isn't that just the way that just take it from the party and then into the nation as a whole, or into not the nation but the nation's democracy?
Or the way or the process through which a candidate emerges is very, very important. Understand? Or that's if a candidate emerges through due process, everything was rightly done. Understand? Because that we are having a lot of pre-election and post-election conspiracies is because other parties are not doing the right thing. Understand? One, if the parties are doing all the right thing, they will make it easier for INEC. Understand? If the parties are putting their houses in order, it will be easier for INEC. Just like ADC now, that has 3 presidential candidates. It is a problem to INEC. PDP that has 2 presidential candidates or more, it is still a problem to INEC. So the political parties are one of the organs that are giving a headache to INEC. And then when the foundation is not right, whatever is put on top will fall. Understand? So if a candidate emerges through a skewed primaries in his own political party, he will also want to do the same thing during the main election. Understand? And if we succeeded in doing that through the main election, he is going to govern that way because it has become a pattern for him, getting things done through the back door. So that's the problem. When you feel that you are not popular, you are not acceptable, but you can maneuver your way. through your party and through the election, there's no way you will govern well. Because the support is not there, the followership is not there. Understand? As your name is being announced, the people are already turned off. And that's why you begin to see, when they begin to see that we are not getting intelligence, we are not getting intelligence, when people don't love you, they will not support you.
When people don't love you, they will not support you. But before we leave this particular conversation, let me come to you, Sunny. What do you think is our biggest threat? Is the biggest threat to our democracy as a nation? And how can we begin to ensure that we manage, we put this right before we move to our next conversation?
It's a very simple thing, and this is the right to appoint the chairman of the electoral umpire should be taken to the presidency. I cannot appoint you. You will not, and you will not do bidding. That is good luck, Jonathan. If for President Goodluck Jonathan this way, Professor. So the appointing authority is away from the presidency. So we should come to a citizen, and that is to start. That is from. We are looking at other bigger things, but the fundamental issues. If we have free and electoral president, because you cannot appoint somebody when he is party first beneficiary. So that is you see a very, very decent professor, and by the moment they bring him to INEC, the leprous entity. We should start from there.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next conversation tonight. Let's look at this, what I call it, field between Peter Obi and his former. I had to look at Otanosike because I felt like he chuckled a little bit. But a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, Kenneth Okonkwo, has released what he described as evidence to support his allegation of bribery involving the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Peter Obi. Okonkwo, a former actor turned politician, had alleged that Obi and other NDC leaders in the southeast collected 10 million naira and 20 million naira from House of Representatives and senatorial aspirants, respectively. In response, Peter Obi has demanded a public apology and 5 billion naira in damages over what he described as defamatory claims. Meanwhile, Okonkwo has warned the legal action against him could compel him to disclose additional information relating to past political engagement. Nanosike, what do you make of this public fallout between Peter Obi and Kenneth Okonkwo?
Well, for me, Kenneth Okonkwo read law, understand? But he is behaving not, like an illiterate tomato sender. He read law, but he is behaving like an illiterate tomato sender. Now saying that suing you will compel you to bring out other things. When you cover crime, you accomplish it to it. Understand me? Somebody killed another person 10 years ago, you cover it until he now brings you that to court. You say, court, excuse me, this man killed somebody 10 years ago. Understand? So he's behaving like an illiterate tomato sender. Which is a disappointment, understand? I know that he is broke now. He is very, very broke and looking for rehabilitation. He had been running from Pinder to post. If you watch his political trajectory, understand? I now want to see if he can become something like Reno or Mockery, Daniel Bonda, and others. So that is one. If he knows how the law of this thing works, an instance, if I tell you privately that Mr. Keke is a thief, and you say it openly, Nibel catches you, not me, because it is you that made it public, even though I told you. It is you that made it public. And the guy has come out and said, I never mentioned Obi. Understand? That he did not mention Obi. And Obi is now saying that the guy that Kenneth Okonkwo called him a scam. So Kenneth Okonkwo should go down to court and prove how Obi is a scam. Understand? Because the guy is going to deny him in the court. Understand me? Even those things that he released was a conversation between him and this guy, him and the aspirant. And Obi, Peter Obi's name was never directly mentioned. The guy in an interview said that it was the secretary of the party that told him to bring 10 million naira for a ticket. Understand me? So he never said that Peter Obi told him. Even if he said that Peter Obi told him, he has to bring either a voice tape or a written instruction where Peter Obi. So making allegations is cheap. Understand me? But proving it is difficult. So saying and suing you cannot scare Obi from suing you. Understand me? That is what he should know. He should know. Right now, he's in a very tight spot. He is now in a very tight spot. He cannot go front. He cannot go back. And that's where his desperation, understand, has led him into.
Okay, Sunny, when you look at this, this particular issue between Obi and Kenneth, when you look at every allegation of bribery has a way of damaging, it's very damaging, really. And then when you look at this particular situation, if it's not proven right, he's allowed to just go like that. Of course, we know that Peter Obi has actually, threatened the lawsuit and all of that. But do you think that this would in any way, damage Peter Obi's public image ahead of 2027 election? Because people actually feel like Peter Obi is a very, transparent and trusted person when it comes to, finances and corruption and all of that. But, having this kind of thing come up, don't you think is a dent on his image?
I do not think so. Instead, I around. It is actually that is damaging his own integrity. That politics is not for Kenya to. If you go back to the Nollywood industry, if you look at the men, remember it was the same Kenneth Okonkwo that was eulogizing things. But this same Buhari that you and I talk about every day, to party, branding, all of that, to ages. And let me tell you, try to become the spokesman of the presidential committee of AD. But he has shot himself in the leg with his, but he is going to steal. What does he to steal? As a presidential conversations they had, I think that he's going to steal. Did Obi get steal and let us hear? So very shameful. He has shot himself in the leg, but think of using him as special committee when he released him, alienated him, the ABC. People pinch him. the ADC were pitched and very, very messy. I to the guy in question that is text messages and all that. The guy said he after 2000 it was a broadcast because the Conqueror, got decided to single out Obi. But very clear. Number one, he did not say that he asked him to bring 10 million. But he also did not say East leader seem to bring 10 million. The secret NDC paid the money, and then he paid the money to see an individual account. So it will be the owner of NDC, also be the NDC. At the rate of, I don't want to find that is the to be, that we should expect.
Okay.